Great. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me go ahead and call this special closed session meeting to order. We're starting actually at 4 p.m. today, and it is September 21st, 2021. Let me just begin with some housekeeping remarks. This meeting is taking place in person with in-person attendance and teleconference via Zoom. The public can access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. And as usual, please bear with us as our technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the clerk for her to call roll.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Here.
Councilmember Lopez.
Present.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Here.
Councilmember Fan. Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa.
Here.
Mayor Sarmiento.
Here. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council to see if there's any abstentions on any of the closed session items. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, I believe we do have a comment or comments for closed session.
Thank you. If any member of the public would like to provide a comment on any closed session item, please select raise hand from Zoom or select star 6 to speak. My apologies. And we do have a member of the public who would like to provide a comment. Zoom ID Tim Johnson, if you would please, thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
All right, excellent. Thank you. Hi, Tim Johnson, resident of Ward 3. Thank you for taking the time today to contemplate the 3 lawsuits with the county regarding those who are living on the streets while struggling with housing and other issues. Hopefully everyone has taken on the big task to read my 3 written comments. Obviously they're extensive and probably overkill, but these are important issues. I would really like to emphasize that the residents really deserve a status update on these cases, and it should come from our city leaders in an open and transparent forum. With regards to the newest litigation where the city is suing the county directly, that initiated in January 2020, this case keeps getting delayed and continued with the next date coming up next week. The residents deserve an update, a real update, and not just something indicating that we continue to pursue our remedies. I've provided evidence that the county has indeed transported individuals seeking shelter from outside of the central SPA to our city in direct violation of the Catholic Worker Settlement Agreement, and also continues to provide literature to those outside of the central SPA about services available in our city, including shelter, a violation of the settlement agreement's spirit, if not true language. Further, we need to figure out how those released from county jail are able to get back to the city that they were detained from. Cities that contract with the sheriff know that this is the easiest way to relocate someone that's struggling with housing to the city of Santa Ana, because once they arrive here, it's difficult to get them back to their original city. Further, the city should provide the residents an update on how many beds that the city is required to have in order to enforce its anti-camping ordinances per the Catholic Worker Settlement case. We hear conflicting information, including during council meetings. I believe it was implied previously that even if just 1 bed is available, that PD can enforce. I believe that is not accurate per the settlement agreement, and believe that Judge Carter put it best in his May 8th ruling regarding El Centro, where he says, quote, "The city may not enforce until they have complied with the terms of the settlement and have 450 bed spaces available." 450 beds, not 200, not 250, not 1 open bed, 450. City Attorney Funk's response represents good lawyering, but it is unclear how the city is interpreting the settlement agreement per his response. Can you please confirm to the residents how many beds are needed, along with how many are available, and whether the city is actually enforcing its anti-camping ordinances? Lastly, I remind you that the council in April 2018 voted unanimously to initiate litigation against the county and all cities in the county over the impact of homelessness in our city. This lawsuit was never served on the vast majority of cities in the county except for Anaheim, Tustin, Orange. I implore you to follow through with this prior vote and serve those other cities that are impacting our city. Thank you for your time. I know that each of you care for our city and want the best for its residents, both housed and unhoused. Thank you very much. And hopefully you have your coffee ready for this evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor, that was the last public comment that we have for closed session.
Great. Thank you, everybody. Let's go ahead and recess into closed session, and we'll reconvene after we're done.
Mayor, we're rolling.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everybody. Let me go ahead and call this regular open session meeting to order. It is September 21st, 2021 of the Santa Ana City Council meeting. Let me go ahead and begin with just some housekeeping remarks. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance as well as teleconference via Zoom. The public can access the meeting by the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. And as always, please bear with us as our technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. I'm going to go ahead and ask the clerk to go ahead and call roll, please.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Here.
Councilmember Lopez.
Present.
Councilmember Mendoza. Here. Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa. And Mayor Sarmiento.
Here. Madam Clerk, before we do the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to ask Councilmember Mendoza to lead us in the pledge this evening. I believe you have some remarks to make.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In accordance with the council procedures, calls will not be accepted after public comment session has begun. Speakers who are not in the speaker queue will not be permitted to speak. Please hold your comments on public hearing items until the mayor opens the public hearing. To request on agenda, non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom at this time. You will be asked to announce your name and ward or neighborhood you reside in within the city of Santa Ana for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And before I turn it over to Councilmember Mendoza, I am going to preface this by letting you all know that there is a lot of interest in speaking on item number 33. I have a big stack of requests to address the council with, both in person, and we have people that are waiting online to go ahead and address us. So I will be advancing that item up in the calendar so we can go ahead and take that up early. And so we'll be taking the rest and the balance of the consent calendar items and the rest of the business calendar items after that. So with that comment, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Would you please stand? Place your right hand over your heart. For those of you who have honored our country in service, you may salute. And ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for our chaplain.
Actually, we're going to have our invocation done tonight by David. Is it Jamies or Hymas? Mr. Hymas, if you'll please join us at the podium.
And I do have a short intro, Mayor Sarmiento.
Please, Councilmember, go ahead.
David Hymas is a United Methodist pastor and a resident of Santa Ana. Pastor Hymas, please, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Council Member Jesse Lopez, for the invitation. I serve as Associate Pastor of Santa Ana UMC, Ward 3, Legacy Square in Ward 6, Pastor of El Getsemani, UMC in Ward 4, and resident of Ward 2. Tonight's invocation comes from the lectionary, a common reading of the Bible read by Protestant churches around the world, and we'd like to share that with you in the Gospel of Mark. It says here, as they were coming into Capernaum, verse 33 to 35, when he was in the house, he asked what we're arguing about. He was asking his disciples what they were arguing about as they were going to the city. But they kept quiet because on their way they were arguing about who was the greatest. Sitting down, Jesus called the 12 of his disciples, and said to him, anyone who wants to be the first must be the very last and the servant of all. I consider Santa Ana my hometown. As an immigrant, that feels good to say. There is so much pride and joy that flows out of my heart when I think about how God has granted me the blessing of being a community member of this great town. And as city members of City Council, I bet all of you have the same passion I do. And to see our community thrive and the great things happening today. But with that zealous ambition to do great things, we could get sidetracked with the many temptations that this world to look out for ourselves and not for others, especially those that are vulnerable among us. Jesus, the brown organizer from the barrios of Nazareth, challenged his followers to not desire to be first or to seek the greatest of recognitions, but instead seek to be the last, and especially have a desire to serve everybody before our own selves. God knows that at times we can be duped into thinking that to do great things, we have to do it over and against others, and worse even by dehumanizing others to get our own version of what success and greatness looks like. I am here to bring good news to you and all of us present today that we don't have to run over each other, over one another, to live in a society that honors the dignity of all human beings and cares for the most vulnerable in our neighborhoods. Because the God that I serve, Jesus, the liberator of the oppressed, has shown me that the greatest action one can do is by giving their life up for their neighbor. Christ was obedient to that himself when he was detained by corrupt religious and political leaders and executed by the state. But the hope that the new world lives on in him and in us, we have to do it, but we need to choose to believe in that hope. You do not have to ascribe to my faith to see that serving others and putting yourself is what will make all the difference in the society that pushes profits over people, exploits the land and human labor for frivolous consumption, and disregards the value and dignity of all human life for everyone and not simply the rich and powerful. I pray that tonight that we come to see this heart to serve one another alive in every word and deed, not just today, tomorrow, but for the rest of our days. I join you in sharing that hometown pride for the good of our city and for our valued and vulnerable residents. I prepare my Ebenezer, which means the laying my roots in God, and hope to serve as long as I do and as long as I live, and be able to say and to sing that corito that I was taught in the church, Ebenezer, Ebenezer, hasta aquí nos ayudó Jehová.
Thank you, Pastor Jaimes, for that inspirational invocation and those words of wisdom. Let me go ahead and move along to the next section of the agenda. That is the ceremonial presentation. I'll begin by calling on Councilmember Lopez, who is going to be presenting a proclamation for Fire Prevention Week. Councilmember?
Thank you. Let me grab my notes, please. So if Battalion Chief Arellano can please come up. Hello, everyone. Since 1922, there has been a public observance of Fire Prevention Week. In 1925, President Calvin Coolidge proclaimed Fire Prevention Week a national observance, making it the longest-running public health observance in the country. Fire Prevention Week is observed each year during the week of October 9th in commemoration of the Great Chicago Fire, which began on October 8th, 1871, and caused a devastating loss of life, killing more than 250 people. It left over 100 people homeless and destroyed more than 17 structures and burned more than 2,000 acres of land. Last year, Orange County experienced 3 wildfires. In October of 2020, the Silverado and Blue Ridge Fire combined burned more than 26,000 acres of land. In December of 2020, the bonfire burned more than 6,000 acres of land. This year, more than 2 million acres of land in California have been burned because of wildfires. And we've had 3 fatalities and more than 3,000 structures have burned. So this year's campaign, Learn the Sound of Fire Safety, works to educate everyone about the different sounds the smoke and carbon monoxide alarms make. We are experiencing another dry winter, and Santa Ana is in a moderate wildfire zone. Fires will burn quickly, and they will spread rapidly on windy days. We ask residents to ask SoCal Edison to assist with trimming trees around power lines if you need to. Also, please clear piles of brush or debris around your home or roof gutters. This year, Fire Prevention Week will be observed October 9th. We encourage Santa Ana residents to check their alarm systems and to support the public safety activities and efforts during Fire Prevention Week. You can request a free home assessment for wildfire threats, pack a disaster kit, or plan a prepare escape plan. I present this certificate to CFA Battalion Chief Arellano, and I join him and the rest of the agency in recognizing October 3rd through October 9th, 2021 as Fire Prevention Week. Thank you, Chief, if you have.
Thank you.
anything.
Thank you, Councilperson Lopez. On behalf of my boss, Chief Jim Henry, he's the chief of the City of Santa Ana for the Fire Authority, and on behalf of the entire Orange County Fire Authority, just like to say thank you for the proclamation and share a little bit about what's going on this fire season, which I feel like I just said this last fire season, but it's shaping up to be the worst that we've had in California's history. So very important that every one of us take this seriously, not only when you're out in the wildland, but when you're at home, checking your smoke detectors, making sure your cigarettes are snuffed completely out, and being a responsible citizen. So thank you very much.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
of course. Oh, okay, we're going to take a picture.
Thank you, council member, and thank you, Battalion Chief. Let me go ahead and go to item number 3, which is, I believe, 2. We're going to go ahead and reschedule. So number 3 is a proclamation that's going to be presented by Councilmember Phan for the Vietnamese Mid-Autumn Festival. Councilmember Phan.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So for many of you who may not know, today is Vietnamese Tết Trung Thu, which is the Mid-Autumn Moon Festival, which is celebrated by many Asian cultures, including a Vietnamese community. So a little bit about the Mid-Autumn Festival. It's really a time for families to celebrate the abundant harvest and to be with each other, to celebrate this full moon and enjoy the bountiful harvest of the year. Really, it's also a time to celebrate children. Children get to stay late, play with lanterns, and really importantly, devour mooncakes. That is exactly what we do. And so in America, Tết Trung Thu is kept alive by the hard work of dedicated community members and elders who strive to educate future generations about Vietnamese heritage. And so this proclamation to declare September 21st, 2021 as Tết Trung Thu was presented by myself as well as Councilmember Lopez to 2 Santa Ana residents, Doctors Nguyen Gio and Jung Gio. They are longtime Santa Ana residents, and as Vietnamese refugees, they've made it their mission to share the history, culture, and heritage of Vietnam here in the community. In fact, with their dedication to authenticity and history, the doctors have opened their homes to visitors, or their home to visitors and students in Santa Ana and the community to experience, for example, this historic Vietnamese home, which they saved from Vietnam, shipped over to the United States, and reassembled here in Santa Ana. It's located in Floral Park. And so their work has truly inspired many community members to share their culture and help new generation of young Vietnamese Americans like myself stay connected to our heritage. And so with that contribution to the community and for educating all of us about Vietnamese heritage and culture, so the City of Santa Ana proclaimed September 21st, 2021 as Tết Trung Thu and presented this proclamation to Doctors Gio.
So we have a video forthcoming.
Oh no, sorry, just the slideshow.
Oh, got it. So we were.
Okay, so we're done.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
I was all geared up. That was the longest pause I think I've ever taken. In any event, we're all holding our breath. Thank you, Councilmember Fan, and thank you for that presentation. That was the last ceremonial presentation for the evening. We'll go ahead and move it along to staff presentation, and we'll have our COVID-19 update from the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight up will be Mr. Daniel Soto.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight we have a brief presentation for you regarding the COVID-19 cases, vaccine and testing availability, and an update to the city's COVID-19 emergency rental assistance program. On to cases. Although the state has lifted most restrictions on activities such as capacity limits and physical distancing requirements, we still need to practice common sense safety measures to keep ourselves and others safe and to minimize the spread of COVID-19. In the past 14 days since our last COVID update, 624 Santa Ana residents have tested positive for COVID-19. This brings our total number of cases to date to 48,658. For case positivity for the month of September 2021 so far, our positivity rate is 5.6%. Among Orange County's 34 cities, we rank 14 from low to high, and our positivity rate is slightly lower than the county's average at 5.9%. The CDC recommends that folks get tested if they have symptoms of COVID-19, whether or not they are vaccinated. If they don't have symptoms but have a known COVID-19 exposure or exposure concerns, if they are an essential worker with frequent contacts with the public, or if they are returning from international travel. It is easy to get tested in Orange County. It's free and available for all Orange County residents. Folks can contact the COVID-19 hotline at 714-834-2000. And testing is available at pop-up sites such as Latino Health Access here in Santa Ana. And folks can order self-collection saliva kits that can be shipped or picked up. And residents can also contact their medical provider. Where to get vaccinated. The City of Santa Ana recommends or encourages that all eligible Santa Ana residents be vaccinated. Although the U.S. Health and Human Services announced a plan to vaccinate or to provide booster vaccine shots for the most eligible or most vulnerable population, those recommendations have to be approved by the FDA and the CDC, and that is forthcoming. Here locally, we have 2 local vaccine sites, one at Edwards Life Sciences Park and Walk Clinic at 3009 Daimler Street, and at Latino Health Access at 450 West 4th Street. Additionally, the CDC has partnered with Boston Children's Clinic to deploy Vaccine Finder, where residents can either go online at vaccines.gov, text their zip code to 438-829, or call 1-800-232-0233 to find the nearest vaccine provider. I did a quick search before tonight's meeting, and there are approximately 50 vaccine locations located within a 25-mile radius of City Hall. And finally, a quick update on the city's COVID-19 emergency rental assistance program. Since May of 2020, the city has dispersed a total of $16,036,030 to assist over 2,700 families with funding that the city received from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and the Department of the Treasury. Our community development agency is working hard to disperse on the average $604,000 in rental assistance per week, and there are currently 541 households waiting to receive assistance. As a reminder, Santa Ana renters who owe past due rent and need assistance are encouraged to apply immediately before the end of the state's eviction moratorium on September 30th. and there are a few ways that folks can apply. They can visit our website at www.santa-ana.org/cares-for-tenants by calling 657-229-5450 or by emailing lharent@latinohealthaccess.org. I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that presentation. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council if there are any comments or questions on the COVID-19 update. Seeing none and hearing none, thank you, Daniel, for that presentation. Let me go ahead and move along to the next presentation, which is going to be done by our city staff, Public Works, and our good friend Mike Marcus from the Orange County Water District on PFAS. It's great to see both of you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council. Tonight, I have a presentation for you on our groundwater contamination called PFAS. PFAS stands for per and polyfluoroalkyl substance. Mike Marcus of the Orange County Water District will elaborate on the impact of PFAS on our groundwater basin. But before that, I would like to provide you with a short overview of the city's water system. The city of Santa Ana has 20 groundwater wells, which are utilized to produce on the average of 23 million gallons a day of award-winning tap water for the community. The wells produce upward of 75% of our city's water supply. The city has rigorous water quality testing program in partnership with the Orange County Water District that have found some of the Santa Ana wells have low levels of contamination of PFAS. Those wells are now out of service, and we are working with Orange County Water District on treatment systems, which Mike Marcus will elaborate and tell us about. I will be available for questions after Mike's presentation, but before that, I would also like to thank Orange County Water District and Councilmember Mendoza for their leadership in protecting our water supply.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It's a pleasure to address you this evening to talk about an issue of groundwater contamination that we have in our basin. But I thought what I'd do before that is just explain a little bit about Orange County Water District. So the Orange County Water District manages a very large groundwater basin in central and northern Orange County. We provide 77% of the water demands to 19 retail water agencies, of which Santa Ana is one of our member agencies. And we serve a population of about 2.5 million people. So you can see our boundaries in black there. We don't serve South Orange County. They do not overlie the basin, so they do not enjoy the benefits of the basin. So there again, we are your wholesaler of groundwater. I think that's a good way to look at it. As far as where we get our water, and I apologize if this is redundant, but a lot of the water that's brought into Southern California is considered imported water. And the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California provides that imported water source, mainly from Northern California and the Colorado River. However, a large amount, as I mentioned before, of your water is supplied locally out of the groundwater basin. Right now, 77% of your demands come as groundwater, which costs $507 an acre foot. Now, an acre foot of water, very foreign term, but an acre foot of water more or less will provide enough water for 2 families of 4, just to give you an idea. Now, the Met water, on the other hand, costs probably closer to about $1,100 an acre foot. So you can see the benefit. The benefit, groundwater is about half the cost of imported water. So the more water, groundwater we can provide to our constituents, the lower the overall cost of water. So it's very important for us to protect this asset. Now we get our sources of water very, very quickly from Santa Ana River. Santa Ana River mainly is dry. However, there is water flowing in it. And that water comes from the upper Santa Ana watershed, up in Riverside and Ontario and those cities, San Bernardino, And the reason there's water is those cities discharge their highly treated wastewater into the Santa Ana River. It flows downstream, and we capture it in our groundwater basin. So it actually is a very large source of supply to the basin. We also capture stormwater. So we have an agreement with the Army Corps of Engineers to hold water behind Prado Dam, which is that large dam out in the Corona area off the 91 freeway. And they will hold that water during the winter and then slowly release it so that we can capture it downstream, another important source of supply. Local rainfall, when it does rain, we do capture that. The water soaks into the ground and becomes a source of supply to the basin. We do purchase a certain amount of imported water from Metropolitan. So we purchase untreated met water, and we use that as a source of supply so that we can maintain that high pumping level. And then we also, a major source of supply is our world-class recycled water plant called the Groundwater Replenishment System. And that system provides 100 million gallons per day of treated water that we then put back into the groundwater basin. And we are expanding that facility from 100 million gallons to 130 million gallons, which will be online the first quarter of 2023. That is a very important project for us, gives us local water supply reliability. It's a supply that we control. And I'd offer any of you and all of you a tour of that facility. Just check with Nabil and he'll give you, we can set that up. And then there again, the 19 agencies pump the water, 77% of their supply out of the basin. So it's important for us to continue to have those various sources of supply so we can keep the basin relatively full. PFAS, what is PFAS? Well, Nabil went through it. I won't try to pronounce the name again, but basically it's a carbon-fluorine type of molecule. And this carbon-fluorine bond is one of the strongest in chemistry. More importantly, it's a man-made chemical or compound. So it does not occur in nature, it does not break down in nature. As far as what contains PFAS, you may have heard about this a lot as firefighting foams, and we're finding that at different airports and military installations. It hasn't had an impact on our basin as of yet. However, it is in paper and packaging. It's a water repellent, so you'll find it, you see in the lower right-hand corner on carpet, Scotchgard carpeting, all of these different Teflon, non-stick materials. So it is fairly common in, it's all around us. It's in our drinking water also, and this is the issue that we're having to deal with. Now, as far as what the state of California has come up with regulations on PFAS, and they've issued what's called a response level. And a response level is a threshold in which the state recommends that the water should not be served to the public. And that current response level right now for PFOA is 10 parts per trillion. Now, to give you an idea, a part per trillion is 1 drop of water in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools. So we're talking about very, very low levels that we're having to test for. And for PFOS, the other type of PFAS, it's at 40 parts per trillion, but we're mainly finding PFOA in the water. And right now the state is in the process of determining what a maximum contaminant level, or MCL, should be. We're probably about 3 years away from that, but that is an enforceable level then, which the state would require wells to be shut down if they were to exceed that MCL. As far as the impacts on the service area, on the groundwater basin, 11 of those 19 retail water agencies have been impacted by PFAS, including the city of Santa Ana. And up to a third of the groundwater pumping has been able to be served because of these state regulations. And what this means is different retail agencies are affected differently. But as an example, the city of Yorba Linda Water District, they have 9 wells. They had to shut all of their wells down and go to imported water. So there's a tremendous cost, or there can be a tremendous cost in shutting off your groundwater and having to go to imported water. Santa Ana is a little bit better insulated because they've invested in wells. So the wells that they've had to shut down as a result of PFAS so far have not had as large an impact as some of the other retail water agencies. Our board adopted a policy right away. They acted very quickly, as a matter of fact. And that was in November of 2019. And that policy says that they will pay, the OCWD will pay 100% of the capital cost, the design and the construction of PFAS treatment systems for the retail water agencies, and pay up to half of the operations and maintenance costs as well. So we made that commitment, and we've started design, we've started construction. In fact, we've actually completed a couple projects for different cities, and with the city of Santa Ana, we're well along in the design of the affected wells that the city has. There again, we're supporting the design and construction right now of 35 different treatment systems. We've also launched a pilot study to find out what type of media works the best in removing this PFAS. We're either using carbon or what's called an ion resin, and we're checking to see which one has the best longevity, which will help lower the overall O&M costs. And OCWD and 10 impacted retail water agencies also filed a suit against 3M and DuPont, who are the manufacturers. They are the creators of the PFAS. And that was done in December of 2020. So we're in the process of trying to recover costs through the litigation. However, we're also looking to the state and federal government also. There is some grant money out there in the state budget and in the feds, and we're going to try to get as much as we can to help defer and lower the cost of the treatment systems. As Nabil showed you, 6 Santa Ana wells are shut down right now. You're having to switch and import a little bit more imported water, although you have additional wells that could be brought online also. They're working right now, we're working with the city to develop some ion exchange wellhead treatment systems, which will remove the PFAS. The ion exchange, or IX, is very well established treatment technology, and we are confident that it will remove the PFAS out of the water. So as far as the treatment system, right now what you do is you pump water out of the ground, add a little chlorine to it, and it goes right into the distribution system. So there's no treatment involved for your groundwater, your award-winning groundwater, I should say. And what we're going to do with this new treatment process is we're going to add a little bit of treatment from when you pump it out of the ground and going into your distribution system. So we're going to have these 5-micron filters followed by ion exchange, and then the chlorine, and then into the distribution system. It's not really high-tech, it's a well-established technology, and the least expensive also. This shows a rendering, I believe it's in Mayberry Park, which is one of the affected sites. And the city has in the lower right-hand corner a well, which is inside of that building. And you can see by the design, we're adding these steel vessels, these carbon, or the steel vessels with the resin inside of it. We put up a block, a screening wall around it, and we are meeting with the communities. So we are meeting with where we are putting wellhead treatment on wells. We are meeting with adjacent homeowners. In this case, there's an apartment building, and we're meeting with them as well to make sure that we're good neighbors, and we explain to them what we're doing, and we try to meet whatever concerns they may have. So with that, that ends my presentation, and if you have any questions, Nabil or I could answer them for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marcus. And, Mr. Marcus is way too, I think, bashful to talk about some of the assets that we really enjoy here by having the GWRS, or the groundwater replenishment system. Aside from what we're dealing with and addressing the PFAS problem, I think we're blessed here in this county and in this part of the county to be sitting on a groundwater basin that many other communities don't enjoy. And if you look at South County, I think what may escape us sometimes is that, again, we only import about 23 to 25% of our water. And more than 3/4 of it we draw from our groundwater basin, which keeps our rates very, very low. So I think and Councilmember Fan, who represents us on the Metropolitan Water District, may enlighten us, but I know that they're looking at doing a system similar to ours. But Orange County really does get not just national attention, but international attention for that recycling. So I know I can't resist to say it because I was the former president of the Orange County Water District, but people used to criticize us and say, you guys are recycling using toilet to tap. And so we don't like that. we like showers to flowers, right? So that's much better. And, we realize that we have such a benefit. And normally, Mr. Marcus brings these bottles of GWRS water next time. You'll bring it. And now we presently have Councilmember Mendoza, who represents us on the Orange County Water District Board of Directors. And so I know she's keeping you busy and keeping us advised. And thank you, Councilmember, for inviting Mr. Marcus to come and give us that presentation. So let me go ahead and bring it back to the council to see if there's any questions or comments. Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you to Nabil Sabah for a wonderful presentation. As always, you give us easy to understand and in layman terms, so our residents understand what's going on with our water. And General Manager Marcus, truly appreciate the work and effort that your organization is doing in ensuring that our water is clean and safe for our residents to drink. And I must say that we do have the best tasting water in all of California, probably. So cheers, everyone.
Any other questions or comments from the council? Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. General Manager Marcus, thank you for being here. I have toured OCWD, and it is a world-class facility. I recommend that everybody go and see it. Director Saba, do you have the dates of when we're going to release our community meetings for the Marbury Park renovate? Or
I believe that we have one on the 30th of this month. That's the first meeting.
Okay,
coming up.
Thank you. And once I get graphics, I'll release that on social media. Folks, thank you.
Great. Thank you, member. Thank you, Councilmember Lopez. Seeing no other questions or comments, I appreciate you both for bringing that presentation to us. We know that water is on everybody's mind these days, or the lack of water, I should say, and how we can conserve and how we can recycle and continue to improve our community here. So thank you both for that presentation.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Let me go ahead and move along and ask the city attorney if there's anything to report out of closed session.
Mayor and council members, we did have a long closed session today, but we do not have any reportable action.
Great, thank you for that. Let me go ahead and move along to the public comment section of the meeting. And so this is a time and place for the meeting of the City Council to receive comments from members of the public that wish to address us on agendized and non-agendized items. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter into any discussion at this time. The public comment line is now closed. It's been open since, Madam Clerk, if you'll correct me, 4:30. Is that when it was open? So it will be now closed, and we will now hear from members of the public that are physically present here in council chambers, and then we'll hear from those that are on in the queue online. So, Madam Clerk, let me go ahead and begin with the stack of requests to speak cards from people that are here in chambers. You'll be given 3 minutes to speak, and you'll have 3 colors in front of you. It'll start off with green, turn to yellow, and then turn to red is when the 3 minutes are up. You are certainly encouraged not to have to use those 3 minutes if you want to be concise. We have a lot to get through, and I'm sure that there will be some duplicative comments that are made by all speakers. So to the extent that we can go ahead and have everybody have an opportunity to address us, that would be appreciated. So let me go ahead and begin with Sylvia Romero Flores. And we also have some people outside, so I'll make sure that we call them as well. Followed by Clay Hogg, followed by Norm Sorensen.
Okay, good evening, good night, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Sylvia Flores. I'm here to talk about an issue I've been dealing with more than a year, close to 2 years, with the planning department of the city of Santa Ana. What happened is that, you see, my husband is disabled. So 2 years ago, he was amputated the second time for his left leg, right leg in his hand. So for me, it was easy to just go and put cement and all the front of my front yard, because to make access easy for him. So I thought that because of the American with Disability Department protect us, the city of Santa Ana will help us with that. So what happened was that on December 17th, in November 2019, we received a notice that we were out of code with the Planning and City Department of Santa Ana. So we came to try to solve that issue back then in 2019. We provide all the documents December 15 or 17. I have all the documents, the most important documents that I've been having communication with the planning department. But they said because of the COVID and then was close to the holidays for December, it was going to take till January to give us an answer. So it came to the point to make this short that we didn't receive an answer from them till March of this year. So more than 1 year and a half. So the reason that we are here now is because we have the code enforcement department coming to our house to give us fines. We have paid $100 the first time. We pay now $200. We are going to pay because we have the fine over here with us. So I've been keeping communication with Pedro Gomez, and I have been communication and phone calls with Armando Chavez. That he's the one who's I take it as harassment because he's telling that this guy was not complying with the city. He's gonna keep fining us until $1,000. So he's been calling me to my work even when I told him not to call me because I can answer the phone. So I give him a schedule asking to give me like it was better for him to give me like emails, some emails. So the last time that he talked to me, he said, you were a slave, or what happened to you? They only give you 30 minutes of lunch. To make that short, so I have all the documents over here, and this is our last resource for us to see if you can help us with that. Because I turned the second plan to the city on August, and it's time that we haven't received any answer for them yet.
Thank you for that. I'll ask if you can go in the lobby area, maybe somebody from our staff can go ahead and take down some of your information so they can follow up. Mr. Assistant City Manager, if that sounds appropriate. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Flores.
Thank you.
Next, Clay Hogg, followed by Norm Sorensen, followed by Susie Winokur.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Clay Haig. I signed up for item number 33. Is this the appropriate time to do that?
It is. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Again, my name is Clay Haig. I work for Park Management, Inc. We operate 2 mobile home parks in Santa Ana, Liberty Mobile Home Park on Harbor and Bit of Home Mobile Home Park on McFadden. Today marks another appearance before this body over a 30-year period of my career. This issue of rent control remains the same, but the players change over the years. The debate of the issue remained the same, and the liberal and conservative viewpoints remain the same. But when promoting this ordinance, the proponents should call it what it is, and that's a socialist public policy. You should be honest with the people of Santa Ana. You want to keep money away from the landlords and transferring it to the tenants. You make it sound like you're keeping landlords from attaining a greedy wealth. Come on, man. You know, we try to provide a safe and clean community. Not only does that rent money go to employees, it also goes for taxes to pay for fire and police protections. It goes to landscapers, plumbers, electricians, fence builders, painters, stationery stores, hardware stores, roofers, pool contractors, etc. In short, it goes to the Santa Ana economy. Your plan, this particular rent control scheme plan, could hurt the city's economy. Now that's the harm your socialist scheme may cause. So please tell the people of Santa Ana the truth about this political fantasy. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the council, we have more than 100 speakers, cumulatively those both in person and on the line. With the consent of the council, just to make sure we hear everybody, I'd be willing to consider reducing the time to 2 minutes so we can make sure, but if the council's will is to hear everybody at 3 minutes, that's fine as well. But is there any interest in making sure that we get through this?
In the interest of time, I agree with that, Mayor Sarmiento.
I think it's important to hear everybody as we do on every other item. So I think we should give them the 3 minutes.
Any other comments from the council? I mean, it is at the chair's discretion, but I wanted to make sure I heard everybody on the council. I hear Councilmember Mendoza would agree to reducing to 2 minutes. Again, because we have such an excessive number of folks that want to speak, and we don't want to keep them here all night. I'd like to hear from everybody, and that's why it would be the reason for shortening the time. But once again, I will defer to the majority of the council.
I'm fine with 3, but if you don't need 3, don't use 3.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Fan and Becerra. I'm good with giving everybody 3, as we have with every other item, including items that have had a sizable amount of speakers, but please reduce the time if you don't need them.
Perfect. Sounds like we're going to be at 3, but we'd love 2. And one is even better, but go ahead. Please go ahead, sir. Norm Sorensen, followed by Susie Winokur, followed by Sal Ortiz.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, council members. I'll try to stick it to 2. My name is Norm Sorensen. We're with Kingsley Management. We've operated 3 mobile home parks in the area since 1966, when I was 4 years old, but I've been at it 20 years. Thank you first for the opportunity to oppose the bill before you. We have enjoyed a long relationship with the city and hope for a sustainable future for all the stakeholders in the city. We oppose the implementation of an ordinance which would limit the rent increase to 80% of CPI or 3%, while ignoring the fact the real cost of doing business is much higher. The negative impact of such a proposal is not something any of us want for this beautiful city. We also want to express our concern for the idea of changing the mobile home residency law eviction proceeding to an undefined just cause eviction procedure. We have a long-standing relationship with the residents in our park to provide peaceable enjoyment of the park. Requiring additional just cause eviction does not protect the good residents of our community. It harms them and robs them of their peaceful enjoyment, and possibly benefits the bad players in the park. As mobile home park operators, we support the strict requirements of the residency law as it is written. It's not broken, and it doesn't need to be fixed. In closing, we respectfully request that you carefully and thoughtfully and with practical analysis consider the impact this proposal will have on the preservation and sustainability of housing in your city, and specifically in regard to the mobile home park communities. The protections provided by the residency law, our request is that you do not proceed with this ordinance.
Thank you. Susie Winokur, followed by Sal Ortiz, followed by Amir Gobriel. If you guys can all line up, that way we get through everybody quicker. That's why I'll go ahead and call those names out ahead of time. So go ahead, Ms. Winokur.
Hi there. My name is Susie Winokur, and my husband and I have owned property, apartment-built multifamily units in city of Santa Ana for over 45 years. I want to say, basically, I kind of want to say this, I feel as though this entire thing has taken place kind of stealthily and secretly, and really brought in the back door with not a whole lot of discussion. Rent control was never voted by the taxpayers. The small group up north, they voted it in. The taxpayers did not vote it in. And I think that's extremely unfortunate. Having said that, I could possibly live with what the statewide mandate was. But when you get into the particulars of just cause eviction, as a very hands-on landlord, it's horrid. It's absolutely horrid. My husband and I have been through it all. We've been through the gangsters, the gang members, the drugs, the prostitutions, the shootings. In early 1990s, I said, we got to get out of here. We hung in there. I still own the building in Ward 2, Pico Lowell, and I'm a very proud landlord of 24 units. I have fantastic tenants. Some have been there since 1994. I'm an excellent landlord. They have my home number. They have my cell number. I'm at the building. I'm invited to quinceañeras, weddings, funerals. I'm on my roof all the time. I'm there. They know I want that place to look good. If they need me, they call me and I'll do whatever I can. So being a landlord doesn't mean you're greedy or you're scummy or you're, something really low level. I actually have invested in Santa Ana for an extremely long time, and the thought that you guys are going to gut our property ownership is just horrid. I feel as though all that I have sacrificed, this is the payback by limiting my ability to manage my apartments. I know how to run it. It's like having children. A parent knows how to run a building, not everybody else telling them what they can do with the children. I have the right to determine if I think a tenant's bad. If there's a gang member coming to my property, terrorizing just by his appearance other tenants, I should have the right as an owner to evict that person. That right has been taken away from me until a crime is committed. And that's very difficult. So we have to wait till a shooting takes place to get that person out. So again, I'm hands-on. I'm not sitting in a white ivory tower playing big landlord. I'm there on the ground. I'm there. I'm blonde. I'm there late at night. But my building is gated. I'm proud to go there. And I'm hardworking. And I just don't know if all of you are landlords and really understand what you're doing. Owners are going to exit, which they're selling now. I'm not selling my property. I'm there. I love my building, and everybody knows that I'm a proud owner. But give me the right to manage my property and do it the way I think is proper. That's it. I've been through a lot and sacrificed a lot. This is a retirement for me. I don't know if all of you would like it if when you leave here, your IRA, your 401k, your Septs are gutted. I don't think that's right. This is the American dream. My husband and I were forward thinking, we sacrificed, and we went ahead and bought these buildings, and we continue to do that. So don't punish me now. What you're going to do is unravel things, and the collateral damage will be pathetic.
Ms. Winokur, the light's red if you can wind up.
Okay, thank you. But listen to the gentleman here. Safety measures, common sense are good safety measures.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sal Ortiz, followed by Amir Gabriel, followed by William Staver.
All right, good evening, council members. As a city taxpayer and housing provider, I strongly oppose the rent control and just cause ordinances. The proposal may seek to assist renters, but the effect of such overreaching rent control and just cause eviction policies will do the exact opposite. They'll negatively impact renters, rental housing providers, and the neighborhoods where they are located, harming property values, compromising public safety and quality of life, and more. The price controls are excessive and will not allow housing providers to generate enough income to keep up the cost with inflation or actual expenses of operating rental housing. They discourage investments, shrinks the availability of affordable housing that already exists, and squeezes even more people struggling in the housing market. It fails to allow rental housing providers to establish beginning rental rates at general market conditions and to adjudicate those rates to be fair and unassailable. The current state law carefully balances the rights of both tenants and landlords. The city should focus on efficiently distributing the $35 million available in unspent rental assistance funds to existing subsidy programs, including funding new housing through increased use of low-income housing tax credits, expanding government-sponsored enterprises' ability to finance small rental properties, funding for maintenance of public housing stock, and leveraging federal aid to reduce barriers of housing supply. However, more must be done to address the supply side of the equation by focusing on incentive-based programs and ways to streamline regulatory burdens. The Just Cause ordinance creates too many loopholes for bad actors to vandalize our properties, endanger our other renters without consequences, and makes it clearly impossible to remove dangerous elements from the community without bureaucratic and lengthy legal processes. It is also unclear what the cost is to manage this bureaucracy. The few cities in California that have adopted the rent control spend millions of dollars per year on regulatory enforcement. This money could be better used to improve public safety and transportation infrastructure, which drives the demand for real estate development and produces jobs. I believe that this proposed ordinance is severely flawed, unfair, unreasonable, and unconstitutional. We need real solutions, not restrictive policies that we know don't work. Vote no on this ordinance, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Amir Gabriel, followed by William Staver, followed by John Raya. Amir? William Staver, followed by John Raya, followed by Mary Lara.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm a mobile home park owner in the city of Santa Ana. I'm opposed to the proposed rent control ordinance that you will be considering at tonight's council meeting. While this proposal purports to aid renters, it has many unintended consequences. It will harm mobile home parks, residents, apartment tenants, taxpayers, and property owners. Santa Ana renters already have rent control. State law provides low, reasonable rent caps. Mobile home park residents already have just cause eviction protections in state law. These additional requirements will make it very difficult for landlords to get dangerous, bad actors out of their properties and may require neighbors to testify in court against their neighbors. Rent control is a pervasive, harmful housing policy that will negatively impact property owners' ability to maintain our properties. It removes any incentive to upgrade a mobile home community. Rent control gives the false impression that rents will never increase. This is not true. MNOI hearings will provide large increases for residents who now get stuck with large increases plus the legal costs associated with petitioning the city for approval. I respectfully request that you take no action on this item 33 tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Raya, followed by Mary Lara, followed by Victor Cow.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Feels good to say that. And members of the council, staff, and friends of TKO. My name is John Raya. I'm the founder of TKO Boxing. 1993, 1994, our city was in the midst of the worst cycle of gang violence in its history. There were upwards of 70 homicides, mostly gang-related, and tragically, many of these were innocent bystanders. I knew some of the families of the innocent bystanders. One was a 16-year-old boy who would help his grandmother deliver tamales in my neighborhood. He was gunned down in his garage. It was the wrong house. My own family was touched by the senseless murder of one of my cousins. Shouldn't have to die because you're in the wrong place at the wrong time. I grew up in Santa Ana in the mini neighborhood, and I was very familiar with my community. At the height of the violence, one of the veteranos called a truce. I attended the truce meetings for the gangs at El Salvador Park, Campesino Park, to listen to the gang members and see what they thought would be an attractive alternative to the streets. I asked one of them sitting on a bench, I said, "Why are you doing this?" And he said, "Because I did something no parent should have to do. I buried my kid. I don't want to see this keep going." The consensus was boxing, but the leadership of the gangs in the city were unable to reach an agreement on how to do this. I understood what would work, and so approximately 28 years ago, I stood in front of the Santa Ana City Council with a proposal to open TKO Boxing. I said then, we can send a man to the moon and bring him home safely. We can't guarantee if our kids can go to school and make it home okay. I remember working with the city staff and city manager, Mr. Ream, to discuss the requirements. We needed a 501(c), insurance, licensed trainers, and most importantly, we had to find a location. We found a suitable location in a condemned church at the corner of Bristol and Borchard. I had a moment there that helped further my resolve to open the boxing club. I was doing some cleanup when a young kid on a bike came up and he says, "What are you doing?" I took him inside to show him what was going on, the speed bags and the other stuff hanging in there. And I said, so what do you think? You want to do this? And he looked around very calmly. He says, I don't need this. I'm packing. That was kind of shocking to me. I was like, whoa, okay. This is how they saw their lives. Then he asked me, he says, are you getting paid? And I said, no. He says, you won't last. Well, I'm here 28 years later. The fight continues. I'm asking this city council support TKO boxing once again. The passion that drove me to start TKO boxing all of those years ago remains. It's the same passion that Mary, Hector, and all of the TKO familia feel today. Community-based nonprofits are part of the soul of a community, and I hope Santa Ana continues to help, support, and empower the community through these types of nonprofits. So thank you for your support for TKO. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Mary Lara, followed by Victor Cal, followed by Julie Pauly.
I would like to extend a special thank you to those of you responsible for expediting the process for TKO to return to Jerome Center. I can't tell you how excited the kids are. For those of you who may or may not be aware, Jerome Center is located exactly 1 block from the infamous Townsend Street gang area, where I believe an injunction still exists. I'm not sure about that. Many of our TKO youths live in the Townsend apartments, and I often wonder how many youths we have saved from gang recruitment in the past 27 years. At TKO, we like to say that we have champions in and out of the ring. In the ring because we have almost 60 national and international boxing champions. Out of the ring because we have an annual scholarship program that has brought about many success stories. Programs such as TKO are crucial for the Jerome Center and Jerome Park area. The parents and the youth cannot thank you enough as we enter our 28th year of a much-needed program in Santa Ana with an all-volunteer staff and at no monthly charge to our members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. Victor Cal, followed by Julie Pauly, followed by James Jaffe. Victor, so you have a presentation and you're going to do it as quickly as possible. We're going to give you a little bit of extra time.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Victor Cal. I'm the Senior Vice President at the California Apartment Association. Thank you for having me here tonight. Before you is a short packet that goes through the arc of our concerns as it relates to the rent control and just cause ordinances that are before you tonight. The California Apartment Association represents over 60,000 rental housing professionals across the state, and many of them that you can see here today are present and are concerned. Yes. I want to take you through the arc of the presentation that you have here today. Today, state law provides robust renter protections, and we believe that the proposals that are before you today are excessive and extreme. If you look under current state law, AB 1482 was hailed as the strongest tenant protections in the country. This was our governor, the state of California, as well as our legislature. And the legislative intent was to create balance. And we believe that there is a balance, as much as there are many folks that are here today in this room who feel like managing their apartments has become more and more difficult over the years. There are established rent caps in the state of California, and most of the housing stock is eligible for these AB 1482 protections. At current, it's CPI plus 5% with a 10% ceiling. What is noted, especially in the ordinance, is that there's a reference, but what could be stronger is that there is a protection, a right to vacancy decontrol. Essentially is that you get to reset the rent when it becomes vacant. On the eviction controls, eviction protections, there are built-in standards for relocation assistance already. That being said, moving into COVID, under AB 832, which is the current statewide eviction moratorium, there's a legal structure in which tenants have their protections. And part of that is that both landlords and tenants have to apply for emergency rental assistance. There's a required notice that you can look up that a landlord should give to their tenant upon concerns related to essentially a 3-day notice or to quit. And a judge who is trained in these matters to determine who is right and who's wrong in a particular circumstance is going to make that decision as it relates to who did apply for emergency rental assistance. There are other protections related to retaliatory evictions as well as things that overlap with the ordinance. What is most concerning as it relates to this process is that there has been a lack of community and stakeholder engagement. And while you may say that rent control has been discussed in the city for the past 4 years, it seems like this ordinance popped out of nowhere, and it is wholly inconsistent with major housing initiatives with the city. I myself have participated in major housing initiatives, including the general plan update. I've spent 6 weeks on phone calls and webinars with city officials and other community stakeholders, as well as the housing opportunity ordinance, in which I was contacted from nearly 2 years ago. That being said, I don't believe there has been sufficient community and stakeholder outreach. There are severe deficiencies in the ordinance, mainly is that rent increases are tied to not even the cost of inflation. It's below the cost of inflation. There are key definitions that are missing. I mean, a basic definition would be rent. You're asking for owners to comply with this ordinance, but there's some ambiguity of what is defined as rent. Basics such as, is it just housing services? Is it utilities? Some of these properties are master metered. And there are loopholes that were, while the intent was to create some sense of criminal justice system within this ordinance, it actually works counterintuitively. It actually protects criminal activity. And the overbroad anti-harassment provisions would basically classify any basic human interaction as potentially harassment. And so these requirements are so onerous that these poor people in the room are going to find it very difficult to comply, and they may be tripped up or entrapped in a situation in which the violation of both these ordinances is a misdemeanor.
Victor, if you can begin wrapping up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The biggest focus are the resources that we have in hand. CA daylighted concerns after trying to reach out to city officials for more than a year related to opportunities to pursue funding. There was $42 million that was allocated by the U.S. Treasury for Santa Ana to only be programmed within the boundaries of Santa Ana. At current rate, it'll take 56 weeks to fully distribute those funds. And yet the city and the ad hoc committee has sufficient time to prioritize this issue.
Victor.
I'll conclude my remarks with this, is that state law shields renters from evictions without cause and excessive increase. State law protects renters who fail to pay rent due to COVID-19 hardships. And it's a 1-2-step process. Santa Ana has millions of dollars to help those in need, and we should be focused on those resources that we have in hand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie Pauley, followed by James Jaffe, followed by Octavio Cesar Martinez.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Julie Pauley with the WMA, and the WMA represents mobile home park owners throughout California, with many here in Santa Ana. This process tonight is completely broken. Rental housing providers have been given 3 days to read and respond to this proposal. There's been no outreach, no input, no sincere study of the issue, no fiscal analysis, and no legal analysis. And staff is actually asking for direction to do the research for rent control after you've passed it. This doesn't foster good public policy, but rather weaponizes policy in pursuit of a political outcome. Sub-inflationary increases assure the city will be burdened with endless requests for MNOI special rent increase applications. Living in manufactured housing is very unique. When lot rents are artificially capped with rent control, the price of the home skyrockets, removing the affordability of our properties. The adoption of a rent control ordinance is the cause of this phenomenon, and it actually becomes more expensive to live in a mobile home park with rent control than without. When a park owner petitions for a fair rate of return or an MNOI increase, preparation costs, including the park owner's attorneys and experts, will be passed through to the tenants. This was completely missing in your staff report. Just cause evictions, mobile home parks already have just cause evictions in state law. We don't need another layer of a local ordinance. But the big lie tonight is that tenant protections somehow disappear on September 30th. They don't. Eviction protections remain robust, and we begin to transition back to judicial hearings where both parties receive due process. Tenants cannot get evicted by paying only 25% of back rent and applying for rental assistance and self-certifying of a COVID need. Landlords have a web of notifications that must be given legally or have their case thrown out, and they have to start over from the beginning. And let's remember, landlords do not evict tenants, judges do. Tenants are entitled to a due process and a judicial oversight for every eviction application. So I'll summarize with please take no action tonight, and let's work together collaboratively and create more housing opportunities in Santa Ana and not fewer of them. Thank you.
Thank you. James Jaffe, followed by Octavio Martinez, followed by Richard Julian.
Good evening. Yeah, I'm Jim Jaffe. I've got a property management company, and we manage 2 mobile home parks in Santa Ana. And while other colleagues are going to tell you about the evils of rent control and the fiscal ideas behind it and why it's not a good idea, I've been doing this for almost 40 years. And I remembered after being a teacher and coach for 10 years and leaving and speaking with one of my old bosses saying, you know, I was lamenting the fact that I was leaving public service, just like you're all public servants, and serving the community to go into private property management. And he reminded me of one thing. He said, you know, you're still serving the public. What could be more important than providing housing? That is a service. It's a basic service. It's a basic need that everybody has. And I entered the profession taking that with me, and I think that is an important thing that possibly many people forget. That's what we do. We provide something basic. And I think what you might not focus on or know, or nobody else is going to suggest, is that, you know, the tenants and the homeowners in the mobile home parks and the tenants in the apartments, they're our customers. And having been before many city councils arguing against rent control, the one worst part of rent control is we manage communities. And what rent control does is immediately separates us from our customers. And it foments dissension. And I think you're going to see that and hear that tonight, the dissension, the tension, the fact that we're being separated from our customers, the fact that we now have had that communication that we might have over rent increases, and they're not the only things we do. I mean, all the other things that we provide, creating our communities, listening to our customers tell us what they want us to, how they want us to spend our money within the communities. You're going to create a wall between us and them, And I'm telling you, it's a separation that's not good for them, it's not good for us, it's not good for the city of Santa Ana, and you're just creating dissension. And all I know is when you rush to judgment, and that's what this ordinance is, it's a rush to judgment that the landlords, the mobile home park owners and operators are wrong and need to be forced to do the bidding of the city. That doesn't work. People don't like to be forced. And the attitudes will change. And you won't have us operators have that same attitude of wanting to honestly communicate with, collaborate with our customers, our tenants, our homeowners, so that we get together to make the communities what they want and yes, make a profit for us. But there's no profit in us not treating our customers as customers. And you've got nothing to lose by waiting and studying this and forming a committee of park operators, managers, owners, apartment owners, and tenants, and yourselves to get together and really work out whatever problems there are and move forward. All I know is when you rush, you lose.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Octavio Martinez, followed by Richard Julian, followed by Vicky Talley. Octavio Martinez. Richard Julian, followed by Vicky Talley.
Mayor Sarmiento, members of the council, Rick Julian, I'm with Advanced Real Estate Services Advanced Management Company. We have been working with the city for nearly 40 years. We operate about 1,600 units in the city. I think I've met most of you or all of you at one time or other. We had a short presentation we put together in the short amount of time we had here. I have some copies of it, and we also have, or could put it on your screen if we could have time to do that, maybe come back after, or whatever would be easier.
You know, why don't you hand those out, Richard? That'd be better and quicker. If we had the luxury of time, I'm sure we could accommodate, but...
Well, I don't want to read all those to you. We did have the ability between a few of us to maybe break it up into segments. If you feel that looking at that is sufficient, I might just have a few words to say. Or as I said, we could come back after you've looked at it and put it on the screen. I was here before in years past when this topic came up, and there were some folks that gave you stories of high rent increases, et cetera. And in the end, we put together rental data there about what the rent increases that we've actually experienced here in the city of Santa Ana, particularly in the last 3 years. They probably would conform with your 3% right now, but we're in a low inflationary time. I think that you would be forcing us to be having to cut back on a lot of the things that we do to provide very high quality housing in the city if such an ordinance was put in place. I'm also perplexed as to why and how this ordinance came up when companies such as ours, where we have 1,600 units in the city, didn't even know about this or weren't consulted. I think there'd be very valuable information that could be shared. If you all spent one day with some of the folks we have here who run your properties in your city, you'd find that it's not as simple as you think. It's not a little duplex. We put a lot of work into giving you quality housing that we've done, as I said, for nearly 40 years. We'd like to propose, as the gentleman before me said, that we can work with you hand in hand to see if we can all come up with maybe more data to decide if this is even necessary. Again, the state spent a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of money putting into place a rent control within the state of California. I can't say that I like it. Quite frankly, I think that it did hurt housing, but there was some balance, as I think Victor was his name said. What you have in front of you to look at is imbalance. It's going to ruin your housing. It's a big mistake. I hope that you do not take action tonight and that you let the community, both for and against this rent control, perhaps work with you closer in a committee arrangement. There's no need to jump into this tonight. You would be making a big mistake. Thank you.
Next speaker, Richard Julian. No, Richard? Vicky Talley?
Thank you very, very much. Mr. Mayor, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I want to thank you for all that you've done for the renters in your community. It's extraordinary. You know, I've been working with the city for 36 years. This issue's come up many times. Well, I guess a few times, 3 or 4 times. But we listened. We worked with the city. We worked with the residents in the mobile home parks, which is the primary example of the group I represent, the Manufactured Housing Educational Trust. We worked and we listened. And you know what we did? We established a rent subsidy program for the residents of mobile home parks, frankly, for all of Orange County, but specifically in the city of Santa Ana. Any resident living in a mobile home park in the city of Santa Ana can apply for rent subsidy through our private program. But like your program, this program has a means test. They do need to qualify. Unfortunately, the proposal before you tonight has no means test. You're asking us as mobile home community providers and housing providers to subsidize people who can well afford market rent. You have found out through your program that it's very difficult to find people who qualify for your program, for your rent subsidy program. And this is supposed to be hard times. Well, we have found that, in fact, we don't have to support most of our residents. I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't know. Most of our residents can well afford the affordable rent being charged in our mobile home communities. The proposal that you're making is simply not needed. And there's something else very, very important to consider. When we established this program, we established it because there was no rent control. We were not being regulated. We were not being told what we could charge for market rent and how we could treat our tenants. If you adopt rent control from the very beginning, our program has said and consistently said, we will not offer this private funded program in the future. We cannot afford to subsidize people. You're asking us to subsidize everybody in the park, not just those that need it. That's not right. It's not right. We listen on a lot of other fronts too, by the way. We offer a lot of services to our residents, as do all the housing providers here that are here tonight, for extraordinary people that are providing housing in your community. We provide a monthly newsletter for our residents, a 24-hour hotline. We listen. We work with them. And you know what? We want to work with you. We want you to know and understand all that we do because we have listened. And we want to continue our programs. We want to continue to provide that rent subsidy. And I thank you very much for your listening, and I want to urge you to please do not rush into this action. Please do not adopt any regulation this evening. Thank you.
Next speaker, Camille Hardy, followed by Jeannie Hugh Lopez and Amy Filan. If you guys could please line up against the wall to be ready. Camille Hardy, Jeannie Hughes Lopez, and Amy Filan. Go ahead, Camille.
My name is Camille Hardy, and I am here representing Advanced Management Company. We manage over 1,600 units here in the city of Santa Ana and are proud of it. AMC is seen as a leader in the marketplace with 10,000 apartments all over Southern California. We are a private ownership group and are a community partner to the city of Santa Ana. Many of our investors are small investors and family owned. Our two founders are firm believers in quality and sustainability throughout our properties. That philosophy permeates all that we do, from our operations of properties to our culture. We live green, live healthy, live happy, and work happy. And these are the pillars of our success. We are long-term owners, and our strategy is that we don't sell. One of the primary benefits of that is that our products that we're using are long-lasting so that our residents can build long-term homes in our communities. We are very charitable. One example is that our 1,500 One example is that we have an annual backpack drive where we donate over 1,500 backpacks for specific school-age children here in the city of Santa Ana, which equates to roughly $75,000 in value for our students. Our goal is to help set them up for success and have them set up where they can continue to thrive in our communities. AMC employs approximately 400 people overall, which specifically there are 100 here in Santa Ana. All of our training centers are here in Santa Ana, and since 2019, we've actually completed over 12,000 hours of training. Our communities are smoke-free, which contributes to clean air and health amidst our residents. During COVID, we actually gave many rent credits for our residents. We offered $100 off in the month of April of 2020 to help lighten the load of the economic burdens and financial hard times. We also gave a $2 per hour increase in salary to all of our employees that are on site in maintenance, construction, and in leasing. Every resident in apartment home received hand sanitizer and masks when there were shortages due to both, so that we could better help protect our communities through the COVID-19 pandemic. Most importantly, I'd like to reiterate, or actually to share, that during the last 5 years, our average increases were around the 3% marker. We've been declining in our rent increases since 2019, and in 2017, our increase was only 5.35%, and now in 2021, our increase is 0.32%. We strongly oppose rent control, and we urge you to vote no on this measure. Thank you for your time today, and I appreciate your consideration.
Jeannie Hugh Lopez.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for having us. My name is Jeannie Hughes Lopez, and I am a regional director with Advanced Management Company. I respectfully oppose the rent control ordinance before you. No one wants to evict anyone. It is a terrible process for all parties involved. However, sometimes the judgment has to be made to protect the good tenants from those who seek to take advantage. Every year, we spend $493,000 in security to ensure the quiet and peaceful enjoyment of our communities. We turned around one of the most crime-ridden properties in all of Santa Ana, Villa del Sol, and our efforts at Villa del Sol reopened 2 schools. If a rent control law were to be put in place, we are afraid that we could not afford to maintain the high level of quality housing that we currently have at all of our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being concise. Amy Filing, followed by Dale Helvig and Ugochi Nicholson. You guys could please line up.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. Thank you very much. My name is Amy Filling, and I am a Regional Director with Advanced Management Company. I have the pleasure of overseeing 938 units here in the beautiful city of Santa Ana. I would like to go on record and respectfully oppose the rent control ordinance before you. Over the past 5 years, as Ms. Camille Cray stated, the average rent has increased by 3.55, but has been declining in the past 5 years, as where we are present day, 2021, the average increase is 0.32%. As you can see, this gives a clear picture of the financial times that we are all in. With the rent control ordinance and one of this magnitude, it will significantly impact the living quality that we have come to deliver to our residents. At AMC, we believe in giving our residents an unparalleled living experience. In order to do so, we need to be able to maintain our communities. I personally have been spearheading the COVID-19 rental assistance, partnering with the City of Santa Ana the United Way, and the Salvation Army, in aiding our residents during this financially challenging time. I encourage you to allow us to work with the good people who are suggesting this action and share both sides of the issue in hopes that they will understand the challenges of the landlord as well as the renter. Thank you very much for your time.
Del Helvig, followed by Ugochi Nicholson.
Good evening, council members. Good to see you all again. I do not own any rental property, so I'll make that clear right off the bat. A few years ago, I was at a council meeting and I heard residents come in, and one of them really struck me as very sincere, and it was a heartbreaking story. They were told that their rent was increased 4 times in 1 year. That I can see is something that needs to be corrected, and hopefully it was corrected because the city staff and you guys directed them to take care of that issue. This ordinance, and it's an urgency ordinance, so it wants to be made effective right away, but yet there's a resolution in this process that says, let's go study it. And it seems like we got things a little bit backwards here. We should be studying it before we implement an ordinance that is going to impact a lot of people, because I think there's a lot of negative impacts that are not known at this time. We've heard from small business owners that have 24 units. We've heard from people that have 1,600 units. But unless you guys have a list of renters or renter landlords within the city and you know the impact that this is going to have on it, how can you make a decision right now to say, let's go ahead and implement this? Like other speakers have said, there's state laws. We have time to do the study first, then come back and decide what we want to do. But let's not act on this right now, not tonight. So let's stop it. Let's go do the study and come back at a later time. Thank you.
Ugochi Nicholson, followed by Greg O'Hagan and Chad Kroger, followed by J.T. Parr.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the Santa Ana City Council. My name is Ugochi Annabara Nicholson. I am the directing attorney for the Affordable Housing and Homelessness Prevention Unit at the Public Law Center. For over 40 years, the Public Law Center has provided life-saving, life-changing legal services to the lowest income residents in the city of Santa Ana and in Orange County. We stand in solidarity with the tenants who need this ordinance, who need protection. The time for studying is over. On January 1st, 2020, the entire world suffered and continues to suffer as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. In the city of Santa Ana, the city stood as a leader and helped its residents obtain an ordinance to help its residents obtain protections that were necessary to ensure that they could be saved from this pandemic during this eviction crisis that we're now in. The ordinance includes, among other things, protections against anti-harassment and retaliatory evictions, which we have seen increase during this pandemic. We need this ordinance in order to protect tenants from further abuses by landlords who do not want to follow established California law, which is set to expire on September 30th. Without protection, there are a number of tenants in your city that will be subjected to evictions and immediate homelessness. Please pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Greg O'Hagan, followed by Chad Kroger, followed by J.T. Parr.
Hello, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Greg O'Hagan. I'm with Rutherford Investments. We own and operate over 18 manufactured housing communities in California. That includes over 3,500 spaces. You've heard the term tonight, unintended consequences. I'd like to give you a real-life example of that term. Rutherford is currently in escrow to buy a manufactured housing community in your city. We've capitalized over $1 million, meaning we put $1 million aside just to invest in this community. That means new streets, that means new clubhouse, that means a new roof. This is increasing the enjoyment for your voters. This draconian ordinance will prohibit that. We cannot do that. And so I want to be sure everyone heard that. Let me repeat that. We have $1 million ready to spend in one of your communities to improve it for your residents. This ordinance will prohibit that. It's such an important concept. And I think it's important that everyone here asks themselves, what's the goal? You know, what is this ordinance solving? Is it going to create more affordable housing in your city? No, actually, a strict ordinance will increase the cost of homes and the barrier to get into homes. So no, it doesn't solve that. Does it stop evictions? Nope. Manufactured housing residents are protected by state law on evictions. So nope, doesn't solve that. Does it improve the community? No, it's actually going to go the opposite way. Long term, it's going to deteriorate the communities. Is that what you want for your voters? Please ask yourself these questions. Ask yourself the hard questions. Also, I was very shocked to hear in 72 hours you wanted to pass an ordinance. Have you asked yourself the hard questions on this ordinance? Have you spent the time to ask yourself, what are we solving? What are the goals? Please get together and talk about these. I've outlined 3 things that you're not solving and also creating longer unintended consequences. Thank you for your time. Please vote no.
Thank you, Chad Kroger, followed by J.T. Parr, followed by Stephen Corona.
What up, council? My name is Chad Kroger. So my dog JT and I actually made a discovery recently that we think will be a pretty massive boon to the community. Schmoles love Catalina Island. Let me first clarify that a schmole is a dude with a good heart who kind of sucks. Every crew has a schmole. Statistically speaking, there's probably one schmole on this council. But recently, though, the schmole of our squad, Kevin, went to Catalina, and he loves it there. He actually just sent us a video of him humping the statue of a seal. So, yeah. And also, here's an image of Kevin that he posted of him finding a pile of buffalo crap. There we go. Look at his face, council. I mean, I like Catalina, but damn. Since the schmoles have been gone, life has been pretty sick. And we had an epiphany. We would like to send all schmoles to Catalina. That'd be tight. And we think it would be good for them and great for us. So we think it'd be really sick if you guys could provide some like incentives for them to go there. JT's more of an expert on that kind of stuff, like taxes and stuff. Yeah, so that's going to be my time, but thank you so much.
J.T. Parr, followed by Stephen Corona, followed by Michael Brown.
What up, council? I'm J.T. Parr. I just want to first say that I've been in a state of euphoria since our friend Kevin left for Catalina, and we're super pumped that you guys support our initiative to get all the schmoles there. But now I want to get into the weeds on the tax situation. We believe that schmoles should be given a break on all schmole items that they purchase, like Crocs or crypto. And maybe they could be given tax breaks for karaoke lessons so they can rip at Hootie and the Blowfish. And this might be too much, council, but maybe we could even give them like huge incentives and boons for every year that they don't procreate. These are brave people who are charting into uncharted territory, and they need the extra cash to get themselves situated. Thank you so much, council, and God bless our schmoles.
Thank you, JT. Stephen Corona, followed by Michael Brown, followed by Eva Raleigh.
Good evening, council. My name is Stephen, and I'm a regional director with Advanced Management Company. And I respectfully oppose the rent control ordinance before you. Advanced Management Company invests in our communities. We renovate not only apartments and provide state-of-the-art apartment living for our residents that we call VIPs, we also renovate the community. We renovate the pool areas. We add dog parks, cabanas, roofing, new paint. We repipe our communities. We invest a lot of money into our facilities to provide an exceptional living experience for our residents. But we also invest in our residents. We provide a backpack drive, as stated earlier. We provide a computer lab with free Wi-Fi for some of our residents with less resources. And we also have resident events throughout the year to give back to our residents. Events such as breakfast on the go, movie nights, and giving popsicle out to our residents in the summertime. But we want to be able to continue to do these things for our residents and provide that exceptional living experience that our residents have come to expect from us. And we would not be able to if this passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Brown, followed by Eva Raleigh, followed by Cecilia Rivas.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I don't know if I'm considered a schmoll or not, but I'm still trying to decide if it's a good thing or a bad thing. If it's good, I think I'm that. But nevertheless, I'm the Director of Property Operations for Advanced Management. You've heard a number of our folks speak. You have a handout that speaks to kind of the great community partner that we have been. We invest in this community. We're long-term owners, and we want to continue to do that. But a lot of people think when you say investor that you think of this big conglomerate, you've got all kinds of money. Well, I got to tell you that a lot of our investors are very small-time investors. They're mom and pops, their grandmothers, their grandfathers, their cousins and uncles who've saved up their money and put it into these funds so that they can have what will become a lifetime, or hopefully a lifetime, of income that they'll be able to have and live off of. So it's not some big group necessarily that is involved in this city and that we have. We've got 1,600 units amidst 7 buildings, and it ranges from 60 units to 562 units. And we're good players. But I have to say, based upon what I've seen and what I've heard, and I echo many of the comments from earlier today, that I too respectfully oppose what has been put before us. This process hasn't had any public meetings. There wasn't information that was really put out prior to this week. There is no community member outreach other than this hearing, of course. And we haven't had any implementation that has been involved with the community or research. When we do things at our site, we do a lot of research before we put anything into place. There's much transparency. There's things that we follow. There's a lot of honesty and openness, and we bring the community to be involved with that. In 2018, the city of Santa Ana actually voted down this proposal when it was put before its voters. So they've spoken once. In 2018, the residents of Santa Ana voted against the statewide ballot initiative. It certainly passed, and we're working with that, and it's something that we can live with, and we've been doing just that. In 2020, the city of Santa Ana rejected the effort to pass nationwide measures in the same thing. So they've spoken 2 or 3 times already on this very topic, and I would echo that. The only reason that we're even talking about this is this has kind of come from behind, and we want to do research after the fact. That's really not the best way to do it. I want to work with you, continue to work with you. We're proud members of this community. We put a lot of effort, work, and time, as you've heard from many of our folks today, and we want to continue that partnership. But if we decide to curtail that and really put a crimp on it beyond what the state measures do, it makes it virtually impossible for us to do that, because we're clamping income down, and we're seeing inflation already. The cost to hire people, the cost of our parts and supplies are very expensive. And so if you cut from both sides, it makes it impossible to give those grandmothers and grandfathers and uncles who are investors in this building an income to live on for the rest of their lives. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Eva Raleigh, followed by Cecilia Rivas, followed by Joe Banuelos.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I don't want to repeat everything that's already been said by everybody else. I agree with everything that everybody said, but I would just like to remind you, we have 2 mobile home parks here in Santa, both lake parks, and the parks that we have are very, we could have piled a bunch of mobile homes in there to get a lot of capital, but we actually put beautiful parks together that have large green belts and very expansive. But I'd like to remind you that we're also operating a city within a city. We have our infrastructure that we have to maintain and oversee, and there's expenses that come up all of the time that are constantly increasing, including with COVID. When COVID started, all of our, we're being gouged by our vendors, and their expenses are going up, so our expenses are going up, and they're going up above what our increases are. We have long-term leases in our park, which have protected our residents for years. We've had a long-term lease since 1988. So I'd just like to remind you of those things, that we do look out for our residents, and we do try to provide for them that way as well. And I'd just like to thank you for your time, and vote no, please.
Thank you. Cecilia Rivas, followed by Joe Banuelos, followed by Chip Aswidi.
Good evening. My name is Cecilia. I'm a resident of Ward 5, and I've been a long-time tenant as I was born and raised in the city of Santa Ana. So I'm here today to ask you to please consider the adoption of an urgent rent control ordinance and just cause eviction protections. These are working-class families, undocumented families that live in your city. Over 56% of the population are renters. These families can soon be facing eviction once the state protections expire at the end of the month. And once they are no longer protected, they will be forced out of their homes, thus making them ineligible for the emergency rental assistance programs, both local and state. I myself have experienced being evicted from my home when I was a high school senior at Godinez Fundamental. It's devastating to have to tell your younger siblings that you no longer have a place that you once called home, to have to translate a sheriff's notice to vacate for your parents who are Spanish speakers. Please, we have 9 days left until these protections are over. I urge you to vote yes, because we do need rent control and it works. Thank you.
Joe Banuelos, followed by Chip Aswaldi, followed by Elizabeth Le Guin.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Joe. I lived in the city of Santa Ana for 51 years. I've seen a lot of things, a lot of changes happen to our city. And one of the things I've noticed right now, I wasn't going to get emotional, but now I see what's happening. There's a thing that's called divide and conquer, and you're dividing our people to conquer. Please stop that, okay? Don't turn us against each other. We love each other. So with that being said, I want to ask, by show of hands, I want to ask a question to each and every one of you. How many of you live in an apartment complex that has 16 units? None of you? Why don't you try doing it so you can see what it really is like? Also, I want to end with, I can't say anything else. I had a long list for all of you, but my colleagues, all my friends already said what I wanted to say. So I'm speaking from my heart and from my mind. And I want to say that I oppose any local expansions of existing state rent control. And God bless all of you.
Thank you. Chip Aswaldi, followed by Elizabeth Le Guin, followed by Chad Kasenheiser.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council, and residents of City of Santa Ana. My name is Chip Allsweet, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Apartment Association of Orange County. Our executive director has submitted an official letter opposing the rent control ordinance, David Cordero. He was not able to be here tonight because we had a membership meeting that had been planned and only found out about this issue popping up on the council less than a week ago. One of the previous speakers mentioned that the time for study is over. I don't think that's a fair statement when it hasn't begun. What I would say is we could take a look at the existing laws that have impact here, state laws on rent control, and whether or not we've had a chance to even see them implemented. They were passed at the end of 2019, and shortly into 2020, we implemented rent stabilization ordinances, nationwide eviction moratoriums, and have yet to see what the impact of what has already been identified as the most pro-tenant proposal in the country. We have yet to see what the impact of that is. And yet, on an emergency basis, with no research, no background, no history, we are attempting to go beyond that. You've heard a lot from a lot of landlords here today. a lot of people who provide housing in your community. Their goal is never to evict someone. As one of the previous speakers identified, they look at their tenants as customers. They are people that they want to have a long-standing business relationship with. Nobody wants to evict someone. It's a terrible process for everybody involved. The protections that are in place on just cause eviction on the statewide basis protect the other tenants in a building by allowing there to be a year's worth of relationship between the tenants and the landlords before they are in a situation where they could lose their tenancy. This proposal moves that down to 30 days. There isn't enough time to resolve an issue with a tenant, let alone be able to identify whether or not someone is going to be a good community partner. That is not fair to the landlords, but more importantly, it's not fair to the other tenants, the tenants who want a good quality living situation. The proposal you have before you seeks to find a good common ground, a good solution for both parties. However, it was not done with the input of the industry. It is rushed through. The research does not exist behind it. And we have an opportunity to sit down and come up with a solution by not passing it here tonight. Instead, taking some time to get the input from the industry partners who've been working on this issue for years. I ask you, City, please, on behalf of those providing quality housing in your city, do not pass this tonight. Give us the opportunity to work together with everyone and find a common solution for us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before our next speaker, we have our next speaker is Elizabeth Le Guin. If she could just hold off for a second. I want to take something out of order that's on consent. We have a young man who is going to be sworn in as a youth commissioner, and if he is still here, that's item number 8. Manuel Ruelas, that was nominated by Councilmember Mendoza. Manuel, are you still here with us? We want you to get home before it gets later. So if you can come up here, that'd be great. We'll go ahead and swear you in and make sure you.
Mayor, would you like to take the item first so that we can go ahead and vote amend?
Sure. Let's go ahead and call item number 8, which is to appoint Manuel Ruelas, nominated by Councilmember Mendoza, to the Youth Commission. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second.
You're going to have to share. Mayor Pro Tem is absent, and Councilmember Mendoza, would you please provide your vote on the device? Okay, the motion passes with 6-0 and Mayor Pro Tem absent. Thank you.
Great. We just wanted to make that exciting for you, Mr. Ruelas. So go ahead and administer the oath, Madam Clerk.
If you would please raise your hand. The parents to come up. If the parents would like to come up, you may.
Sí, puede venir si ustedes quieren.
Si quieren. I'm going to move this just a little bit because they're going to take a picture. And then. Okay, Manuel, if you would please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, please state your name.
I, Manuel Ruelas,
Do solemnly swear
that I will support
that I will support
and defend
and defend the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will
bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
that I will
well and faithfully
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, Commissioner Ruelas. You have to stay here now till the end of the meeting. No, just kidding. And Madam Clerk, while they're doing that, Mayor Pro Tem is back. Is there a way he can go ahead and put himself on the vote in favor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem, yes, if you
I'd
want.
like to voice my support for Mr. Duelas, Commissioner Duelas.
Okay, so your vote will be captured as a yes. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Felicidades. Thank you, council members, for that indulgence. Let's go ahead and Elizabeth Le Guin, followed by Chad Kasenheiser, followed by David James. David Hymas. Elizabeth. Chad Kasenheiser, followed by David Hymas.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council. Thank you very much for having me this evening. Although this was not my first choice of venue tonight, typically I would be coaching my son in flag football, which he plays in Santa Ana, so I spent a lot of time here. I work in the manufactured housing industry for a property management company, and we manage over 15,000 spaces in the state of California. Only 203 here in Santa Ana, but they're wonderful 203 spaces. And I would like to invite any one of you to come and sit with me at that community, and it's off 1500 Warren Street, and discuss the community and the operations of a mobile home park. Meet our residents, meet our employees, meet the people that are going to be affected by something like this if it were to pass. I'd like to go on the record, of course, by stating that I am opposed to this proposal, and I do not think that it will provide the benefits that they intend to provide. Housing costs will go up. When rents are capped, the prices of homes go up. I would venture a bet that if this were to pass in the next 3 to 5 years, you're going to see manufactured homes in the city of Santa Ana selling for north of $300,000 on average. I've seen it in other cities throughout this state, and I would expect that to happen here. Rent control divides us, as another gentleman spoke about earlier tonight. It creates an us versus them mentality as opposed to a mentality of collaboration. We should be looking to help those in need. We should be going for these rent subsidy programs. We should be utilizing the government's money to help those people who have been most greatly affected by COVID-19, by high rents, by increasing housing prices. Unfortunately, I do not find that this is the way to do it. It's going to make a landowner, a landlord, have to make a decision. They're going to have to weigh improving and maintaining their property or providing for their employees. They're going to have to weigh some of those positive services and activities that these other landlords have provided for their residents. Do they want to continue giving those to the residents, or is it time to cut the strings on those? Many of these landowners in this room and these property management companies, they're good people. They're the type of landlords that you want in your community. They provide not only to the residents, they provide to the city. I know that the landlord that I work for provides for the SAPOA, the Widows and Orphans Fund, the firemen, and I can guess that we've probably contributed over $50,000 to those over the last 15 years. And we want to continue doing those things. But by enforcing this type of rule, it's just not going to help. It's not going to create that affordable housing that we believe that intent is to do. If I look at our community, I don't see the need for this ordinance. We have 203 homes in that community. We had two, less than 1% of our residents apply for any assistance from the CARES program. They received it, it's wonderful, and we are happy to continue to have them and work with them. But this ordinance isn't going to promote that collaboration in the future. This is supposed to help prevent evictions for non-payment. 16 years running this community in Santa Ana, I've had 0 non-payment evictions, not one. I've had a handful of rule enforcement evictions, and those are not easy to come by, and those are meant to protect their neighbors and the other people in that community. Unfortunately, it doesn't make it easy. So I urge you to not jump into this ordinance without really considering, without speaking to us. And again, I urge you, come visit me, please. I'd be happy to spend my time with you.
Thank you for your comments. David Jaimes, followed by Bulmaro Vicente, followed by Hector.
Thank you for making the correction. It's Jaimes. One of the things I want to just say that as a faith leader, I'm also an organizer. I'm a faith leader organizer with Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. I sit here in the spirit of also Lucero Garcia, which is a senior organizer that works with community lands and the local community. I hear a lot from folks here that are making commentary about how they're wanting to contribute to the community. And the question is, who is the community? Who is the community that they're serving and the interests that they're serving? I would like for those that are really interested in the community to sit outside and have a conversation with some of the residents that are here today that are giving their time in figuring out what to do when the rent prices go up. I also would like to say I also fall under the unique understanding of what it means to be a quote-unquote landowner or landlord. As a pastor, some of you may know that our church in Santa Ana UMC is building affordable housing in downtown Santa Ana, known as Legacy Square, and we're helping to provide some of that affordable housing. But it doesn't make us feel good to provide affordable housing when we know that's just a band-aid onto a bigger issue that is income inequality, that is less jobs, and that we're seeing how racist some of these policies are affecting mainly people of color, Latinx, indigenous, BIPOC folk, and they're not affecting those that are not profiting off of this. And so what I would like to say is that we keep in mind very vulnerable those that are undocumented, vulnerable that are those that are having their wages being turned upside down because of the pandemic. As a faith leader, it really helps me to understand what it means for me, what it means to stand with the residents. The residents of Santa Ana, I'm proud to stand with them today to vote yes for this, and I ask that you do the same. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pastor. Bulmaro Vicente, followed by Hector B. Bulmaro Vicente, followed by Hector B., followed by Nathaniel Greensides. Hector B., or if you guys could line up, that way we could do this a lot quicker.
Walk fast.
Everyone, my name is Bulmaro Vicente. Although folks know me as Boomer, I am a community member here in Santa Ana and also a lifelong resident. I'm here showing solidarity and asking you all to vote yes on rent control. Here in Santa Ana, a lot of folks are renters, and primarily within the pandemic, we've been primarily impacted with the increase of rent. I also want to ask you all the fact that, us as residents, us as young people, we can't be here in the city creating change if we don't have a place to live. And then often at times, we praise the fact that we want residents to go to college, we want them to come back and create a change in the city. But a lot of us college graduates struggle to find a place to live. And the false reality is that a lot of us live at home with our parents, and that's majority of us young people. And, for us, we want to make sure that we protect the renters. Here what I've been noticing is that, really who is owning these homes, who is owning these apartments, who is in charge of these associations. Often at times there's rich white folks, and often at times renters are people that are the most vulnerable. Folks are undocumented, young people, Latinos, and I'm asking you all today to show solidarity with tenants and with renters. Rent control, oftentimes rent control is just the beginning of what needs to happen here in our city. Often at times, y'all ask us, who are we building for? And a most important question I want to ask you all is, who is the city changing for? Who has the city changed for within the past 5 years? With the increase of rent, with new development. Rent control is only the beginning of what needs to happen for us to represent our community, our people, and not developers in the city who don't give a damn about residents. We're more than tenants. We're more than customers. We're people with lived experiences. We have children. People have families, and people are struggling. And so I'm asking you all to stand in solidarity and stand with the people and pass rent control. Thank you.
Thank you. Hector B., followed by Nathaniel Greensides, followed by Biff Baker.
Hello. I'm here today to urge you to support item 33. Rent control is so deeply needed here in Santana. I hope the landlords and the folks that are coming in from these companies have a good drive home to South Orange County, to the beach cities, because I can bet that a lot of them are not from Santana. As they're driving home in these luxury cars that I saw parked in the parking lot, they're driving home by kids who don't have a home, who don't have a place to live. And that's the reality that we're living here today. And as always, I want to highlight the impact that this decision will have on young people here in Santana. Nearly 6,000 students, which is approximately 13% of SAUSD, have no secure housing. Housing insecurity is negatively impacting the next generation of Santana residents. The education of our youth is affected by frequent interruptions resulting from high rates of evictions among low-income communities. Evictions and displacements are costly for school-aged children and their families. These financial burdens that these families have to carry, they don't carry them for a few months. These are financial burdens that they'll carry on for years. We also need to take into account the long-term effects on the mental health of our youth. It is so traumatic for youth, and anyone for that matter, to be evicted of their homes, a space that is supposed to be safe. So many adults in this community will say, pursue higher education, come back to Santana, and make it better. But as it was mentioned before, that support isn't there. It's such a hypocritical statement that adults will make to scapegoat and to take advantage of our youth. The pandemic has brought and will continue to bring hardships for working class families in Santana. And this isn't about vilifying the rich. This is about providing basic human rights for those in our community with the most need. Some of the hardest hit families in our community have been in Santana for generations. We can't tell tenants to move on and leave behind a community that they have called home for decades. These kinds of arguments perpetuate segregation and classism. Displacement causes trauma and alienates residents from their communities, their schools, medical resources, and any other services that they may deem valuable. So this item is an item that voters are going to remember next year, when some of you are up for re-election. And if you vote no, residents across Santa Ana will remember you as a council member who cared more about their personal interests and profit than the livelihood and well-being of those mostly impacted here in Santa Ana.
Nathaniel Greensides, followed by Biff Baker, followed by Manuelo Castro.
So my name is Nathaniel Greensides. I'm a Ward 5 resident here in our city. And I've submitted my e-comments tackling each of the points some of these non-Santa Ana resident mobile home owners and operators have made, and I trust that the council knows how to navigate the city's website more than some of the individuals who have spoken. But they brought some new points tonight, which I'll address. One point was a rent subsidy program, which to me seems kind of like Walmart offering its employees Walmart gift cards. Rent subsidy programs wouldn't be needed if rent increases didn't exist. Mobile home sales might increase for the exact reasons that protections in our city are needed. Because stabilized rents on spaces for folks who have lived here and want to be here will directly result in a decrease in the supply of other spaces as well. And those new spaces would be made available at market rate rents, is my understanding, to any new tenants. And that would be for new folks, and that does nothing to protect. The new spaces would be available to new folks in our city. There's no means test to rent stabilization because we believe as renters that no matter how wealthy you are, landlords should not be allowed to perpetually increase rents. Because no matter your income bracket, a rent increase will destabilize your home. Some points that the opposition have brought up are just flat out wrong or even false. One other thing I just remembered is even at the top income brackets, when your rent increases, that's money that you cannot invest for your children's future. So some points that the opposition have brought up are just flat out wrong or even false. So I encourage not just the council, but everyone here to actually read the ordinance so as to know the facts for themselves. Many of the opponents tonight are not from Santa Ana, but own or operate mobile home parks. Conflict of interest is obvious there. They want to be able to get away with continually exploiting their residents and hate the thought that any government might be able to tell them what they can or can't do. This ordinance, as agendized, is but an iteration of the ordinance that we drafted at Tenants United as Tenants United Santa Ana, which cut out some of the strongest protections that mobile home tenants want and need. Park owner assistance for relocation should the park owners desire to sell or redevelop the land upon which our residents live, many of which in mobile home parks are lower income senior citizens who do not speak English. In 2018, when I was out collecting signatures to put our ordinance on the ballot, the park manager at Kona Kai bullied me and the other volunteer who was present to leave. I informed him that we have a right to collect signatures for a voter initiative as a part of the democratic process of law, and he called the cops. And when the cops relayed that they only come out when there's actual danger, he called his supervisor, and we continued to try to convince him of tenants' rights to be able to participate in the democratic process. His supervisor then rolled up in her SUV, loudly honking and almost running us over, so we left. So despite these park owners and operators asserting that they weren't informed about this ordinance with enough time, when in fact, since at least 2017, tenants have come to City Council making the issues that they've experienced as tenants known, not only have they failed to do anything to alleviate those concerns, they have actively even repressed efforts for residents to participate in the democratic process of law. One particular gentleman who lives there at Kona Kai Park, he's a lower income Vietnamese man, and recently when we tried to see him to give an update on our campaign in person, he was afraid to even open his door, but he didn't open the screen door because he did not want to be seen by the park managers. And I can only imagine how many others who live there feel the same. Nothing in the ordinance states that landlords can't make repairs and upgrades at their own expense. All those who have spoken as long-term investors can still continue to invest in our city. Yet somehow these landlords never make repairs and upgrades without rent control, despite claiming to love their properties and tenants. Good landlords won't have to worry, and it seems to me that those who oppose this proposal might be held accountable for once in their lives to the place they claim to love. These park owners, let me get to the end here. Last statement. So, Adam Smith, of all people, once wrote, "As soon as the land of any country has become private property, the landlords, like other men, love to reap where they never sowed and demand a rent for its natural produce. While the land in our city may no longer be productive in the same sense of what Mr. Smith may have argued, our people who actually reside here in our city deserve the right to reap where they sow." And I think that's what the opposition is afraid of.
Thank you. Biff Baker, followed by Manuel Castro, followed by Maria Estela Valencia.
Hello, good evening. Thank you to the council and the mayor for giving us the opportunity to share public comments today. My name is Biff Baker. I'm a member of OCO, the Orange County Congregations Community Organization, and a parishioner for the last 30 years at the Episcopal Church of the Messiah in downtown Santa Ana. First, I'd like to speak to point 29 regarding the timeline for developing a plan for redistricting in Santa Ana. This process is currently planned to conclude in mid-December. I strongly urge extending it at least through February so that there's adequate time for public participation and so that the people can understand the reasons for proposed district changes and the effects they are likely to have. Second, I'd like to speak to point 33 regarding rent control. and eviction prevention. The community members assembled outside in the council chambers breezeway have among their slogans the idea that housing is a human right. In case that doesn't sit well with anyone, I think I'll just say it again. Housing is a human right. This doesn't mean getting something for free. It means that hardworking people, like those in the breezeway, should be able to afford the housing they need for their families, safe and healthy housing that any of us would consider livable. If this notion seems suspect, consider the dynamics of homelessness in Santa Ana and its neighboring areas. I've worked in homeless ministries at Messiah for some 15 years, so I've had a chance to see how that works out. Homelessness is a complex problem, but what is not complex is the relation between rent increases and evictions affecting large numbers of people and the growth of the homeless population. I believe there was, I heard somewhere the idea that if people in Santa Ana could not afford the rent, they should leave. That is, people who live and work in Santa Ana and send their children to school here should leave and go somewhere else to live and make room for well-to-do professionals who can afford the rent. I'm sure that this viewpoint and this attitude are unacceptable and repellent to most or all of us here tonight. And just to keep things short, I'll just mention one final thing. There's a very useful fact sheet that has been prepared by Tenants United and is available from their representatives out in the breezeway or here in the hall. It has some very poignant points. One of them, which was just mentioned, is that 13% of SAU students are homeless, a shocking number. Another point is that people here working for minimum wage would need to work 89 hours a week to afford a one-bedroom apartment at market rates. And by the way, just to clarify, that doesn't mean spending 30% of their income on housing, which is what is universally recommended. What it means is that they'd have to work 104 hours just to pay for their housing. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Manuel Castro, followed by Maria Estela Valencia, followed by Vanessa Gonzalez. Manuel Castro, Maria Estela Valencia, followed by Vanessa Gonzalez, followed by Veronica Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Council. My name is Maria Estela Valencia, and I am a community organizer at Orange County Congregations Community Organization and a resident of Santa Ana. I stand here alongside community leaders asking for your support for the extension of the redistricting process. Well, it is suggested that the redistricting process end mid-December. We ask and recommend that this process be extended to the end of February. That way, the community is able to, for there to be more community participation in this redistricting process, seeing that it does affect a lot of Santa Ana residents. I'm also here to urge you to vote in favor of item 33 on the agenda. This is to help support rent control for a lot of our residents here in Santa Ana. And as a resident myself, it is really hard to be able to pay for rents when we're only paying low-income wages and having to expect to pay $2,000 a month. The reality is that a lot of our residents here, there's probably 4 or 5 families living in 2-3 bedroom apartments. And the fact that I heard a lot of landlords here saying, well, rent control is going to destroy the community. What destroys the community is when you keep putting the rent up each year, and it's really difficult for a lot of our community members, a lot of our residents who live here who have to live in 2-3 bedroom apartments. So I do urge you that you support item 33 for our residents so they're able to live here in Santa Ana, which is full of beautiful culture here. Thank you so much.
Vanessa Gonzalez, followed by Veronica Garcia, followed by Joana Rojas.
Buenas noches. Distinguido alcalde, señor Sarmiento, y a todos ustedes. Mi nombre es Verónica García. Soy residente de la ciudad de Santa Ana. Vivo en el código postal 92705. Y la razón de esta tarde para estar aquí es para pedir a ustedes que voten a favor de la ordenanza de la Ley de Preservación Comunitaria, Estabilización de Alquiler y Derecho de Inquilinos de Santa Ana. Ustedes son los responsables de proteger a las familias de Santa Ana, ya que los incrementos de renta no tienen control desafortunadamente y son continuos. Los abusos por parte de los dueños tampoco no hay quien los detenga. Confío en que esta noche ustedes tomarán una decisión que beneficie a nuestra comunidad. No estamos pidiendo nada regalado, estamos pidiendo únicamente la oportunidad de vivir dignamente, de vivir con honor, de vivir cada día, de disfrutar a nuestras familias y de no de dar todo nuestro tiempo en un trabajo del que no vemos fruto. Creo que una de las situaciones que esto complica también es la apertura que se le da a las grandes corporaciones que no tienen ninguna consideración con nuestras familias. Gracias.
Give me 1 second, I think we have a translation that's going to...
Good evening, distinguished mayor, all of you here present. My name is Veronica Garcia, and I'm a resident of Santa Ana in the zip code 92705. And I'm here to ask you to vote yes for rent stabilization and for the protections for tenants. Your responsibility is to protect the Santa Ana residents, the Santa Ana families. Rent control is not doing its job, and as well as the abuses that will continue. They are not stopped. They're not stoppable. Your decision here will benefit the community and will benefit the families because you're not here to protect the corporations. We are looking for the opportunity to have to live in dignified housing, to have our homes, to have our families, and to be and enjoy our families without having to work so much in somewhere that we will not see the fruits of. So you are here, you're not here to protect the corporations, so please consider our families in making your decisions.
Ms. Gonzalez, before you start, let me just make sure the others are ready and lined up behind you. Johan Rojas, followed by Irma Jauregui, followed by Mike Barone. Go ahead.
Thank you.
So,
hello, thank you for letting me be here with the opportunity to speak to you all. I am Vanessa Gonzalez, and I am part of parent leader groups such as Santa Ana Early Learning Initiative, the National Parent Leader Network, for which I have been privileged to be a steering committee member for. And I have also become a certified trainer for community organizing and family issues. I live in a rent-controlled 3-bedroom, 2-bath affordable housing unit. My family of 5 has been very blessed to live comfortably in an affordable housing unit for almost 11 years. Unfortunately, there is not enough affordable housing available. Unfortunately, many do not qualify or have the quick, easy access to the required documents to apply for affordable housing. It hurts my heart and my soul every time I hear my friends struggling because their rent went up like $100 or even more. And not just once, but a couple times a year when their finances were already so tight to begin with. It is hard to hear about families being sick due to unhealthy conditions of their homes, but with nowhere else affordable to go. The idea of someone getting evicted for even speaking up about rent increases or normal needed maintenance causes great anxiety for many, and then now imagine being that person or family. I think we can all agree that it is a great desire for Santa Ana to thrive like many other great cities in Orange County. But we can't forget that Santa Ana is not like the other cities in Orange County. It is unique, and the majority of its people have unique needs. The Maslow theory points out that we have basic needs that need to be met in order to continue succeeding. The The majority of Santa Ana is struggling at this very second to fulfill those basic needs, such as an adequate, healthy, and affordable residence. I stand here in hopes of helping to represent our many Saley families and countless others in Santa Ana who do not get their voice heard for various reasons like work, families, and worst of all, fear. Santa Ana is supposed to be a sanctuary city. We need sanctuary homes. All who struggle right now and need rent control may not have a lot of money, but do contribute largely to the city's sales tax revenue. Santa Ana renters need to be heard, considered, and feel safe in the hands of those who represent them. You have all been voted in to take your seats on this council, and we come to you, a direct source of power, and seek your help. We have bits and pieces of understanding in housing development, city revenue, and all the choices you make for Santa Ana. We can be sure that all those items will continue on and help improve the city, but right now, we desperately need you to hear our small yet mighty voices and consider offering the help we are asking for. We ask that you please be the city council members that can provide a great hope of change in such hard times for so many. Little children and families are being affected, and although they are resilient, they should not have to face things that you personally can have a say in. We are not here to hurt good landlords, but stronger ordinance is needed to correct the bad ones. The landlords here seem to be worried about losing money, but we are trying to help those who are going to lose more, their homes. Let the landlords apply for financial programs because they can apply. Many Santa Ana residents cannot apply for, and those are helpless, and those are the ones that need the help. We hope you can help the many people who need you. If you can really support us in item 33 of rent control and just cause, we would love to congratulate and celebrate with you. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Johan Rojas, followed by Irma Jauregui, followed by Mike Barone. Johan Rojas. Go ahead, Irma.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Irma Jauregui, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'm going to talk about the elephant in the room. One of the things, I'm not a landowner. I don't have I have my own home, but I don't have rental properties, nor do I manage any, nor does my family. But I lived in Santa Ana for 42 years. I'm a financial advisor. One of the things, I have a heart, and most of you know me, I love to help people. I give my time freely. And I've tried for many years to help people have financial stability. One of the things I've done recently, you have a phenomenal program, First-Time Buyers Assistance Program. A young man was able to buy his first home with a fabulous program, and his rent, including taxes, insurance, and association, was $1,500. And he owns his home fixed rate. Only the association will go up, only the taxes and insurance. We need to help our tenants become homeowners. Please look into that program to expand it, number one. Number two, our community needs more education to raise their work skills. The reason they're having problems is because their work skills pay very little. If our students, our heads of family, were able to go to trade schools with high-paying skills of the present and the future, we would not have the crush of this issue. More people would be able to afford renting, but hopefully be homeowners. That is the goal of every dream, to have their home. If you can look into partnering with Santa Ana College, with, I think our school in Valley has fabulous trade, because not everything is a four-year college. Trades pay very well. My family's in trade, and we've done well in trade. So if we could have programs that increase their income, their job skills, then they wouldn't be struggling. So when their salaries go up, even if they're renting, they can keep pace. If they're homeowners, property taxes will go up, the income will go up. So if we can find a way to solve actually what the issue is, lack of income and good paying jobs, but they need skills for those good paying jobs. We need to attract more employment, better businesses. We need to not kill an industry. Real estate is an industry. And if you hamper one industry, what is it going to do to, I looked it up because I wanted to talk about points, and I went to Google, and the first thing it said, very interesting, that one of the rare instances that all economists agree is rent control is a terrible idea. It will depreciate real estate. It will create a really bad socioeconomic just look it up in Google instead of me repeating what everybody has said. Again, I'm not a property owner, a landlord, but it's like, please find other solutions to help folks because they need help, but they need more income. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Barron. Yoselinda Mendoza, followed by Fatima Paque, followed by Rosa Ramirez. If everybody can begin lining up. Fatima Paque, then Rosa Ramirez, then Maria Victoria.
Buenas tardes, miembros del Consejo. Mi nombre es Fátima. Yo soy miembro de OCO, Organización de Comunidades y Congregaciones en Orange County. Y nosotros ayudamos a la gente en lo que viene siendo vivienda, educación. Voy a contar una pequeña historia. Nosotros en un día que estuvimos dando una clínica de migración y de ayuda para vivienda, yo le comentaba a mi vecina, ¿por qué ella no iba y aplicaba para ayudas en la ciudad? Ella me dijo, no quiero saber nada de ayuda, no quiero saber nada de rentas. Yo le comenté, ¿por qué no quieres saber nada? Me dijo, mire, nosotros no tuvimos para la renta, tuvimos que rentar en el apartamento un cuarto. Pasó mucho tiempo, yo miraba a mi hija un poco triste, mi hija tenía 14 años. Después me di cuenta que la persona a quien yo le había rentado ese cuarto abusaba de mi hija. Esa es una historia que no quiero saber nada de ayudas de la ciudad, no quiero saber de nada, porque nosotros de pobres tenemos que meter gente extraña a nuestra casa para poder pagar la renta. Esas historias son las historias que a mí me hacen venir a estar aquí, venir a ser voluntaria y pensar que a lo mejor hay gente que no puede abrir la boca, no puede venir, no puede expresarse por el miedo de que no tienen papeles, el miedo de que no tienen quien los ayude y que piensan que cuando ellos se arriman a la policía o se arriman a algún lugar, les van a preguntar por su estatus migratorio. Ahora, eso me hace a mí sentir que el control de rentas tiene que ser una ayuda prioritaria para Santana. El income que nosotros tenemos es de $14, yo lo decía un compañero, no te alcanza para pagar la renta. Ahora otra cosa, mi esposo, él nació aquí en Orange County, su abuelo nació en Orange County y su gran padre también nació aquí, antes de que fuera Santana. Ellos tenían una casa, ellos vivían aquí antes de que se fundara Santana. ¿Qué pasó con esto? Mi esposo tuvo una enfermedad, perdió su casa, el desempleo no le pudo ayudar. ¿Por qué? Porque el desempleo solamente te da $1,400. Al perder la casa, esto es un problema muy grave para la gente. Aún así nosotros vivimos y seguimos adelante, pero creo que estas experiencias son las que a nosotros nos hacen salir adelante y decir, necesitamos un control de rentas porque no ganamos lo suficiente para poder pagar una renta. Gracias.
Good evening, council members. My name is Fatima. I'm a representative. I'm with OCO, and I am here because I like to help people with housing and education. And I'd like to tell you a story. One day, we were having a workshop for immigration and housing, and I asked one of the neighbors, why don't you go to the city to ask for help, for assistance? And she said, I don't want to know anything about helping with rent. I don't want to know anything about assistance, anything from the city. Because when we didn't have any money, we didn't have money for rent, and we had to rent a room in an apartment. And all of a sudden, my daughter, my 14-year-old daughter, was very sad. And then, I had to find out that the person from whom we rented the room abused her. And I don't want any help, anything to do with the city. And when we are poor like this, we have to let strangers into our home to help pay the rent. So stories like this are the reason why I'm here, why I volunteer. Because there are people out there who cannot speak out. There are people out there who are undocumented. There are people there who don't know where to get help, and they think that if they go to the police for some reason, they're going to ask them about their immigration status. So I feel that rent control must be a priority for Santa Ana. We live on $14 an hour incomes, and this is not enough to pay rent. My husband was born in Orange County. His dad was born in Orange County. His grandfather was born in Orange County before Santa Ana was even founded. So my husband got sick. He lost his home, and the unemployment was not enough. It's only $1,400, so he lost his home. And this is a huge problem. This is the reason why we need to help people. We need rent control because it's not enough to pay for rent. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosa Ramirez, followed by Maria Victoria, followed by Isabel Lopez. Rosa Ramirez. Do we have anybody outside, or do we still have a crowd of people outside? Go ahead. What was your name?
Yoselinda?
Yoselinda Mendoza?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. So good evening to you all. My name is Yoselinda, and I'm a volunteer tenants' rights counselor. And I'm hoping you all vote in favor of agenda item number 33, enacting immediate rent stabilization and eviction protections in the city of Santa Ana. As you all are aware, COVID emergency housing protections will expire by the end of September 2021. These temporary protections have demonstrated that we need permanent protections in place to protect tenants. In my capacity as a volunteer tenants' rights counselor in the city of Santa Ana, I have met and worked with many people during the pandemic, many of whom are low income, are undocumented, are solo mothers, work in domestic work, and are extremely rent burdened. They have been especially impacted by the pandemic. Nationally and locally, many of these domestic care workers have experienced a severe reduction of work hours and job loss altogether, meaning that many of the folks I have worked with do not have the means to afford rent here in Santa Ana, let alone withstand rent increases. In Santa Ana, the minimum wage worker must endure 104 hours a week to afford a one-bedroom apartment. Many of the mothers I have worked with have been unable to pay rent for months, some accumulating over $10,000 in rent debt. Yet they continue to experience rent increases. Under the faulty statewide law, AB 1482, it allows for an 8% rent increase, which is way too high for residents here in Santa Ana, and it expires in 2030. That means if someone paid $1,500 in rent, they can experience over $100 rent increase, which many mothers cannot meet, especially if they have lost their jobs and are trying to catch up on rent. And unfortunately, many of those that have applied for rental assistance have not yet received the necessary rental relief. In fact, only 6% of California households have received rent relief. Enacting this ordinance will provide a stabilization of rents for the most vulnerable communities in Santa Ana. This proposed ordinance will also provide additional necessary protections for residents. AB 1482 fails to incorporate language accessibility, but this proposed ordinance for the city of Santa Ana requires landlords to provide important communication, such as contracts and official notices, in the language of the tenant. This is so important because many of the residents I worked with have received official notices and information from their landlord during the pandemic, but have not been able to understand it because it's not in their language. One Spanish-speaking tenant I worked with was having their 13-year-old kid translate the documents for them because they were not able to read English-only documents. Being able to have accessible information is essential. We know that over 18 cities have enacted rent control, and Santa Ana can be the 19th, demonstrating that the city of Santa Ana prioritizes the needs of their residents by enacting stabilization of rents and providing just eviction protections for a majority renter city. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Caltran on the line.
Yes, and I can speak Vietnamese.
Yes.
Yeah. Tôi là Keo Trần và vợ tôi ở số nhà 38 của 32 Môn Hôn Bạc. Chúng tôi ủng hộ chương trình rent control của City Santa Ana bởi vì Xin trân trọng cảm ơn.
Tôi là Lệ, tôi xin đại diện cho khách hàng của tôi, và tôi sẽ nói bằng. Oh, sorry. Okay. My name is Lee. I'm on behalf of the person who is talking on the phone now. He's said that he supports this program, and he wants to get the increase so he can afford the rent and the other thing. Well, he's really. He said that he's helpful to. The program is helpful for his family and his wife, and he addresses his address in living in Santa Ana. Anh nói nữa đi.
Kính chào quý vị. Chúng tôi tên là Lee and Lan Hoàng.
Tôi
Lan bằng Lee L-E.
Rồi.
Lan Hoàng.
My name is Lee Huang. This is his wife's name.
My name is Lee and
Okay. If you can speak Vietnamese and then I translate in English.
Hai người chúng tôi trên 80 tuổi hiện cư ngụ số 17 Mobile Home 32. Trên 8 năm nay, chúng tôi sống nhờ tiền già và tiền hưu với số tiền là 1.640 đồng. Chúng tôi phải hàng tháng đã trả trên tổng cộng là 1.300 đồng. Tiền thuê, tiền đất, tiền trả thêm cho chủ nhà và tiền điện nước, cống rãnh vân vân.
Rồi, có thể anh tạm ngưng để cho tôi dịch nha.
Vâng.
Okay. This couple, he live in a mobile home, space of 17, and he lived in there for eight years, and his income of the family is $1,640, and his expensive is 1,300 something. Rồi, anh nói tiếp đi.
Vì vậy chúng tôi ủng hộ chương trình Rent Control, vì Rent Control rất cần thiết cho những người sống trong mobile home.
Rồi, anh ngừng giùm nha.
Vâng.
Yeah. Again, he said he really feel helpful. The program is for his family. Rồi, anh nói nữa.
Vì giá tiền thuê lên quá cao, chúng tôi là những người già đã về hưu, không đủ tiền để trả tiền thuê.
Rồi, anh ngừng giùm nha. This program is really helpful for him because he's the eldest and also his wife, and he cannot afford for the rent.
Thank you.
Giá tiền thuê nhà cứ tăng 6 tháng, rồi mà mỗi năm 6 tháng là tăng tiền nhà, nên không thể sống an tâm được.
Okay. Mình hết giờ rồi. Tôi sẽ tổng kết lại với anh nha.
Vậy xin hội đồng chấp thuận lên công tôi cảm ơn quý vị.
He said, please pass this law, what he said, and he's really appreciate everything that the program can help him.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Rosa Ramirez, Maria Victoria, Isabel Lopez, followed by Kaylee Levitt, followed by E.J. Gonzalez. Isabel Lopez? Come on up, Isabel. Followed by Kaylee Levitt, followed by E.J. Gonzalez.
And Mayor, I do have others waiting.
How many more do you have on there?
I do not know, but I do have others in here. Yeah.
Let's let Isabel speak and then let's...
Okay, thank you.
Hi, thank you for hearing my voice. I'm here to see if you could pass the rent control. I've been living here all my life. I'm 56 years old, and I'm very disgusted that you guys say that only prostitutes and gang members will come because of rent control. I've been homeless, and I have more than 285 times. This is my third housing crisis. This is not the first one. My two kids moved from California because the rent was so high. My daughter's living in a motel, paid $400. She had 3 strokes. We're not actually for free. We're actually something that we could live on. I'm getting old, and I was unable to help my son. I could do prison. He got life in prison because of affordable housing. You know, I wasn't able to have him there, so I had to make a choice. Where else was he going to go? This is where we grew up. This is where we lived. You know, he was born in Townsend, but since the ordinance, anyway, that's a whole different story. Anyways, I think we need both rent control and affordable housing. You know, and it's embarrassing for me as a grandmother, not able to help my grandkids. And my grandson told me, Mom, Nana, you still going there? You know, I go, I'm going to keep on going until what it takes to get, you know, affordable housing that we could pay. I'm not asking for free. I'm just asking for something I could be able to pay. They say that they pay 30%. I pay more, 110% of my income, of my husband's income, from my rent. It's more than what I do. And that's not counting the bills and everything else. I know it's my problem. We know we have to pay rent. You know, nobody can sit there and tell me that we don't want to, or we're lazy, or no, we can't afford it. No, I just want you to please understand, and I'm talking for the persons. I'm not, you know, I'm a citizen. I vote. I do everything I can, but we need help too. You know. And let's just do this. How come you take their taxes, what they get deducted, what they get for renting us, the residents, give us those taxes. And maybe we could get a home. I want a home so bad. I want to be a homeowner one day, but I can't. Why? Because I'm disabled. We're not allowed to have money in the bank. We're not allowed to do anything. So I'm tired of fighting. Getting up, fighting, going to bed wondering if I would be homeless again. You know, I know it's a mental issue, that housing. We need stable housing. It's a mental. You know what I mean? It's to me, it's very personal. You know, if I have to go budget $3,000, I will. Well, thank you. I hope you guys pass it. We really do need it.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, explain to me, we have some people on the line?
Yes, so we have 8 who are on the phone.
Vietnamese speakers?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and they couldn't make it here because they're elderly and disabled?
Correct. And
Okay.
they don't know how to use any of the other devices, so the only form of communication that they could use is by calling. And so that is...
All right, so we want to take them all in a group. We're going to hear them anyways. We might as well go ahead and hear them while the interpreter is here.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
Hi again. Xin mời anh lên tiếng đi. Xin lỗi, ai ở đầu dây ạ?
Dạ vâng. Em có thể nói được chưa ạ?
Được ạ. Chị cho kênh trước đi.
Dạ vâng, em nói bằng tiếng Anh luôn nha chị. Để chị khỏi dịch, được không ạ?
She wants to speak in English.
Oh,
so go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Dear authorities at Santa Ana City Council, we are a group of senior residents living at Bali High Mobile Home at Santa Ana. We would like to give our comments to support the rent control. Most of us in the group are very old, very weak, so we have no transport to go to the city hall, so we just call from home. My name is Hong Long, 74 years old, living at 432 South Harbor Boulevard, Space 66, Santa Ana, CA 92704. I live here since 2005. I have been living more than 15 years now. And during the past few years, I was more and more worried about the land rental, which is getting higher and higher every year. Being retired, I cannot bear the great rental increase every year. So I would like to call for the support from the City Council to help us with the rent control. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Cảm ơn chị. Còn có người nữa không? Dạ, chào anh.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Tuất Mai. I have lived in Bali High mobile home of Santa Ana for about 14 years. We would like to support the rent control because it's necessary for all people with the fixed income to live. And in the past few years, the owners increased the rent like crazy, and it's put some people out of the mobile home. And we would like to ask all of you to help us to support the rent control. And we suggest that if possible, we are very happy with 3% 8 years, or we can base on CPI, which is a Consumer Price Index. So we hope that you all help us, and thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay.
Cảm ơn
Yeah.
anh.
The next speaker.
Nói tiếng Anh luôn hả?
Tôi nói tiếng Việt được không? Tôi có dịch.
Dạ được, nói tiếng Việt thì nói chừng 2 câu ngừng lại nha, cho tôi dịch nha.
Dạ.
The next person is speak Vietnamese and I will translate. Go ahead. Anh nói đi.
Dạ. Tôi là Hùng Phùng.
Hùng Phùng hả?
Dạ, Hùng Phùng.
Yeah. My name is Hùng Phùng.
Vợ tôi là Linda Nguyễn. Tôi nay 74 tuổi.
Và Linda Nguyễn là Linda Nguyễn is wife.
Yes. Dạ, tôi sống trong mobile home ở Santa Ana, Bali High. Địa chỉ là 43
Thôi được rồi. Địa chỉ chắc tôi không nhớ đó. Linda is my wife and
yes.
we live in a mobile home, right?
Dạ.
Yeah.
Tôi sống ở Bali, số nhà 16.
Space 16. Anh sống đó bao lâu rồi?
Dạ, tôi sống ở đây 18 năm.
They live in there for 18 years.
Dạ, tôi xin
nói tiếp
ủng hộ chương trình cùng tôi.
He agreed with the programs, the support program of support the people there.
Yeah, just a suggestion to the interpreter, maybe you let them speak and say their whole statement, and then you can translate the whole thing, if that's better.
Bây giờ anh nói gọn lại cái câu chuyện ha, rồi tôi dịch tóm tắt thôi.
Vâng. Rent control rất cần thiết cho những người sống trong mobile home và những người già là về hưu như tụi tôi, vì giá tiền thuê rent lên rất cao.
Rồi ha, tôi dịch nha. Yeah. We are older people, we live in there and we appreciate and agree with the program to support people there.
Dạ, tôi xin kêu gọi hội đồng thành phố giúp chúng tôi, những người lớn tuổi, ủng hộ chương trình rent control.
The elders, they need the program to support them.
Thank you.
Cảm ơn. Thank you.
Dạ.
Còn ai nữa không?
Dạ.
Dạ, alo. Tôi là tên Trọng Nguyễn. Còn vợ là Thi Bích Nga Lê, thì hiện sống tại số nhà 14, khu mobile home Bali High.
Rồi anh nói nội dung đi.
Dạ, hơn 1 năm rồi. Nói chung là vì cái đại dịch Covid-19 đó, cho nên là vợ chồng chúng tôi đã bị lay off hơn 1 năm qua. Dạ.
Rồi ngừng cho tôi dịch trí nha.
Dạ.
Yeah. This is a next couple. They have hard time living during the pandemic. Covid.
Dạ.
Rồi anh nói tiếp đi.
Dạ, vợ tôi thì vẫn còn đang thất nghiệp. Tôi thì mới đi làm từ 1 tháng 7 nhưng mà chỉ làm part time. Dạ.
My wife.
Dạ cho nên với cái tiền mà chúng tôi thuê hàng tháng là $1.150, chưa tính điện, nước và ga. Nên chúng tôi đã thấy là đã cũng quá cao rồi. Ở trong khi đó thì coi như là giá thuê thì đều tăng hàng năm. Nên là nó làm cho cái cuộc sống của chúng tôi nó rất là khó khăn.
Rồi, cho tôi tạm dừng anh nha.
Dạ.
My household income is $1,150 with the couple, and we have a hard time living, and we need help also.
Yeah.
And he, during the conversation, he talked about the rent increase also. Rồi, con có điều gì không?
Dạ, cho nên là chúng tôi cũng mong muốn là kêu gọi hội đồng thành phố giúp chúng tôi ủng hộ cái chương trình rent control, giúp cho những người mà coi như là sống ở trong mobile home của như chúng tôi thì nói chung là để mà giảm được cái giá tiền mà trả tiền thuê đất hàng năm nó đừng có tăng cao quá để cho cái mọi người cái cuộc sống nó đỡ hơn. Xin cảm ơn.
He thanked the program and he really need help for because the rent increase, that they need the money to pay for the rent of the land. So he appreciate the program that helps his family, and he really want the council support people. And thanks. Còn ai hết? Xin lỗi, còn ai nữa không?
Dạ thưa tôi.
Dạ.
Tôi là Hồ Kim Lan, 82 tuổi, ở Ba Lê.
My name is Hồ Kim Lan, 82 years old.
Dạ, ở Ba Lê 2, số nhà 36, 9 năm nay.
Rồi.
Tiền ở ai tôi chỉ có 930 mà thôi. Mà mỗi tháng tôi phải trả 1.100. Tôi ước mong xin cô giúp chương trình rent control cho chúng tôi sống vài năm nữa.
Cho cô tạm dừng cô đây nha, cho tôi dịch nha.
Dạ, cảm ơn cô nhiều.
Dạ, không có gì cô. My income is $930, but I have to pay for the total rent is $1,100. So I need help for survive for a few more years. And she thanked everybody.
Hello.
Dạ.
Tôi tên là Nguyễn Mai.
My name is Mai Nguyễn.
Dạ. Vợ là Hoa Trang.
My wife is Hoa Trang. Rồi, anh nói nội dung đi.
Ok, thì chúng tôi chỉ có lãnh tiền SSE và SSI total cũng khoảng 1.310 đồng, nhưng mà hàng tháng chúng tôi trả tiền rent là 1.190 đồng, chưa nói tiền ga, tiền điện. Thành thử ra rồi chúng tôi cũng xin ủng hộ cái chương trình rent control để mà giúp đỡ chúng tôi cho cái cuộc sống chúng tôi nó ổn định lại, chứ bây giờ cái tiền nhà nó cao quá, tiền thuê đất cao quá, mà cái tiền income thì chỉ có 1.310 đồng một tháng cho hai vợ chồng. Thử ra rồi chúng tôi cũng kêu gọi ủng hộ cái vấn đề rent control
rồi
để giúp đỡ chúng tôi cho cuộc sống. Ok, cảm ơn cô.
Không có gì. Tôi dịch nhá. Yeah.
Yeah.
This couple, they are living by using the SSA and SSI program, and his income total is $1,310, but the rent is $1,090, and that not include the gas and blah blah blah, electricity, and he's agreed with the rent control program because the rent is so high, so they cannot afford it. And he thanked everybody. That is
Okay,
a couple.
now it's my turn. Can I talk?
Okay, wait. Yeah. Được rồi, tất
Okay.
the next one.
Are you ready?
Okay, tôi rồi. Cô muốn nói tiếng Anh hay nói tiếng Việt?
Yes, English, please.
English. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Susan Tran. I live in the community mobile home, Valley High. and I support the rent control to help us live with anxiety. Thank you for your time and effort.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you to the council for your indulgence. I think that I believe that they were seniors and disabled and didn't have the ability or the transportation to access this meeting or be able to access it through our online system. And I know they were contacting council member, and so we wanted to make sure that since they were all gathered together, they were elderly or they were about to also fall asleep, and they were using one phone. So we wanted to make sure that even though they were in the queue, that they were heard, and we can come back to our in-person request to speak cards. And we have Kaylee Levitt, followed by E.J. Gonzalez, followed by Advocacia Salas.
Good evening, Council. I speak to you as a volunteer tenant counselor for Tenants United Santana and a renter of Ward 5 for 4 years. And I would like to speak in support of passing the item 33. And I recommend taking actions to actually enact it immediately to be prepared for the wave of evictions in the end of pandemic protections. And just a little summary of the ordinance. Not only is there the rent stabilization, which would limit rent increases to 3% each year, the just cause protections actually reflect largely what's in the state law AB 1482, but with added protections that are specific to renters here in Santana. For example, the eviction notices would actually need to come in the language of the tenant and include know your rights information. So some of the opposition that we've heard tonight talk about just cause loopholes and things like that, but these actually reflect state law, and there isn't a difference. And so I'm hearing a lot of what I would consider fear-mongering techniques, that there's going to be a sudden change. It just actually, it makes the protections relevant to the demographics that we see here. And I would also like to add that the rent stabilization would protect renters from bad actors, but there's also a process in which landlords could petition for rent increases if they can demonstrate proof that they are not meeting a fair return and on their investment, and that would include providing receipts and showing that they actually did invest. So again, I'm hearing this sort of fear tactics that they won't be able to maintain their property or things like that, but those caveats have already been thought of and have been included, and I just wanted to speak to that. And I also wanted to talk about the piece about community outreach. This ordinance was widely supported by voters here in Santana. In 2018, we saw over 9,000 signatures supporting this as a ballot initiative, and and even before that, we've heard lots of outreach from residents coming and saying, hey, rent is too high here, and we want to be able to remain and thrive. So I wanted to speak about that community outreach piece. And also, as has been stated, 18 jurisdictions have already passed rent stabilization and stood the test of time, decades of rent stabilization. So we know that it is something that is both beneficial and legal, and there's lots of studies that show how cities can thrive with this in place. And with that, I will say the last piece is thank you for hearing us all, and thank you for understanding who your residents are, and I hope that you will support rent stabilization and just cause protections here. Thank you.
Thank you. E.J. Gonzalez, followed by Advocacia Salas, followed by Victor Mendez. If you guys could all please get ready to speak. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Eric Gonzalez, and I'm here to support item 33. I just want to say, please vote for item 33. You'll be saving many people from losing their homes and from their struggles. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Advocia Salas, followed by Victor Mendez, followed by Christine Schachter.
Buenas noches, señor alcalde, y buenas noches, miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Audacia Salas, yo soy residente de aquí de Santa Ana. Les voy a compartir un poco de mi historia. Yo llegué a este país en 1978, hace más de 40 años. Trabajé como housekeeper, luego estuve trabajando 35 años como ayudante de enfermera, cuidando a personas convalecientes, hasta que me retiré. Ahorita tengo muchos gastos, tengo que pagar renta, parte de mi medicina, y el dinero que me mandan no me alcanza. Esto es una verdadera pesadilla. Gracias por haberme escuchado. Espero puedan pasar control de renta, porque no lo merecemos. Buenas noches, que tengan todos ustedes.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Audacia Salas. I'm a resident of Santa Ana, and I'd like to share with you a little bit of my story. I came to this country in 1978, so I've been here over 40 years. I worked as a housekeeper for 35 years, and then I worked as a nurse assistant in convalescent care until I retired. I have lots of expenses, including rent, part of my medicine payment, and I don't have enough money. Money is not enough. This is a true nightmare. So thank you for listening, and I hope that you pass the rent control because we deserve it. Good evening to all of you.
Thank you. Victor Mendez, followed by Christine Schachter, followed by Londra Salazar.
Hi. Item number 9, the follow-up to the debt financing report. What's missing, obviously, is that the annual expense savings has not been monetized, so I hope we'll see that in the future. It looks like the staff is still kind of working on that, but overall, it looks like a good thing. When our debt expense goes down, we should expect lower payments of some form or fashion. I wouldn't be too worried about the decrease in the discount rate. I think it'll have minimal effect, but essentially when discount rates go down, your payments are going to go up. So kind of expect that going forward. But again, not necessarily the fault of the financing. It's really a CalPERS policy that they're going to make outside of your control. But let's keep track of our payments and where they're going and see how this is going to evolve over time. Excuse me. Yeah, the other thing was I thought this particular process would include some form of public hearing in your ordinance. I never knew of one. Maybe the ordinance fell out, but I definitely want to follow up on that down the road. Item number 30, I really don't know what we're doing here. We're going to pay $175K to do what? I don't know what, or what outcomes are expected in this particular expenditure. I think we can avoid a conflict of interest by just giving a good nonprofit a board and having them do what needs to be done to help our homeless. By the way, my offer to save you guys $2 million of workers' compensation cost is still out there. It's free. You don't have to pay me $175,000 a year. I'll step up and do it, and I'll get it done for you. Number 31, paralysis by analysis. Let's get a commission on board to figure all this out for the people. Let's study it. Let's come to the council with some recommendations. The way this is looking, we'll be lucky if this thing ever occurs by sometime next year. I think our people here in Santa Ana are smart, intelligent, and know what we're talking about. But I don't think we need further study with our council outside of having to make the right appointments for this particular commission. Finally, on item 33, I see this as really destabilizing the market for renters who have been hurt. This is not necessarily what I consider an overreach or rental control or socialism. We did it for the WHO. We can do it for working people here in Santa Ana. Let's get some action today. I would only maybe add that maybe we can sunset this to maybe for a year period and see how it works out. Maybe there's obviously some feelings in the mobile park community, which I really didn't consider, and maybe we'll carve those out, but keep the apartments the same. You know, my own experience with the, in apartment in Santa Ana, there's some very, very bad, evil people out there that do very, very bad things to people. And let's be frank here, these are not like individual mom and pops. These people, are involved in the political process. They get the judges on board. They control the courts. They have wealthy lawyers. Okay, these are people who do and make money. So let's kind of tear away this mom and pop small business type of attitude. This is big business, but let's try to get something done right now that can further help these people. Something needs to be done. Something needs to be done now, today, not in a year, not further study, but today. People are hurting, and I think we can get something done and make some progress, and then try to work this thing out over time. And let's just try to do it right in the Santa Ana way, and it's fair to everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Christine Schachter, followed by Alondra Salazar, followed by Jose Luis, followed by Tim Shaw.
Hi, Christine Schachter here with the Pacific West Association of Realtors. I'd like to share a few comments on this matter, but they aren't my statements. They are that of Councilmember Fan, then candidate on August 11th, 2020, which was last year for the record. What is your position on rent control? Answer, rent control is an ineffective way of addressing housing affordability, especially if aggressive development and building is not a priority first. Although some advocates have fought to put rent control on the ballot, seemingly those here, all of such attempts have failed. Housing affordability is better addressed via housing supply rather than artificial caps on the market. That is end of quote. Question to Councilmember Fan, then candidate, what is your position on just cause eviction? Answer, AB 1482 already has just cause eviction requirements for landlords and tenants who have demonstrated a reliable payment history. However, as a property owner, a person should be able to control the use of said property and the amount that should be charged for such a rental. End of quote. We would have submitted these part of the record for the Housing Ad Hoc Committee meetings, yet it would seem such were conducted on multiple occasions without being made public or open to community input. Perhaps these ad hoc committee meetings were simply designed to thwart the will of Santa Ana residents who have consistently rejected rent control measures locally. Nowhere in the staff report was there mention of the number 8,504. Again, 8,504 is the number of signatures of which the initiative fell short of acquiring in order to qualify for the ballot. Just to reiterate, since math, like ethics, may not be required as part of a JD or becoming a politician, only 2,405 signatures were submitted on July 27, 2020. That was before Councilwoman Fan made her statements on August 11th, for the record. And circling back once more, just a little over a year ago, it was stated by then candidate Fan agreed that such mandatory policies create more bureaucracy and expense that may be borne by a landlord or tenant. Maybe that's why only 3.6% of Santa Ana households have been helped to date through the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. If the city can't even manage to get the money available, still $25 million on the table, $25 million out available to you all, to us all, in the hands of tenants, then one must wonder how the city proposes to manage a program that will be reliant on the collection of fees on the backs of landlords and tenants. And due to the nature of this due diligence process quoted by the staff report, which could take staff up to 12 months to complete. Ignorance of existing state protections does not justify bad policy. Existing through spring 2022, so next year, spring, in accordance with AB 832, a state law, in effect, property owners are required to take steps in compliance with state law to demonstrate that they have made a good faith effort to seek rental assistance. Again, $25 million sitting on the table. The city has not gotten out, only to 3.6% households. And so that is available and must be done before any proceedings can move forth in obtaining any sort of residential permanency. So again, we urge the council to think about the long-term actions, long-term consequences of these actions, instead of opting for political expediency. Thank you.
Thank you. Alondra Salazar, followed by Jose Luis, followed by Tim Shaw, followed by Sarai Alparo.
Alrighty. Hello, everyone. My name is Alondra. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I am a lifelong community member of Santana, and I'm also a program coordinator for the Harbor UCLA Family Medicine Department. A lot of people have been talking about the need for research and numbers, and so I wanted to provide some of my own that emphasize the need for rent control. So I want to start off by reading a summary of a study conducted last summer by UCLA Fielding School of Public Health. This study determined that the number of COVID-19 cases and the number of deaths from COVID both increased dramatically after states lifted eviction moratoriums that had been in place to protect people who were struggling to make rent payments during the pandemic. Specifically, this study found that the number of COVID-19 cases doubled and the number of deaths attributable to the virus increased fivefold in the 4-month period after the eviction moratoriums expired. Those figures suggest that during the summer of 2020, there were over 400,000 more COVID-19 cases and over 10,000 deaths that could have been prevented had the moratorium been intact. When thinking about our rent control ordinance, please remember that housing is a public health issue. Please remember that you're dealing with people's livelihoods. Ultimately, evictions and skyrocketing rents can be a matter between the life and death for so many people and their families. A vote against rent control is a vote against people's lives. I remember walking many different neighborhoods throughout the city to collect signatures for rent control and speaking with multiple families who were on the verge of being evicted. Many of them were having their rents raised $500 from 1 month to the next. There is absolutely no justification in that. That is absolutely inhumane. Supporting rent control helps support the most vulnerable communities, undocumented working class people of color, queer and trans people of color, and many who hold those intersections and more. A vote against rent control is a vote that contributes to their marginalization. When I hear the opposition stance, all I hear them talk about is profit, and even use racist rhetoric to try and combat rent control. It is clear that many of these people do not know the issues that working class communities have in Santa Ana. Working class communities, like many of the people that are here to fight for rent control today and have been for many years. Ultimately, you, City Council, have the power to support an ordinance that can support a community that you claim to care about. I urge you all to vote yes on rent control. Thank you.
Jose Luis. Go ahead, Tim. Tim Shaw, followed by Sarai Alparo, followed by Antelmo Velasquez, followed by Fausto Ramirez. If you guys will please line up.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Honorable Council. My name is Tim Shaw. I'm one of the Government Affairs Directors for the Pacific West Association of Realtors. We represent over 12,000 realtors in Los Angeles and Orange County here, and virtually all the licensed realtors in Santa Ana would be members of our association. And obviously, we are here to oppose the rent control ordinance as being proposed here this evening. Of course, here in Santa Ana, you already have rent control, because it turns out you're in the state of California, where we have AB 1482. So that is in existence. What is being proposed here this evening of capping a rent below CPI is actually completely crazy. You cannot sustain over a period of time below inflation. Over time, you can't expect to endlessly fall below the inflation rate. Maybe you could just change your website to say, Santa Ana, the place where you do not want to invest, because no one in their right mind, you don't have to be a business major to understand, you can't invest in a city where they keep you below inflation. That's just nuts. As in the interest of transparency for the community, many of these people, when they're running for city council, come to the Realtor Association seeking financial support for their candidacies. When they do so, we ask them to fill out a questionnaire. We ask them questions about housing. So, as my colleague read last year, we heard from a candidate named Tai Fan. We asked her, what is your position on rent control? And I quote, rent control is an ineffective way of addressing housing affordability, especially if aggressive development and building is not a priority first. Although some advocates have fought to put rent control on the ballot, all such attempts have failed. Housing affordability is better addressed via housing supply rather than artificial caps on the rent. That was a good answer. We asked her about, what is your position on just cause eviction? Quote, AB 1482 already has just cause eviction requirements for landlords and tenants who have demonstrated a reliable payment history. However, as a property owner, a person should be able to control the use of said property and the amount that may be charged for such a rental. Another good answer. So I trust that the candidate named Ty Fan, who emailed me on August 11th, 2020 at 5:56 p.m., is the same person that will be voting here this evening and will vote consistent with that position. So thank you.
Saraí Alfaro, followed by Antelmo Velázquez, followed by Fausto Ramirez.
Buenas tardes, concejales, alcalde Sarmiento. Mi nombre es Saraí Arpero, soy promotora y consejera de vivienda con Latino Health Access. Por más de 26 años hemos trabajado colaborando con la comunidad en Santa Ana, proporcionando recursos de salud y más. Antes, durante y obviamente lo haremos después de la pandemia. Esta noche quiero compartir con ustedes que en el último año hemos estado trabajando un poco más de 20 consejeros de vivienda voluntarios, más 27 promotoras en manejos de casos para dar recursos. Hemos escuchado retos de la comunidad donde nos hablan de sobrevivir para esta pandemia, medio comiendo, poco trabajo o nada de trabajo, contagios del COVID, retos emocionales por tanto estrés e intentando mantenerse lo mejor que pueden con lo que tienen. No poder pagar las utilidades y lo más angustiante, no poder pagar la renta. Quiero recordarles que esto no tiene que ver con la pandemia. Antes de la pandemia, la vivienda ya estaba en crisis. No usemos esto como una excusa. Cuando hablamos de consecuencias, nuestras familias son quienes las están viviendo. Y los resultados por no poner un alto a los abusos e incrementos de rentas por parte de los dueños. Tengo ejemplos de familias donde los incrementos de los dueños han sido de $600 a $1,200 por apartamento. Y como los inquilinos no lo han permitido, ya los están desalojando. El día 1 de octubre es como si mágicamente todo se resolviera y regresara a la normalidad, y eso no es así. Necesitamos atender necesidades básicas, y eso ha sido un trabajo titánico para todos y todas. Y los propietarios no han puesto de su parte en muchas ocasiones. La comunidad hace lo que puede. No es normal trabajar solo para pagar la renta. No es normal tener miedo mes a mes pensando que no completaremos para la renta. No es normal que nuestros niños no puedan ver a sus padres y madres días y días porque hay que trabajar para poder sobrevivir y pagar la renta. No es normal que nuestros jóvenes tengan que trabajar tiempos completos y estudiar tiempos completos para ayudar a la familia a pagar la renta. No es normal que nuestros hijos y niños tengan que te digan, no gastes en eso para que no nos saquen de nuestra casa. Las familias han tenido que irse de Santa Ana y muchos de estos desplazamientos son consecuencias de las rentas muy caras. Y aunque estamos bajo un estado de emergencia, los propietarios no les ha importado y siguen incrementando las rentas y no reparando las unidades. Sus argumentos es que ellos son los dueños y hacen con sus propiedades lo que ellos quieren. Los inquilinos se asustan y se van. Hay otra modalidad de desalojo usando la excusa de reparaciones sustanciales y los desalojan en 60 días. Las protecciones estatales no son suficientes, tienen huecos que los dueños aprovechan para desalojar a los inquilinos. Vivimos como podemos, no como queremos. Se necesita más que echarle ganas y trabajar duro y tomar un curso de finanzas para vivir dignamente. Por favor, aprueben la ley de estabilización de rentas y causa justa. Hagan lo correcto. Buenas noches.
Good evening. My name is City Council members, Mayor. My name is Saraí Alfaro, and from Latino Health Access, housing counselor. I've been for 26 years in Santa Ana, helping people with health and other things before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and we'll continue doing this after the pandemic. For the last year, we've been working 20 housing counselors and 27 caseworkers, some volunteers. And we are helping people, and they tell us the stories of just surviving the pandemic. And they're just somewhat eating and somewhat working, but there's not enough. There's not enough work, and there's not enough money to pay the rent And what's more concerning, not enough to pay utilities, and more concerning, not enough to pay rent. And this was an issue even before the pandemic, not just during the pandemic, because housing is an existential crisis, and our families are living through this problem, this issue, and they're living through the abuses of some landlords, and some people are receiving increases of rent from one month to the next, from $600 to $1,200. And because the tenants have not allowed this, they've been they've been evicted, or they are being evicted. So we need to satisfy the basic human needs, and the landlords are not helping. We're living. It's not fair that we are living to pay the rent. It's not fair that we are living month to month just to pay the rent. It's not fair that the kids don't see their parents because they're working so much. And hold on a second. And we are living as we can and not as we want. We need rent stabilization and just cause eviction. Do what's right for Santa Ana. Thank you.
Next, a speaker, Antelmo Velasquez, followed by Fausto Ramirez, followed by José Luis Gavino. You guys could please come up, si pueden pasar adelante, por favor. Antelmo Velasquez, Fausto Ramirez, José Luis Gavino. Si pueden pasar, por favor, a comentar. If you're out there, please come forward. Antelmo Velasquez, Fausto Ramirez, José Luis Gavino. Jubelia Charzo. Adriana Khan. Maria Victoria. Maria Victoria. Isabel Lopez. Isabel Lopez. Alejandra Luciano. Alejandra Luciano, followed by Joshua Gonzalez, followed by Rosie Ramirez. Alejandra Luciano, followed by Joshua Gonzalez, followed by Rosie Ramirez. Are you Alejandra? ¿Cuál es el nombre?
Alejandra Luciano.
Alejandra Luciano. Adelante, por favor.
Sí, I'm Joshua Gonzalez.
Oh, okay. Joshua Gonzalez, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Joshua Gonzalez. I'm a resident of Santa Ana, and I'm here to tell my council that we are in the middle of a pandemic. And in my family, there's 7, and my parents work so hard that I don't really see them often. When I get out of school, because they work to get food and clothes for my siblings and I, and in the month of September, they won't increase their rent, and it's not fair to increase their rent in this crisis of a pandemic. Well, we've always been in a crisis, but with this pandemic, it ruined us more, and I'm worried of this increasement of the rent because I fear that I won't see my parents as much anymore. And I would like for you to approve the raise of the rent. And I would ask for you to please vote before the month of September ends for the people that we are affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. Alejandra Luciano.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Alejandra Luciano y vengo aquí a pedir, por favor, que se compadezcan de uno, porque la mayoría de nosotros, como dicen las demás personas, no pueden venir a hablar por miedo a lo que tienen. ¿Para qué con control de renta? La verdad ha aumentado demasiado el control de renta, lo han aumentado demasiado. En este mes que pasó, supuestamente no lo iban a aumentar, pero ya lo aumentaron. Uno no puede pagar $1,700. Yo tengo 7 niños y la verdad es demasiado. Mi esposo y yo trabajamos demasiado, dejamos los niños, los dejamos mucho tiempo ahí solos, que no puede uno tanto. Pagamos la niñera para que no tengamos el suficiente para poderlos mantener, porque es mucho, la verdad, y me parece exagerado que estén aumentando la renta en esta crisis supuestamente de pandemia, y yo no sé por qué la aumentan. Y supuestamente los dueños se creen que tienen los edificios buenos y la verdad no están suficientes, y no es para que las estén aumentando demasiado. Gracias, y les pido por favor que aumenten, que controlen el control de renta, por favor. Gracias.
Rosie Ramirez, followed by Olivia Arzate, followed by Maria Ceja. Rosie Ramirez, followed by Olivia Arzate, followed by Maria Ceja.
Good evening. My name is Alejandra Luciano, and I'm here to ask for your mercy for us, because as most people have said, we come here. Most people cannot come here because they're afraid to speak out. We need rent control. Rent has been increasing a lot, and even the last month, they were not supposed to increase the rents, but they actually did. I pay $1,700. I have 7 kids, and my husband and I work a lot. And we are leaving our kids alone at home a lot. We have to pay for a babysitter. This is a very high crisis. I don't know why they keep increasing the rents. And the landlords say they have beautiful buildings, but not so much. So we're asking you for rent control. Thank you.
Rosie Ramirez, Olivia Arzate, María Ceja. Pase. ¿Cuál es su nombre?
Olivia Arzate.
Adelante.
Buenas noches, yo vengo a hacer una denuncia. Hace un mes tuvimos un incidente con un cholo. Nosotros íbamos rumbo al trabajo y se nos emparejó en el carro y me aventó una botella de vino dentro de mi carro. Entonces, claro que mi esposo se enojó y se hizo de palabras con el cholo. El cholo se baja con un puñal grande, se baja a pelear con mi esposo. Y como estábamos en una calle de Sept, la gente vio y empezó a hablar a la policía. Mi esposo se hizo de golpes con el cholo. Afortunadamente le tiró la navaja, pero peleó con él. Pues lo bueno que mi esposo está fuerte, ¿verdad? Y pues no, o sea, el cholo no pudo con mi esposo. Después llegó la policía como a los 5 minutos y nos dijo que qué había pasado. Y nosotros le dijimos lo que había pasado. Estaba la gente ahí y el policía no nos quiso dar ni un reporte de policía, que porque no había sangre. Le dije, ¿cómo va a ser posible que no me vas a dar un reporte de policía si hubo golpes? La gente habló por teléfono porque traía una navaja al cholo. ¿Por qué no me vas a dar un reporte de policía? No hay sangre, señora. No hay nada. Dice, tu esposo no tiene ningún golpe. Le digo, gracias a Dios mi esposo está fuerte. Pero si hubiera estado flaco, o sea, chiquito, el cholo, yo tengo fotos del cholo. Yo le dije al oficial, yo tengo video, porque ustedes siempre quieren evidencias. Yo tengo la evidencia aquí. Están las placas del carro, están las fotos del cholo. Hubo gente que habló a la policía, pero ustedes llegaron rápido. Y no me quieres dar un reporte de policía, ¿por qué? Y de ahí no me quisieron dar ni un reporte, nada me quisieron dar. Esa es mi denuncia. Y yo también quiero decir que si le pasa algo a mi familia y a mí, van a ser los responsables ustedes si no hacen nada. Es todo. Gracias, que pasen buena noche.
Gracias por venir, señor Exate. Un personal de nuestro departamento, el jefe de policía va a pasar allá atrás a hablar con usted, ¿ok?
Sí, gracias.
Gracias.
Good evening. I have a complaint. About a month ago, I had an incident with a cholo, with a gang member, and we were driving towards work, and this person came up and threw a wine bottle at our car. My husband stopped, he got mad, and there were words exchanged, and then the cholo pulled out a knife, and they were fighting. They were started to fight with my husband, and we were at a stop light or stop sign, so people were there, and they saw and they called the police, and they came to blows. They were fighting. So my husband is strong, thank God. Otherwise, I don't know what the cholo would have done, but he couldn't defeat him. The police came by about 5 minutes later, and the police officer asked what happened. We told them, and the people were there, but he says he could not give us a police report because there was no blood. I told them, how come you cannot give us a police report? They came to blows, and my husband was fighting. So people called you because the guy pulled out a knife. Why can we not get a police report? And he said, because there was no blood. And good thing that my husband was strong. Otherwise, if he was skinny, I don't know what would have happened. So I have a picture of the cholo. I took video because I told the police that I had video because they always say they want evidence, and I have that. I have a picture of the plates. I have a picture of the person. And people called you, why can't we get a police report? So this is my complaint, and if anything happens to me or to our family, you're going to be responsible if you don't do anything about it.
Rosie Ramirez, followed by Maria Ceja. Are you Rosie or Maria?
I'm Maria Ceja.
Go ahead.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for staying this long, and thank you for proposing this item on the agenda. I'm in support of item 33, which is rent stabilization and just cause protections here in the city. I'm a volunteer with Tenants United Santana, as well as a tenant counselor through this coalition. Throughout the past 4 years, we've done extensive community outreach, knocking doors for our previous ballot initiatives, as well as these past couple of months going out to the most impacted neighborhoods in the city by COVID and by those who are extremely rent burdened and having to choose between paying their rent or putting food on the table. I've worked with many tenants who have lost their jobs throughout the pandemic, many tenants who have had to go through an eviction process in the middle of a pandemic and have lost their homes and have scattered to find something to put a roof over their heads and for their children. And I want to state that statewide tenant protections, whether it be AB 3088, which is the COVID-19 protections, or AB 1482, are not enough, and they don't reflect the demographics here in Santana. Santana has the highest rate of poverty in the county, as well as those protections, they expire. AB 3088 expires at the end of this month, and AB 1482 expires in 2030. And it's a 5% plus local CPA, which is about 8% now. And that, for a $1,500 rent, that's $120. That could go for food, that could go for supporting their children. And most Santana renter-occupied households pay more than 30% of their income on rent alone. And renters would have if Santana renter-occupied households paid 30% of their income on housing, renters would have an extra $176 million of disposable income minus housing costs, to spend in their community each year, which is $7,000 per household. And almost the majority of renters in Santana are rent burdened and overpay in housing costs. And according to the National Low-Income Housing Coalition, people working minimum wage would need to work 89 hours per week to afford a one-bedroom apartment. That's nationally. But in Santana, they would have to work 104 hours to afford a one-bedroom apartment. That's not enough for a family of 4. That's an overcrowded household. And unfortunately, in Santana, many people are making below minimum wage. So those numbers don't account for people who are undocumented and getting paid under the table. So I'm asking you all to really consider being empathetic and thinking about the people who are most vulnerable in our community. Think about the people who are this close to being houseless, thinking about the people that have to choose between their needs or paying rent to put a roof over their head. Thank you so much for your time.
We get Lola Gonzalez, followed by Daisy Cruz, followed by David Gonzalez. Lola Gonzalez, followed by Daisy Cruz, followed by David Gonzalez. You guys can please line up towards the center, please.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and the tenant community of Santa Ana. My name is Daisy, and I'm with the Kennedy Commission and with residents of Santa Ana in support of item 33. The city of Santa Ana is a renter-majority city, and the current pandemic has increased economic and housing pressures on low-income families in Santa Ana. Families are struggling to remain housed. According to SCAG's local housing data, across Santa Ana's renter households, 61% spend 30% or more of their income on housing costs. Additionally, just under 12,000 renter households in Santa Ana, about 28%, spend 50% or more of their gross income on housing. Households in Santa Ana must earn $44.
Can you speak a little closer to the microphone?
Households in Santa Ana must earn $44.83 an hour to afford a two-bedroom household, or work 104 hours a week with minimum wage for a one-bedroom. I can go on with numbers, but you've heard them all before. You've heard these stories before. This is not new. Tenants, myself included, are always in danger of the harm by owners for a basic right, housing. Many of you have spoken about protecting tenants on multiple occasions with other ordinances. Tenants here have provided you exactly what you need to do so. The proposed ordinance protects tenants from further rising rents that are already not affordable to the majority of the city's residents. Please do the right thing today and support rent control. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, was that Daisy Cruz that just spoke? Daisy Cruz? Okay, thank you. David Gonzalez, followed by David Carvajal, followed by Angela Tulio.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is David Gonzalez, and I wanted to speak in support of rent control. And I just wanted to say a little bit about myself. I have lived in Santa Ana my whole life. My parents also grew up in Santa Ana. My grandparents also in Santa Ana. And so this place, I have pure love for it, and I have pure love for the city council and everything we're doing to help our residents. And this is something that is needed for the people who are renting. This is something that is needed for the people who are really spending their money, too much money on rent because rent is increasing. And landlords are able to do this. And I just wanted to say that in terms of housing insecurity, living like that it leads to so much more. And right now we have the opportunity to protect the mental health of thousands and thousands and thousands of people who are renting and struggling to make ends meet. And it may sound like a little bit, $100 raise or anything, but it is a lot for people who have kids, for people who are, in order for us to be able to keep our residents here, this is something that's very important. And I also was thinking for my own family. I've had to go through the process of moving before, and it can cause a lot of trauma and leaves a permanent, something that seems so simple as having to move or having to be just from your place that you've been living for years. It affects the mental health of people. It affects people that have diabetes. It affects people that have high blood pressure and everything, and it really is detrimental to the health of people. It really is detrimental in the sense of it leads to depression, and these are the people that have lived for generations here. It's not easy, and so I mean, this is a chance to really weave a part of Santa Ana us together as this is something that is for the people who live in Santa Ana. Listening to the comments, it's like this is such a great opportunity for us, and I hope that you guys really move forward with this ordinance.
Thank you. David Carvajal, followed by Angela Tulio, followed by Valeria Esqueda. David Carvajal. Angela Tulio, followed by Valeria Esqueda, followed by Tracy Law.
Hello, can you all hear me all right?
Yes, go ahead.
Cool. I just wanted to take a moment to recognize and acknowledge that we're on stolen land, stolen Hachiman Tongva Kish ancestral lands. Just to set the context for the basis of what this conversation around property and who owns property and who stands to lose something from the property that they own exists. And I also wanted to take a second to just express gratitude for y'all and your patience for being here and your recognition to put this on the agenda, and really make eye contact with you all as a human to a human. Take a breath and be present to the decisions that we're really making today, and the voices that you're hearing. I'm just going to read off a list of supporting organizations. So Santa Ana community organizations who endorse the City of Santa Ana Community Preservation, Rent Stabilization, and Tenants' Rights Act. Tenants United Santa Ana, the Public Law Center, Viet Rise, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice, Santa Ana Active Streets, Santa Ana Early Learning Initiative, the Kennedy Commission, Thrive Santa Ana, CLT, Unidos Homeschool Cooperative, Resilience Orange County, Calle Sullivan en Acción, Cooperación Santa Ana, Orange County Environmental Justice, Vecindario La Cia en Acción, Chicanex Unidex, Alianza Translatinx, the People's Coalition, Crece Urban Farms, and then here are some Santa Ana faith leaders and congregations and labor unions who endorse item 33 for rent stabilization and just cause eviction. The Mixed Academy Santa Ana, Santa Ana United Methodist Church, Committee of Interns and Residents, the SCI Youth Healthcare, El Getsemani United Methodist Church Santa Ana, Episcopal Church of the Messiah Santa Ana, OC Interfaith Committee to Aid Farm Workers, Peace, Benevolence, and Justice, PB&J, Ministry Santa Ana, Suvan Gear, Church of Foothills Santa Ana, Jackie Cordova, St. Anne Catholic Church Santa Ana, Reverend Ken Wyant, Irvine United Congregational Church, Suzanne Darwish, OC Interfaith Committee to Aid Farm Workers, United Steelworkers, Local 675, St. Mark Presbyterian Church, Reverend Raina Hamre, Tapestry Unitarian Universalist Congregation, Reverend Jennifer Garcia, St. Paul Lutheran Church, Reverend Jackie Bethel, Community of Christ, Reverend Adiel DePano, Santa Ana United Methodist Church, Pastor David Jaimes, El Getsemani United Methodist Church, Santa Ana, Pastor Maribel Tone, the Mixed Academy, Reverend Abel Lopez, Episcopal Church of the Messiah, Santa Ana, Harold Baker, Episcopal Church of the Messiah, Santa Ana, Leah Smith, Orange County Catholic worker, Bob Blair, St. Andrew's Episcopal Church, and one more community organization that supports this is the Democratic Party of Orange County. For years now, folks in opposition to the rent stabilization and just cause protections have been getting exactly what they want, which is no rent control, no just cause eviction.
Light's red if you could start winding up.
Yeah, sure. So the question on the table is rent control, yes, but at its foundation, it's also, are you someone who seeks to center economic development over human life and make business and profit off the basic human needs like housing? Or are you someone that recognizes that we have allowed the current conditions to go on for far too long, and it's time for something different? The full moon is here, like Ty mentioned, and it's time for transformation. Change is on the table. Are you willing to make it?
Thank you. Valeria Esqueda. Is it David Carvajal? David, come on up after you. Valeria Esqueda, followed by Tracy Law, followed by Elsa Ayala, followed by Esperanza.
Good evening, City Council. Yeah. Oh, sure. Okay, thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is David Carvajal. I am a community health worker and lifetime resident of the city of Santa Ana. You've heard from a lot of corporate landlords tonight that don't know Santa Ana. They don't live here. They're people who don't understand the very fabric of our community. They collect our rents. But are unable to fix the very many issues our units have. But you're also hearing from people who were born and raised in Santa Ana, like myself. You're hearing from people who have deep roots in our community, who are telling you that it's time. It's time that the city's policies reflect our needs. We need rent stabilization now. All of you received a letter signed by over 40 organizations who some of you have worked with over the years, who were just named. Organizations that are also working closely with tenants to meet a wide variety of needs that the community has. In community health, we often talk about the housing crisis as a public health issue. The ongoing pandemic has reminded us that housing is healthcare. People who have stable housing have a higher quality of life. This is factual. There's data. We know that AB 1482 exists, but this isn't enough. Extremely low-income tenants cannot afford the 8.3% rent cap. Evictions are very much still happening under AB 1482. We expect to start seeing an overwhelming number of evictions happen after September 30th, but this rent stabilization ordinance will help mitigate this. Give your constituents some peace of mind. We've spoken for months and months, knocked on doors with tenants who have lost their jobs throughout the pandemic, who couldn't be here today. We've spoken to tenants who had to navigate rental assistance funds. Earlier this year, we worked with the city to streamline that process, but still, we need long-term solutions. This rent stabilization is that. Lastly, I want to uplift the tenants that couldn't be here today, to share their stories, because they are here too in spirit. This fight is theirs. Please enact rent stabilization in Santa Ana. Thank you.
Thank you. Valeria Esqueda, followed by Tracy Law, followed by Elsa Ayala.
Hello, my name is Valeria Esqueda. I just wanted to thank y'all today for bringing this item onto the agenda today, as it's something that, working as a volunteer for an organization, Tenants United Santa Ana, that focuses on speaking with renters and just to understand more of the conditions in our community. And I think that one of the things that we keep finding in these, we spend some of our weekends, we're going in pairs to knock on doors on different neighborhoods out in Santa Ana, some of them being in those most impacted by evictions or high rent increases. And we find that a lot of those stories are very similar and are very unified under the same message that the cost of living and the cost of housing, the cost of rent out here is really affecting our ability to come together, I think, as community members, because we spend most of our time stressed out about the different jobs one has to work in order to afford the rent and keep up with the rent increase. And I think that the state law, and I'm not sure if many of the folks who voiced their opposition today are aware that the AB 1482, is a state law to serve as renter protections for local jurisdictions that don't have anything already established. So it is entirely within our city council's right and local jurisdictions' right to come up with their own form of local rent control that is reflecting the needs of the community, as the person before me just said. And I think right now it's an opportunity to really change the policy focus of when it comes to renting and housing here. I think it's a really important time to focus on looking forward and also looking at our youth who have many a times voiced that they don't know where to move to when they can't really see themselves staying in the community they were raised in, because it just doesn't make sense to work 3 jobs or work 2 jobs to afford, sometimes below decent housing quality. And again, with AB 1482, it expires in 2030, and it's not going to last very long here. And even the 8.3% rent increases, again, that's a state law, which doesn't take into account the demographics of Santana, where 56% are renters, which is entirely a whole reason in of its own why we should support local rent control here, and also the fact that we do have the highest percentage of poverty in all of Orange County. And I think that alone is some of the data that just reminds us to look at each other more often, to look at the stories that have been presented here today, and consider changing the way that we approach policy and housing as a business. Housing really is a public good, and rent control has been stated in courts that it's not a subsidy program, it's regulation, and housing should be something that's regulated when it does provide a baseline of our health. So I just wanted to share today, express my support for item 33 on the agenda. And again, thank y'all for your time and consideration and the time you're spending here tonight to just listen to us over and over again.
Thank you. Tracy Law, Elsa Ayala, followed by Esperanza, then Silvia Avendaño.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Elsa Ayala, lo cual tengo 18 años viviendo aquí en Santana, lo cual vengo a apoyar el control de renta y a pedirles una causa justa para Santana, para las familias de bajos ingresos, lo cual me incluyo yo. Me incluyo yo porque lamentablemente hace 5 años mi esposo tuvo un derrame cerebral, lo cual nada más soy yo la que trabajo, la que aporto para mi hogar. Tengo 2 hijos, uno de 18 años, uno de 15, lo cual ellos están estudiando. Y si no se aumenta la renta, yo no voy a poder, me voy a ver obligada, tal vez a sacar a mis hijos de estudiar, ponerlos a trabajar, lo cual no quiero. Quiero que ellos estudien porque ahorita ellos van bien en el colegio y ellos tienen un futuro adelante, lo cual les servirían a la ciudad de Santa Ana o a muchos lugares o a todo el estado. Y también o a veces también porque está la renta muy alta, a veces vemos personas o hay muchas personas que se van a vivir a la calle donde hay mucha delincuencia para los jóvenes, se van a las drogas. ¿Por qué? Porque las familias no alcanzan a pagar una renta, se van viviendo en la calle, lo cual eso creo que se puede evitar y lo pueden evitar ustedes. Por eso les pido que por favor pasen el control de renta. Muchas gracias, buenas noches y bendiciones.
Gracias. After the translation, Tracy Law, Esperanza, Silvia Avendaño, followed by Gina Suarez.
Good evening, my name is Elsa Ayala. I've been a Santa Ana resident for 18 years, and I'm here to support rent control and just cause eviction for control for Santa Ana. As many low-income families here need it, including myself, because 5 years ago my husband had a brain aneurysm, and I'm the only one who is working. I have 2 kids, 18 years old and 15 years old, and they're going to school. But I'm afraid that if rents keep going up, I won't be able to keep them in school. I might have to pull them from school so that they have to work and help with the rent, and I don't want that because they're doing well in school. And I want them to go to school so that they can benefit the future of Santa Ana and maybe even the state. If rents go up, many people would have to leave their homes and live on the streets. They turn to crime or turn to drugs because the families cannot afford rent. So you are able to avoid this, so please pass rent control. Good evening, and God bless you.
Tracy Law, followed by Esperanza. Tracy, primero después Esperanza. And then Silvia Vendaño.
Good evening, Mayor Sarmiento and Santa Ana City Council members. My name is Tracy Law. I'm a resident of Ward 1, and I'm here today to speak in support of Agenda Item 33. I have been a renter my entire life, and have been renting in the city for the past 4 years. Today, I'm sharing a statement on behalf of my organization, VitRise, and I'm also sharing a statement on behalf of senior residents from the Valley High Mobile Homes Lodge. Also, before I start, I want to share some appreciation to the Vietnamese translator that translated what the Valley High residents were saying. I do also want to share, though, that unless you spoke Vietnamese, you would not get the full substance or the experiences that the residents were actually sharing, because their voices and what they share were not actually being translated properly. You would not hear the actual stories of the ways that they're struggling to pay their rent, that they're living on fixed income, that they're experiencing all these fears and constant threats of not being able to afford living in their homes anymore. Unless you spoke Vietnamese, you have no idea what they were saying. And I think that's really unfortunate, because how many stories are out there of residents that are not being told because they feel like their experiences don't matter, because things like that keep happening to them. And this is experience of many Vietnamese residents that live in the city and many others as well. So now I want to share a little bit more about my organization, VitRise. We organize and serve Vietnamese immigrant and refugee communities across Orange County, but many who live here in Ward 1 in Santa Ana. Every year, our organization knocks on over 10,000 doors and talks to Vietnamese community members about the issues that impact them. And every single time we do this, housing comes up as one of the biggest issues that they have wished that their elected officials would actually address. Most of them are renters and mobile home residents. And so on behalf of my organization, I'm urging you to vote yes on Agenda Item 33 to enact rent stabilization and just cause eviction protections. As the COVID-19 pandemic is still ongoing, this looming eviction crisis is a public health hazard, as well as a serious threat to the working class, immigrant, and refugee communities who actually define Santa Ana. In 2019, senior-age mobile home residents brought forth efforts to establish a rent stabilization ordinance in the city of Westminster. These seniors shared story after story about how they are living on fixed incomes and face threats of rent hikes and displacement from the land they live on. These are refugees who were displaced from their homelands many decades ago, and share many similar experiences to the migrants today who have lost their homelands as well. And like the many stories you heard earlier today that you didn't get to hear because you don't speak Vietnamese, or not all of you do. So this ordinance would have provided not just the physical safeguards to protect these seniors from facing increasingly unaffordable rent hikes and ultimately displacement or homelessness, it would have been a statement from the City Council of what they're willing to do to protect our senior generations. Santa Ana today has the opportunity to do that, but do it better. The efforts by Santa Ana residents to enact rent stabilization multiple times in the last is proof alone that there is strong need for these ordinances. It is time for the city to be proactive and address the root causes of displacement and homelessness and take measures to ensure that families in the city can thrive. So I appreciate the City Council members who are supporting that and have expressed that support. And for those who are still in defense, I hope you really take these into account today. So these ordinances are a great step to ensuring the future stability and success of the city and all of its residents, from our elders to young people, who make Santa Ana the beautiful city that it is. And so once again, we urge you to vote yes on Agenda Item 33. And lastly, on behalf of the Valley High residents, they said, we are a group of senior residents of Valley High Mobile Home. Most of us are retired with fixed and low income, We want rent control to be approved. So if you support our community, we will support you. Thank you.
Thank you. Esperanza, followed by Silvia Andaño, followed by Gina Suarez, followed by Sergio Corona.
Buenas noches a todos. Gracias por estar aquí. Yo sé que es muy tarde y gracias a toda la comunidad que estamos aquí. Yo quiero ser breve y quiero contar mi experiencia. Yo soy residente desde hace 18 años. Mi nombre es Esperanza Corona de Rosas. Hace 18 años yo trabajaba cargando y descargando trailers. Empezaba a pagar mi renta, no me alcanzaba, era mamá soltera. Tenía que sacar 3 hijos adelante. Yo dormía en la esquina de una sala y a veces no me alcanzaba para comer. Mi comida era una bebida de energía, un pan y una maruchan, porque a veces tenía que agarrar otros 3 trabajos para pagar mi renta y sacar a mis hijos adelante como madre soltera. Muchas de nosotras como mamás solteras aquí en Santa Ana no tienen para pagar toda la renta. Y muchas veces es difícil porque tenemos que hacer doble papel de papá y mamá, ¿verdad? A lo largo del tiempo me casé y sigue la misma necesidad de renta, porque aunque mi esposo y yo trabajamos full time, no nos alcanzaba. Una renta de $1,650 para una sola recámara. Y si agarramos una sola recámara, eran $1,000. Entonces, los trabajos empezaron a bajar y con la pandemia nos afectó más a toda nuestra comunidad. En especial para mí, ya que en la pandemia murió mi papá a principios de año por la pandemia. Mi mamá perdió la memoria y sigue con el oxígeno hasta la fecha de ahora. Soy un soporte para mi familia a lo lejos y sigue afectándonos. Cuando pasó lo de mi papá, yo tuve que decidir agarrar el dinero de mi renta para cubrir los funerales de mi papá. Mucha gente en la comunidad me ayudó para cubrir esos ciertos gastos. Es muy difícil y muy estresante para cada familia en Santa Ana, especialmente para mí, porque referente a la pandemia sufrí mucho estrés y sin darme cuenta me salí corriendo de tanto escuchar ambulancias y todo, y el estrés de haber perdido a mi papá y a verlo por una pantalla de teléfono cómo lo incineraban. Es muy difícil para cada familia de Santa Ana. Esta pandemia nos afectó a todos en general. Y yo quiero que se toquen el corazón y que piensen no en el beneficio de otros, sino para proteger a millones de familias que van a ser desalojadas injustamente, porque muchos de las familias se murieron sus esposos, sus esposas, sus hijos y familias completas. Pónganse en ese lugar de esas familias. Yo como madre me las vi muy duras, en una esquina de una sala. Después, ya casada, sigue en la misma situación. Ahora por la pandemia ya no puedo trabajar por cuestiones crónicas, pero sigo de voluntaria apoyando a mi comunidad y seguiré siéndolo hasta que Dios me deje y que voy a estar por mi comunidad.
Gracias. After the translation, Silvia Andaño, followed by Gina Gema Suarez, followed by Sergio Corona, followed by Elizabeth Martinez.
Good evening to all. Thank you for being here so late, and thank you for listening to the community. Thank you for the community for being here. I'm going to be brief. I want to tell you my story. My name is Esperanza Corona de Rosas, and I've worked loading and unloading trucks, semi-trucks for 18 years. 18 years ago, I have 3 kids, and I used to be a single mom. We lived in a living room corner, and we had no food to speak of. My food consisted of some energy drink, bread, a piece of bread, and a soup. And as a single mom, many single moms here in the city cannot afford the rent. It's hard to play both roles, being a mom and being a dad, and it's very difficult. Even later, after I got married, still the rent was an issue. My husband and I both worked, and we had to pay $1,650 for a 1-bedroom apartment. And the work was lacking during the pandemic. It got even worse. My dad died, and my mom lost her memory, and she's on oxygen. And they had been a support for me at a distance. And when my dad died, I had to choose between using the rent money to pay for the funeral expenses. The community helped a little bit, but it's very hard for families here in Santa Ana. The pandemic has brought a lot of stress in me, just listening to the ambulances going by, the sirens going by, just brought back the difficulty, the stress of seeing my dad on a phone screen being incinerated. This pandemic has affected us all, so I'm asking you to please touch your hearts and don't think of benefiting others. Think of the families that have been affected, whose wives have died, their husbands have died, maybe entire families have died. I used to live in a corner of a living room, and now I can't work for some chronic reasons, but I'm here to help for my community. Thank you.
Okay, next up, and it will be Silvia Avendaño, Gemma Suarez, and Sergio Corona.
Buenas noches a todos y muchas gracias por estar aquí y a la comunidad. Yo me llamo Silvia y soy consejera de inquilinos. Tengo muchas historias que contar, pero vamos a ser breves. Lo que está pasando aquí es que tenemos mucha gente que en la pandemia no pudo pagar, que se enfermó, que se murió, pero no vamos a hacer un minuto de silencio, sino que vamos a hablar por ellos. Y yo hablo por las personas que no pudieron venir porque murieron, también hablo por los huérfanos que dejó el COVID, las viudas y todas las personas que se pusieron a trabajar durísimo, que aunque en una pandemia, ellas siguieron trabajando, siguieron poniendo los jardines bien bonitos para que la hierba no creciera, estuvieron ahí como los esenciales, las personas que estamos trabajando con las personas ancianas que estuvimos cuidando niños, estuvimos sin parar trabajando en plena pandemia para pagar la renta. ¿Y qué pasó? Empezaron a bajar las horas y no pudimos pagar y ahora las tarjetas están sobregiradas, las casas de cambio están filas de gente para pagar la renta. ¿Y qué pasó? Pues no calificamos ya porque hay personas que no tenemos contrato, pagamos cash y trabajamos, ya lo dijeron todos, tenemos 3 trabajos, 2 trabajos y es una miseria, una cosa estresante vivir así. Tenemos un contrato de mes a mes, no sabemos si el mes que viene no vamos a tener casa o no vamos a tener un departamento. Es algo muy, muy, muy duro de vivir así. Y dicen que el control de renta es un sueño. No, a nosotros nos quita el sueño no poder pagar la renta. Y estamos trabajando y estamos pidiendo prestado y estamos sobregirando. Y así no calificamos para las ayudas. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que necesitamos? Necesitamos un control de renta. Porque nosotros podíamos amanecernos acá y platicar todas las historias, todos los abusos que ha habido de los dueños. Y esto es muy triste porque esto estresa a la gente. Nosotros como consejería, tuvimos personas ancianas en plena pandemia, en el primer periodo de pandemia, desalojadas, viviendo gente en carros, ¿sí? Pidiendo pasar al baño a las casas porque no tienen a dónde ir al baño, no tienen dónde bañarse. Nosotros estamos pidiendo que se toquen el corazón, que un desalojo es perderlo todo, amigos, familia, barrio, todo. Nos tenemos que ir a otras ciudades porque ya no podemos pagar la renta. Y ya caminamos mujeres, niños, juntando firmas. Ya estuvimos en la pandemia también tratando de recolectar las firmas y no pudimos. Y ahora estamos acá otra vez pidiéndoles que se toquen el corazón y pongan el control de renta y que paren los desalojos sin causa justa. Muchas gracias. Espero que consideren nuestras palabras.
Good evening. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the community. My name is Silvia, and I'm a tenant counselor. And I have lots of stories to tell you, but I want to be brief. There are lots of people who could not be here. There are lots of people who cannot pay the rent because they're sick. Due to the pandemic, some of them got sick, some of them died. So I'm here not to ask for a moment of silence for them, but to speak for them, because many died, and because they died, they could not be here. Many COVID widows, many they're working. We were being paid, and we were working, and the work was less and less. We were there working through the pandemic. being essential workers, taking care of the elderly, taking care of the kids, working on the gardens, making them nice and neat, trimming the gardens. And because of the pandemic, the pay was reduced, the hours were less, and we had to overcharge our credit cards, and we couldn't pay our rent. We had to go to the houses, the cashing places because we could not qualify. We do not have a contract sometimes, a lease. It's because you have to pay cash. We had to work 2 to 3 jobs, and it's very stressful living like this, living month to month, not knowing whether next month you're going to have a home to live in. And many people say rent control is a dream. Well, we cannot sleep just because thinking of how we can pay the rent. We do not qualify for a lot of the help, and rent control is very necessary. There's lots of stories that I can tell you about abuses from landlords. There's sad stories. People are stressed. Elderly people who were evicted, living in cars because they had to live in their car, and they have to ask to use somebody's restroom just to do that. And I'm here to ask you to touch your heart. Being evicted means you lose everything. You lose your neighborhood, you lose your friends, you lose everything. You lose your home. And I'm here to ask you to touch your heart and to give us rent control and just cause eviction. Thank you for your consideration.
Gemma Suarez, followed by Sergio Corona, followed by Elizabeth Martinez and Cesar Medina.
Okay, can you hear me? Good evening, everybody. I wish I could say it in Spanish, but I want to not take a lot of your time, so I'm going to say it in English. My name is Gemma Suarez. I'm a renter. I'm also a community organizing coordinator at El Centro Cultural de Mexico. So you could add that to the list. Somebody mentioned all the organizations that they forgot to mention us, but anyways, we're showing the support as El Centro. So lots of Centro volunteers were not able to make it today because they have to work. And so at El Centro, one of our principles is community solidarity. And we see how many struggles are connected, and we need to be creative in finding solutions that address the root cause of our social challenges. We can't wait for state laws to represent the needs of the city. One good example of how the city has represented its residents in the past is with the car impoundment policy that the city adopted in 2011. Maybe some of you remember that. I think you do. So that the city took the right decision and resulted in a relief of many families when you all adopted the impound policy to basically to not have unjust impoundments. Then there was a driver license state policy that happened later. The city took the step first, so that was really cool to see that happen. So yeah, that you all listen to the movement that represented most of its residents. Today, AB 1482 fails us because 8% is too high of a rent cap and does not include mobile homes in the city of Santa Ana. And we have seen how many folks have been affected by high rent before the pandemic and has worsened during the pandemic. So going back to El Centro, a few months ago, we were able to distribute some relief funds to folks affected by COVID. And with this, we did a survey. And from this survey, 90% of the working families that we surveyed, about out of 1,000 families, their biggest difficulty was to afford rent. And this was just a sample. Like we don't have the capacity to talk to all the families, so it was just a sample. So we stand in favor of encouraging housing security for all people, especially people who are most vulnerable. And we have heard stories of many skillful workers who are at the border of becoming houseless. So the ordinance will not, I know that the rent control ordinance will not stop rent increases. So I know there's a lot of concern about that, but what I've heard is it's not gonna do that. Instead, it's gonna balance out the supply for housing to include very low income families. So please, today, take the right decision. Yes on item 33, rent stabilization and just cause eviction protection ordinance. Thank you so much for your time, your attention, and patience.
Thank you. Thank you. Sergio Corona, Elizabeth Martinez, Cesar Medina, and Rosa Pisano.
Good evening, council members, and I want to take a little bit of time. I want to say thank you for the translators and all the people in the background that are here tonight, especially also the Santa Ana Police Department for keeping us safe. Thank you very much. You guys are doing a great job because you're, the translators, especially because they, they're the voice for the people that cannot, communicate in English, and it's very important for their voice to be heard. I'm here to speak on behalf of the item 33 on the agenda. I'm in favor of rent control. As a low-income resident of Santa Ana, there is a very thin line between being low income and being houseless. It doesn't take much for you to get injured to be on the street. In reality, earning a low-income living wage is very difficult because you have to choose between putting food on the table, paying for medical expenses, paying rent, or taking your kids to a good school. It is very difficult for low-income earners to get out of a deep hole of debt because there is people that will loan you money, but they will charge you 40% in interest. It is very difficult to come up with rent and try to pay, gas, which is very expensive these days. And in reality, our employers do not pay us enough to keep up with inflation. Now, I was hearing a lot of the, people with suits and business people that they want to keep business rolling with, keeping up with inflation, when yet the people that pay rent cannot keep that, their wages cannot keep up with inflation. So I hope that you guys never get in that position of not being able to earn enough to pay your rent, or to choose between putting gas in your car, paying for medical expenses, or putting food on the table. It is a very difficult way to live that way. But I just hope that you can think about, maybe more about the community that vote to keep you in your chair, rather than listening to businesses or unions or associations that pay for, the candidates, So choose which side you're on, because eventually the ones that vote for you to stay on that chair is the people of Santa Ana.
Thank you, Cesar. Thank you, Sergio, I'm sorry. Elizabeth Martínez, César Medina, Rosa Pisaño, César y Rosa, si se pueden acercar un poquito más.
Be speaking instead of Elizabeth. My name is Jose Hernandez. I'm a community resident. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I just want to say that I heard a lot of interesting speeches throughout the night, especially the first group of people that got here really early, because they can afford to have a day off, where tenants and other folks, have kids, have jobs, could not do that. So we heard things like, this is a socialist policy. Ooh, the socialist policy. The Trumpian tactics of the national level won't work here, because this council knows better, and the residents here know better. And boy, do we know the talking points of the Landlords Association, because the past 10 years that I've been here, I've heard these time and time again. They keep talking about they could possibly hurt tenants. They could possibly create more crime. How about this? The adverse. They could possibly create abundance and possibly save lives. There was no secret process in this, let it be known. It was no secret that who have been coming to these meetings. The community residents, the leaders, they've been coming to this and talking about this. They waged signature gathering drives. It's been on the issue. And it's been part of an ad hoc committee that has been studying this. But, there is a false argument to say that, like, if we were to be included into the process, we would support it. They will never, the Landlord Association and the realtors and the mobile home owners will never support any kind of thing that smells of anti-capitalist, and anti-free market things that support their tenants. So make an analogy. I also heard analogies like comparing tenants to children. It's like, I'm like the father or the mother, and these are my children. Like, that's insulting. These are grown folks with families. Do not make those kinds of analogies. I also heard about the tremendous work. I'm like the greatest landlord that's ever lived. I'm just like the best. Like, who says that they're not the best landlord? So, that it's unconstitutional, that it's un-American. Like, I hardly believe that the city of Santa Monica, who has a rent control policy, thinks that they're un-American and unconstitutional. It's not. It's a fact. This ridiculous notion that, they're at the table from the beginning, that they would support this. No, they would always want to derail. And they speak of government subsidies, right? But they never want to, work in the rent control, and they fight against that, right? Why should, rent control is subsidization, but government, taxpayer subsidization for their high rents, that's okay, right? For the Dems on the dais, I wonder if the DPOC has endorsed this, why wouldn't you? If you're not in line with democratic values, then why should the DPOC endorse you when it comes around to that? So anti-regulation, free market folks, are the same ones that promote, desalination projects and the deforestation and stuff, because it hurts their bottom line. So that's all this is. It's folks that care about their personal greed, their personal profits at the behest of the community residents. And the last thing I want to say is, let it be known and let it be clear that the folks that support this today, the mayor, the council members, they will have a bullet on their backs, because this is a politically risky position. We are saying we are going to be the first city in Orange County to potentially pass this ordinance. And so for folks that are always pushing and always, advocating, I want to just stress this very clear. Be ready to stand up for those folks that are standing up with us here today against any recall efforts and when it comes down to re-elect these folks and elect people that keep it and don't undo the good work that may be potentially done with this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Cesar Medina, followed by Rosa Pisano, followed by Jesus Santana. Cesar Medina, Rosa Pisano.
Okay, I am not speak English, but quiero saludar aquí a David Peñalosa, que él es mi representante de mi zona donde yo vivo, mi buen alcalde que tenemos ahora, Vicente Fernández, y a toda su gente.
No canto tan bien como él, pero
Ok,
bueno.
pero vamos a bailar, porque vamos a ganar. Pero estoy muy disgustada con mi representante de Kingsley. Hoy vino.
En 30 años que yo tengo viviendo en mi comunidad, jamás se había presentado una organización de Kingsley. Tuve que salir a hablarle hacia allá afuera, porque le dije que el 2 de octubre voy a hablar con él para poner las cosas en la mesa de cómo nos tratan en nuestra comunidad, su organización. Nosotros pagamos $1,500 al mes por 12 meses y somos 120 familias. Solo pónganse de acuerdo cuánto dinero se lleva este señor a Utah, porque él viene en su avión. Él se lleva todo nuestro dinero que podemos trabajar con tanto ahínco. Los jardineros, las personas que trabajan con tanto amor para tener un Santa Ana bonito. Es muy triste. Yo vengo representando a Country Club Mobile Homes y Coach Royal. Somos familias sufridas por los managers. Entonces yo quiero que por favor aquí mi representante David Peñalosa se ponga hoy de acuerdo con nosotros para que él pueda apoyarnos y votar sobre esa ley que es el control de renta. Y por favor, miren, GAP con el 3%. Gracias.
Just before the translation begins, César Medina, followed by Jesus Santana, followed by Andrea Chamó, followed by Kimberly Castro.
Good, Mayor. I'd like to say hi to my representative, David Peñalosa, who's here, and our great mayor now, and all of you here. I think let me dance because I think we're going to win, but I'm not happy with my representative at Kingsley. In 30 years, he's never come here. So I went out to speak to him, and I told him that on October 2nd, I'm going to speak with him to put the cards on the table and to speak about his organization, how his organization is treating us. We pay $1,500 a month for 12 months, and we're 120 families. So just do the math and see how much money this man is taking to Utah because he lives there. He just comes in his plane and he takes all this money that we earn with our hard work, or the gardeners, or the people that do work with love to make a beautiful Santa Ana. And it's sad what's happening in our country club mobile home park. We suffer by the manager's actions, and I'd like to ask my representative to join us and to come with us so you can support us on this rent control. And just like the sign says here, 3%. Thank you.
Thank you. César Medina, followed by Jesus Santana, Andrea Chamó, Kimberly Castro.
Buenas noches. Un saludo al alcalde Vicente Sarmiento, como también a sus concejales. Muchos de los que aquí se han acercado han contado una historia, ¿no? Yo quiero contar también la mía. No es trágica, no es dramática, sencillamente tiene que ver con la situación actual personal. Había sido invitado a esta reunión con muchos días de anticipación. Mi amigo Jesús Santana, que me precede, pasó por mí en las 4:15, a las 5 estuvimos en el Centro Cultural de México, marchamos, llegamos aquí a las 6, ya van a ser más de las 11, siento que soy de los últimos, pues no es culpa de nadie, pero me parecería como que me estuvieran diciendo: contigo cerramos el evento, apagas la luz y nos vamos. El otro tema, son dos temas que he traído aquí a consideración. Quisiera conocer entre todos ustedes a mi representante, porque esta es la casa, este es el alma de la Casa del Pueblo. A mi representante, David Peñalosa, si pudiera alzar la mano. No lo conozco. A mi derecha. Ok, gracias, muchas gracias. Mi nombre es César Medina, vengo de la organización llamada Sullivan en Acción. Y lo que ahorita quisiera solamente es preguntarme, porque todos nos debemos preguntar, ¿por qué debemos de crear un control o una regulación de la renta? ¿Por qué? Y la respuesta, en lo personal, para mí, es la siguiente. Yo, como César Medina, no puedo hacer nada con las leyes del mercado, oferta y demanda. Mi familia no puede irse contra las corporaciones, porque sencillamente perderíamos. Yo, individualmente, mi familia va a perder. Entonces, de lo que se trata es que cuando uno regula o controla, lo que está haciendo es evitar que las ambiciosas medidas de las corporaciones suban demasiado. Y rescatemos a los que bajan también demasiado. Como aquí lo han dicho. Esposos muertos, hijos muertos, que han muerto con el COVID, que se han quedado sin trabajo, que duermen en los carros, que duermen en la calle. Es gente que está bajando demasiado, porque no pueden pagar la renta. También se ha dicho que aquí han cobrado 600 mensuales o hasta 1000 mensuales, demasiado alto. Entonces lo que se trata es de evitar ¿qué? El abuso de quienes quieren subir demasiado sus utilidades, sus ganancias.
César, si tratas de terminar, ya está la luz
Gracias.
roja.
Y subir a los que se están bajando. Por lo tanto, pienso que el 3%, que es el que se quieren establecer como una regulación, como un control, es lo más consciente, es lo más justo y lo más derecho.
Gracias.
Porque el techo es un derecho para todos. Gracias.
Gracias. Jesús Santana, Andrea Chamó, Kimberly Castro, Mireya, followed by Mireya.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Jesus Santana, and I just want to say thank you.
I'm sorry, can you wait for 1 second so we can have
I'm
the
sorry.
translator provide their translation? Thank you.
Good evening. It's great to be here. Mayor, our great Mayor Sarmiento and his city council members. Many people have come here to tell their stories. I'm here to tell mine. It's nothing tragic. It's just my personal story. I was invited to come here a few days ago by Jesus Santana, and we came at 5 o'clock. We went to El Centro Cultural de Mexico. We marched here. We arrived here around 6, and now it's almost 11. I feel like I'm the last one, or one of the last ones. It's no one's fault, but it seems like they're telling me, okay, after you're done, just turn the lights off and let's get out. So my representative, I want to speak to you or know who you are, because this place is the soul of the people of Santa Ana, and I don't know David Peñalosa, so if you can raise your hand, and thank you for doing that. My name is Cesar Medina. I'm a member of Sullivan en Acción, this action group, and I'm here to ask myself, and we should wonder and ask ourselves, why do we need to create rent control or rent regulation? And the answer to me is because I, Cesar Medina, cannot control the free market. My family, if I go against the corporations, I will lose. My family will lose if I go against the corporation. So when you control something, when you regulate something, you avoid ambitious, greedy corporations from going up too much, and you rescue the people who are low so they don't go down too low. So I'm here. We're here hearing the stories of sons who have died because of COVID, people who slept in cars and things like that, rent going up $600 to $1,000 a month, and that's too high. So this rent control will avoid abuse, too many profits, and it will raise the people who are low. So 3%, I think, for rent control is something conscientious, is just, and it's right. So thank you.
Go ahead, Jesus.
Mayor Sarmiento, point of clarification really
Yes.
quick, if I may, just 2 seconds. Solo quería clarificar que la área de Sullivan, porque ya son varios comentarios que comentan, no es en la área que yo represento. Si pueden, no sé si es la concejal Mendoza o Becerra, pero si pueden pasar con la señorita Norma Mitre aquí, ella les va a poder decir quién exactamente es su representante del área de Sullivan. Es todo.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento.
Go ahead, Jesus.
Yeah, so again, good evening, Mayor, the council members, and I appreciate that clarification, just because I also was confused with the, reward maps. Yeah, so my apologies, because then I guess you would have been my representative, so now Phil Becerra is again my representative, according to the change that you just mentioned. So I think for me, as born and raised Santanerics, here living 26 years of my life, I come here not just as a resident, but also for the residents who have spoken with the Sullivan and Acción team. I can mention the various mobile home residents that I've communicated, talked to these last 2-3 years, and to be honest, the stories that they share, what they've been through, the experiences, it's unbelievable. We need to change. We need to go out to the community. We need to go talk to the community. That's why we're elected. That's why y'all are elected. I'm here because I care, and I'm speaking to you from my heart because we need to do this for our community. We need to make sure that they are heard, their voices are honored, and what they need is mentioned and taken into account when we are passing policy, and we are making these decisions that can change their lives. Like many have mentioned, the issue with the rent, right? It keeps on going up. And I can say all this data, but you've heard it already. You have it in your hands. How can we make sure we are prioritizing our residents? I can name Guadalupe Barragan, Carla Barragan, Maribel, Jesus Oropesa. These are the residents who've kept me continuing, who have me here tonight, because they are the residents who are going through these experiences firsthand. My family, personally, I've taken a break from school because I also had to pay my parents. I have to help my parents. I have dreams, I have goals, but because of rent, my parents are in their 60s already. They're in their 60s, but I had to put a pause on that because for me, my family is my priority. And this is my family right here. We need to pass rent control. So I urge you, please, I implore you, tonight, our Santanerics, our community is speaking from our hearts. So please, listen to us, because Santana se ama y se defiende. Santana no se vende. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Andrea Chamon, followed by Kimberly Castro, followed by Mireya. Andrea? Kimberly Castro? Mireya? Followed by Natalie Ceja, followed by Silvia Hernandez.
Buenas noches, good evening. Primeramente quiero agradecer por ponerlo de control de renta en la agenda. Segundo, todo mundo sabe que tener un techo es un derecho humano. Housing is a human right. Ahora, con tener esto en mente, aquí tenemos gente de lo contrario que tiene mucha avaricia, greedy, they are greedy, porque los dueños necesitan de los renteros y honestamente también los renteros necesitan de los dueños. Aquí debíamos de ayudarnos a los unos y a los otros. Yo entiendo que los taxis, los costos suben, pero no es para que se pasen de lanza y quieran subir demasiado la renta. Estoy de acuerdo de que sí hay gente que toma ventaja. Y si no se pasa una ordenanza, por lo menos que estén protegidos hasta que haya un acuerdo. Estoy de acuerdo de lo que está pasando es dividir y conquistar, which they mentioned before, divide and conquer. I think it should be united. We need to unite here, Debemos de estar aquí unidos. Pero tengo mucha fe que ustedes van a tomar la decisión correcta en apoyar y a votar a favor de la ordenanza. Y antes de despedirme, quiero darle gracias a nuestro alcalde Sarmiento por dejar y acomodar a nuestra gente vietnamita por teléfono. Que antes, honestamente, ni el pulido ha hecho eso. Thank you.
Not sure if we need a translation for that because I think she was going back and forth in English and Spanish, so thank you for doing that. Natalie Ceja, followed by Silvia Hernandez, followed by Antelmo Cielo, followed by Manny Escamilla.
Good evening, council members and mayor. Thank you for your time and for listening to us with open ears and open hearts. I have so much to say, being a 28-year-old, growing up with a mom who's a single mother, fighting with all her might, being a renter since before I was born, taking care of her children, always looking out for their well-being. And I ask that you all look within yourselves and ask yourselves how you would feel if you were in the position of a single mother who has put everything into looking out for her children, having a job, working full-time and even beyond that, and still not being able to pay for rent and put food on the table and pay for clothing and other essentials. It is a very difficult position to be in. I don't wish that on anybody. Not even the worst people. Not even those who continue to degrade our community. As I said, I grew up with a single mom, and we rented, and there were times throughout my childhood where we were evicted unjustly, and this would be in the middle of a school year. And as someone said before me, that has such a detrimental effect on a child, even adults, follows you through adulthood, even to this day I'm a renter, and I look within myself and I find a lot of trauma and anxiety, and I have to think to myself, wow, yeah, I'm an adult and I'm still wondering about whether I'm gonna have a roof over my head. That follows you throughout life. And you hear a lot of comments in the crowd, a lot of people, laughing at the things that a lot of us are saying. But let me ask you, have you ever had a fear? Losing your home? You're looking for your own benefit. Meanwhile, we're fighting to stay alive. And then this is my experience, but it speaks to the experience of many others. Now, you've been hearing statistics all night, but I'm going to throw out one that's very important. A lot of people have pointed out the AB 1482, yes, is in place. And people are like, you already have rent control. But let me remind you that Santa Ana is below poverty. 50+% are renters, and they're fighting to barely pay rent. 8.3% is way too much. People are still being evicted because they can't afford to keep up with the costs. They can't afford it. And I thank you for really looking within yourselves. And for those of you that are on the fence and are weighing your options, please remember that Santa Ana loves you. We want to live in a community where we are loved as well. We speak from our hearts, and we ask all of you out in the audience and here in the seats that hold the power that can make a difference and can literally change lives. I thank you so much for your time and for staying this late. And I hope you make the right decision fighting for the city that really, really wants to love you back. Thank you.
Thank you. Silvia Hernandez, followed by Antelmo Cielo, followed by Manny Escamilla, followed by Efraín González.
Buenas noches, mayor y concejales. Mi nombre es Silvia Hernández y vivo en el vecindario East Side. Vengo esta noche interesada porque realmente tengamos ya control de renta en nuestra ciudad. No voy a repetir todos los argumentos y las historias, pero sí voy a decir que escuché atentamente los argumentos de las personas que vienen hoy aquí para hablar por qué no sería conveniente tener control de renta en nuestra ciudad. Hablaron del impacto, el impacto a nuestros bolsillos como gente que renta una vivienda y el impacto a sus bolsillos. A ellos les afecta en sus ganancias, a nosotros nos afecta en el ingreso para vivir una vida digna. Yo no quisiera sobrevivir, quisiera vivir una vida digna. En el aspecto de que nos dicen que no les alcanzaría para mejorar nuestras viviendas, para darles mantenimiento, déjenme contarles que ya estamos en esa situación. No mejoran nuestras viviendas. Tenemos que exigir mucho para que puedan darle mantenimiento a nuestras viviendas y sin embargo las rentas suben y suben y suben. Entonces no me intimida que digan que no podrían mejorar la situación de nuestras viviendas. En el aspecto de, dijeron también de que van a bajar el número de viviendas, esto impactaría a que no tendríamos viviendas accesibles. Tampoco me intimida porque ya estoy viviendo eso. No hay suficientes viviendas accesibles en Santa Ana. Y hay muchas unidades vacantes que yo no puedo pagar. Y hay mucha gente en la calle que no puede ocupar esas unidades de vivienda, ¿verdad? Pero si tuviéramos un control de renta, muchas personas podrían ocupar esas viviendas. Mis hijos podrían irse a vivir a una de esas viviendas y tener su propio espacio. Son mayores de edad. Yo tengo 62 años de edad y todavía tengo que trabajar para poder pagar mi vivienda y vivir con mis hijos como mis roommates para que podamos sobrevivir los tres y llevar comida a la casa. Finalmente quiero decirles que la realidad es como ellos clarito dijeron. Yo les preguntaría a ellos, ¿cuántos de ellos viven aquí en nuestra ciudad? ¿Cuántos de ellos viven la realidad que vivimos nosotros, como yo, en mi vecindario? Porque ellos vienen aquí y somos sus clientes, lo dijeron clarito, ¿verdad? Somos sus clientes y vienen a invertir a esta ciudad. Qué bueno que vengan a invertir a esta ciudad, ¿verdad? Pero que cobren lo justo por nuestra vivienda, ¿verdad? Que no abusen de nosotros como sus clientes. La realidad es de que nuestros concejales nos representan a nosotros que vivimos aquí, que trabajamos aquí, que estudiamos aquí y que pagamos impuestos aquí, ¿verdad?
Silvia, si
no
puedes empezar a terminar.
Claro que sí, esa es mi última idea. No, así como yo no me intimido por esas cosas que dijeron, le pediría a la concejal Fan que no se intimide porque le dijeron, usted dijo esto, usted nos pidió dinero para esto, usted no los representa a ellos, no tienen que intimidarla. Nosotros estamos aquí, nos representan ustedes, a nosotros, los que vivimos aquí.
Gracias.
Buenas noches.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Silvia Hernandez, and I live on the East Side neighborhood. And I'm here to hear about the intention to have rent control in our city. I'm not going to repeat all the arguments. I have stories too. I heard all the stories. And I listened to the arguments that people had regarding why having rent control would not be a good idea. And I heard that, yes, this would impact our pocketbooks, yes, but it would also impact your pocketbooks, because you're talking about it would impact your profits, but for the renters, we would be impacted by living in dignified housing. You say that if this happens, you won't have enough money for maintenance to maintain our housing. Well, I'm not afraid of that, because right now that's what I'm living. I'm living that situation. We demand maintenance. We have to demand maintenance to be done, but the rent keeps going up and up and up. I'm not intimidated by that, because you say that we would be affected by this. You said that the affordable housing would be low if this happens. I'm not intimidated by that, because right now there's not enough housing in Santa Ana. Affordable housing in Santa Ana. And there's lots of vacant units right now that I can't pay. There's people on the streets. that can't pay those rents either. So if we had rent control, maybe the people there can live in those places. Maybe my children can live in those places. I myself am 62 years old and I still have to work so I can pay for my housing, my living. I live with my 2 adult children as their roommate because we have to work together to pay the rent and to put food on the table. So I'd ask the people, if you live here in Santa Ana, if you're living our reality.
Thank you. So I guess somebody was in the restroom when I called their name. Is Lola Gonzalez here? Lola, and then Antelmo Cielo, and then Manny Escamilla.
Hi, my name is Lola Gonzalez. I'm 10 years old. Please vote yes for item 33 for my friends, my family, and my future. Thank you.
Thank you. Antelmo Cielo. Manny Escamilla, followed by Efrain Gonzalez, followed by Tim Rush.
All right, good late evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Manny Escamilla. I'm a property owner and by some fortune, a landlord in Ward 6. And I am totally in support of rent control for this city. The other background that's probably relevant to this is I'm also an urban planner by trade and a historian of Orange County and the city of Santa Ana specifically. We have to go back to the 1950s and to the last point in which the city and the county and the state had such a huge issue with housing, right? There was a major emergency after World War II. Santa Ana, in fact, like many other cities in California and across the U.S., did implement rent control. 1950s were not the end of the world. In fact, it was a fairly good period of economic expansion in the U.S. And all that's to say is that this is actually a really reasonable proposal that you're putting together. It's following all the state guidelines under Costa-Hawkins. It's providing a reasonable rate of return. I don't think that this will be the final version. This is obviously going to get edited down the road, but it's a major step in the right direction. So the data that I sent over via email showed that 72% or 72.7% of the multifamily parcels in the city are owned by people outside of the city. And even that's a generous number because that includes duplexes, places that are condos that still have potential shell corporations that are here in the city and managed by companies in the city but aren't necessarily owned by Santa Ana residents. So you do have a choice before you. I really do respect the bravery politically of the council members that are bringing this forward, that are going to support it, because as was stated earlier, the people behind me will have a bullet on each one of your backs. But I do guarantee you that the people that have shown up today, that have been arguing and working towards this for many years, will be there for you. I personally will commit myself to being there for you in this next election cycle, and I know a lot of people out here are feeling the same way. Because this is more than just about one particular public policy. It's about the direction of our city, the direction of our country, and the direction of the economic future for so many people that we have to represent as a local agency. There's absolutely no way that we can ignore the issue anymore. And this is not the end of the housing debate or the one-shot solution to the problems that we have, but it solves or at least temporarily relieves the terror of potentially losing one's home for a vast majority of our renter population. A 2019 study from Stanford found that rent control in San Francisco was one of the most effective policies in keeping communities of color in San Francisco. So, when we talk about all these horrible images like San Francisco, Berkeley, Santa Monica, great places to live, let's add Santa Ana to the list.
Thank you. Efrain Gonzalez, Tim Rush, Donald McCallum, Bob Holtclaw.
There's just a little confusion. It's Ethan Gonzalez.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Ethan.
It's okay.
Go ahead, Mijo.
Hello. Please vote for item 33. It will mean a lot to people who live in mobile homes and apartments and to our friends and family. Thank you.
Thank you. Donald McCallum, Bob Holtclaw, and Adam Wood.
Bob Holtzclaw. And mine is a little bit different here from everybody else's here. I'm speaking on the TCA, which is the toll roads. And your city is actually on the board of the toll roads. I'm here today to ask you to consider dropping out of the TCA. Currently, Mayor Ward from San Clemente pulled out of the TCA because they realized that it has no benefit to being on that board for her residents. The TCA's main goal is to stay in debt and it ignored grand jury reports. Last grand jury report clearly stated that the TCA had no mandate to go any further than this Oso Parkway. But that didn't stop the TCA, even though that the state has been building roads through the same area, and now they have actually transportation through there. Currently, the TCA is $4.7 billion in debt. And it will stay that way because the TCA staff all make over $100,000 a year. And if the debt is ever paid, they're out of work. The TCA spent $10.6 million on politicians and lobbyists. And you wonder why a small agency like that has to pay that kind of money to stay in business? Currently, Santa Ana, I should give these to your, there you go. It's a pie chart right there showing that the Santa Ana has paid almost $20 million in impact fees. And it shows on the pie chart. And did you get anything out of it? Absolutely not. You're just a member of the TCA. You could have used that money to update water lines, parks. How about building low-cost housing? Right now, the TCA is planning to build a ramp to the 91 that is estimated to cost hundreds of millions of dollars. And that means an added impact fee for you if you don't pull out now. Mayor Ward in San Clemente has already pulled out, and I think I agree with her. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you for your comments. Adam Wood is our last in-person speaker, and then we'll shift over to the, if there's anybody on the line ready to speak. Go ahead, Adam.
Evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Adam Wood with the Building Industry Association of Orange County. Thank you for the opportunity to comment tonight. Our mission is to champion housing opportunity, and item 33 directly challenges that. We heard from many tonight on the potential harms of rent control and some of the eviction limitations that are out there. Anything you decide tonight should also be weighed against what you're looking to do with your housing opportunity ordinance. These things do not operate in a vacuum. They're all interrelated. I think if both of these things start going, all three of these start going forward, it's really sending a clear message that Santa Ana is interested in putting up housing blockages, not opportunities. Now, why is that a problem? Because we have a supply shortage here in California. One of the things we heard repeatedly tonight was that rent continues to go up. Why does it continue to go up? Because we don't have enough houses for the people who want to call Santa Ana home. Let's build those. Sacramento has tried to pass some regulations and laws to make that easier to happen, but Sacramento's not where that's supposed to happen. It's supposed to happen here on the council dais. It's your opportunity to provide that housing for the folks out there who need it that want to call Santa Ana home. Let's work together to make this happen. You pass all these regulations in combination with each other, it's going to seriously jeopardize your ability to hit your RENA targets. HCD has already commented that they're interested in what Santa Ana's up to. If you don't show substantial compliance towards your production goals over the coming years, there's going to be rather incredible repercussions that come down that take away the local control, that take away your ability to properly plan the city the way that you envision it to go. It becomes a state thing, and that's nothing that anyone's looking to have happen. So let's not go down that road for a number of reasons. Also, would be very interested in seeing some of the financial analysis that justifies the city's ability to move forward with this. We are here to tell you, as the people who build the housing, that this will stop production. It is going to further challenge supply. Would love to see any studies or reports that counter that. So we don't think they're out there. It's a huge concern. We're going to fall farther and farther behind. Rents will increase faster and faster if we don't increase supply. So let's look for some of the underpinnings. Also, your staff report talks about the Santa Monica approach. It says there they have to have 25 different employees, pension employees, I'm sure, that have to administer this program. What city line item or what budget do we have out there that says we're not going to have to raise taxes to be able to afford to administer the programs that we're talking about implementing tonight? To pass a policy and say, we'll figure it out later, it's very an irresponsible approach. We need to be able to look residents in the eye and say, we're here to solve the real problems. The real problems are supply, not rent control. So the last piece of that too is I do know we've heard a number of reports. Would love to learn more about. Sounds like there's tens of millions of dollars literally sitting there available for rent support that could be helping people right now that aren't being used. Where's that money and what can we do to make that happen? Let's get that in the hands of the people that need it. Let's not start passing policies like rent control that will further exacerbate the real problems that this city faces. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our last speaker, in-person speaker. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the clerk to see if there's anybody online that is waiting to address the council.
Caller ID Azuri Ramos, please speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Isuri. I am the Ward 3 Planning Commissioner and a lifelong resident of Santa Ana. I am here to speak in support of Agenda Item 33, enacting rent control and just cause evictions as an urgency ordinance. This is an issue that some of you on the dais have been considering since 2017 at least, and one that many of you campaigned on. And if you haven't expressed support in the past, you can tonight. Changing your stance to be in alignment with renters, over 60% of the city's population, would be something to be proud of. Rent control has not been rejected by Santa Ana residents. Rent control and just cause eviction protections will provide immediate assistance to Santa Ana residents who have been financially impacted by the pandemic and those that have been living paycheck to paycheck long before the pandemic. Residents that live in each of your wards. Enacting rent control and just cause evictions tonight is homelessness prevention. Enacting rent control and just cause evictions tonight is the preservation of naturally existing affordable housing. Enacting rent control and just cause evictions tonight is necessary to protect Santa Ana's existing residents and their right to remain in the city. You heard Pastor David Hammond's invocation tonight and the call to serve the most vulnerable and not one's personal interests. I call on each of you as public servants and on your faith to vote in support of rent control and just cause evictions. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID Media Arts Santa Ana, if you can please select the microphone icon on your device. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Hello, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we could hear you.
All right, very important discussion tonight. And I actually came to talk about two things, but I'm going to talk about 33 as well. First, I wanted to talk to you to thank the council for allocating resources for arts programs. Very excited about that. There is one item that got lost in the shuffle that's very important, and that's the Americans for the Arts Economic Prosperity Study, the AEP. It happens every 5 years, and we have a chance to do it this year, but the deadline is October 30th. The cost is $9,000, and it can be divided into 3 years. And Media Arts Santa Ana is willing to pay $3,000 to this effort because this will give us an idea of where the money is coming from and being spent from the arts sector. And we're confident that a lot of that will be pointing toward media arts activities. So just to say that the deadline's October 30th, you'll probably be hearing from the Arts Commission. They already talked about it and said they were interested. So the deadline's coming up and we can't wait another 5 years for the next study because then we'll be out of our master plan. The second thing is the 12th OC Film Fiesta is coming up October 14th through 24th. We're virtual, we're nationwide. We're very excited. Another great list of movies that we have, and you can watch them from your home. Again, students, teachers, Santa Ana residents, and military veterans are half-price tickets. We have a Trini Lopez documentary. And if you look at our website, ocfilmfiesta.org, you'll see the poster for that was done by the artist Shag from Orange County. He's in it. Trini Lopez is very influential with a lot of our families. Also, a discussion of a documentary that's in progress of the punk pioneers, the Zeros, and Tex-Mex legend Dimas Garza, who was with the Royal Jesters. We have food with Adan Medrano's documentary, Truly Texas Mexican, and a really great documentary about the Phoenix Bakery in Los Angeles, a new documentary about Manzanar, a performance piece with Rick Salinas from Culture Clash called 57 Chevy, and the Latino, African American, Asian American, Middle Eastern, LGBTQ veterans, youth students, and local filmmakers. A lot of great work. Festival pass on sale now. And again, information to ocfilmfiesta.org, October 14th to the 24th. And my thoughts on the item 33, I'm for it. I hope you all vote for it. I'm hearing a lot of property owners tonight who have owned property for more than 40 years, which means they themselves have benefited from property tax control since 1978. Under Prop 13, some property owners are paying taxes based on 1976 property assessments, but yet they're charging 2021 rent. So that's not fair. You can't benefit from such a massive socialist move like Prop 13 and then not pass the favor on to the next generation in a crisis, in a pandemic, when people are facing mass evictions and when they're dying.
15 seconds left.
So please vote for item 33 and really examine not just these apartments and whatnot. Look at the individual homeowners who are renting their houses or dividing their houses up to 4 families and renting out their garage at exorbitant rates. There are
Thank you.
documentaries
Your
about
time
this.
is up.
Thank you. Vote yes on 33.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Nathan Taft, if you would please select. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Hi, can you all hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name's Nathan Taft. I live here in Ward 3. I'm calling in support of agenda item 33. I'm not a tenant. I own my home here in Santa Ana. I did a quick search actually while I was listening to everyone talk, and I couldn't find anything to rent within $500-600 of what I pay for my mortgage and insurance and property taxes, and that's not right. That folks who are renting in the same area that I am that are paying that much more just to have a roof over their head. It's obscene, and we need to. This is the first step in the right direction to fixing that with rent control. And I noticed it was really interesting that many of the people speaking against this didn't identify themselves as members of the Santa Ana community. That's money leaving our community, and it's the folks who are up on the dais were elected to represent the people who live here in Santa Ana. And quite honestly, to me, it's very simple. What's more important? Unrestricted profits for a few folks, many of whom who don't even live here, or helping the residents who you are charged with representing and protecting keep a roof over their heads and not having to spend all their money on rent and have to worry about losing their homes. Tenants need support now, and I'm calling on you all to please pass this ordinance immediately, and do everything you can to support tenants. It's the right thing to do, and it's going to be good for our community, and it's what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Kevin Dare, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Hi, this is Kevin Dare. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and respected council members. I represent a Ward 6 housing provider who cares for over 175 households, and we respectfully ask that you vote against the proposed rent control ordinances. I have 3 points and really 3 questions for you. Owners, the first is that owners have been completely excluded from this rent control process up to this point. Just like the rent activists are requesting you delay the vote for the redistricting initiative because it affects so many people and needs more time to study and collaborate, we're requesting you not vote on this rent control initiative for the same reason. This vote affects thousands of people. This vote needs to be studied more, and collaboration is essential. And really, owners are partners of the residents and the community. And to have this item agendized and approved on Friday night for a Tuesday night hearing clearly shows the intention that's completely one-sided. You know, in 25 years of ownership and jurisdictions throughout California, I've not seen a city behave like this where we didn't get input from its stakeholders. We deserve a seat at this table, and having 3 minutes the night it's going to be voted on is not that. So my question is, why have property owners been excluded from this critical rent control process? The second point is that there are unintended consequences of proposed ordinances. If the goal is to provide affordable housing, over time, rent control actually creates much less availability of affordable housing. For mobile home parks, if you're concerned that housing prices are increasing, then rent control actually contributes to the housing problem because housing prices will increase with lower space rent, thereby making it less affordable for people to buy homes. Limiting rent increases to be lower than inflation will create significant misalignment of the goals of the residents and owners, will make it unsustainable for owners to continue to invest in their properties. Over time, just like Berkeley, there are significant blighted properties and incentivizing owners not to invest in their properties over time. And the question is, have you thought through all the consequences of the proposed plan, or are you only thinking through a short-sighted lens? Third point is that the eviction moratorium is being used as a reason to implement an emergency rent control ordinance. And this is totally a Trojan horse. The fear of people being evicted in mobile home parks is completely unfounded. We have 0 residents at risk of being evicted. If you spend time actually listening to other owners, you will find the same results. There are only one of 2 reasons to explain this position. Either council has been fooled by the Trojan horse, by tenant activists, or 2, council is not interested in a transparent democratic process. The question is, are you guys going to be leaders who will actually lead us through and involve owners as part of the transparent process? We respectfully request that you vote against the proposed rent control ordinances. We want to work collaboratively with you to create a solution that addresses your concerns. Santa Ana is an inclusive city. Please don't make the mistake of slamming the door on the face of housing providers and excluding us in this process. We are crucial partners to provide high quality housing in this special community.
15 seconds left.
And rent control pits residents against owners and owners against the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Cynthia, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Cynthia Guerra, and I'm a lifelong resident of Santa Ana. I'm calling to ask the council to approve the rent stabilization and tenant protection ordinance being presented today with the emergency housing protections expiring September 30th and renters being required to pay past due rent accumulated during the pandemic beginning in October. Santana tenants are in dire need of a law that will protect them beyond this date. There is no way that the situation has improved for Santana renters enough for them to afford their current rent, let alone any past due rent or rent increases. Santana is a majority renter city that has an annual household median income of around $66,000, which is considered very low income by HCD. Residents here were the hardest hit by the COVID in the county, and we're probably the least equipped to deal with these impacts given our working class background. In fact, it was our working class background that created the conditions that made COVID so devastating for our community. For the reality is that COVID has only worsened a situation that has been unbearable for years for the majority of renters in Santana. I have been living for many years in overcrowded conditions with my family because that was the only way our family could afford a ridiculously high rent. A 2-bedroom apartment was out of the question for us. I have watched my family members leave Santana and go to the Central Valley and other cities because they cannot afford to stay. My family has also considered leaving. And it's a real shame because what makes Santana so special is its people and their ability to build a community that celebrates their diverse cultures despite so much hostility and hardship. I cannot understand why residents have to fight so hard to have you, council members, protect that. So many landlords came here today and said that they have amazing relationships with their tenants and that they provide them with quality living conditions. And I find that really hard to believe. First off, the rate of displacement, overcrowdedness, harassment, and habitability issues in the city would indicate otherwise. Second of all, the fact that landlords mobilized against an ordinance that would limit rent increases to no more than 3% already shows that they don't care for their tenants. Any rent increase above that is not manageable for Santana renters, and it is therefore unconscionable. So if these landlords did care about their tenants, they would not care about the ordinance passing because they would never think of increasing the rents beyond what the ordinance allows. Based off their comments today, it is clear that what landlords care about is profit, and their antagonistic attitude reinforces exactly why tenants need protections from their landlords. And all these threats that landlords have made today, that passing the ordinance would result in additional costs to tenants in the city, are simply not true. But even if they were, again, it further highlights why tenants need protection. Whether landlords continue to invest in the community, and I say that quote unquote because they don't actually do that, or if they decide to pull the investment because it's not
15
profitable for
seconds
them,
left.
it is their decision. Whether they add any additional costs, it's their decision. It's not inevitable. And the city can't cower to those threats and retaliatory behavior. They need to find ways to protect tenants instead. So I really hope that the council today shows that they actually care for their residents and that they pass the ordinance. Because otherwise,
Thank
if they
you.
don't,
Your
they
time
show that
is
they
up.
don't care.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Vanessa T., if you would please select the microphone icon on your device to unmute your call. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. You may proceed.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to address agenda item 33. As a mobile home park manager of 10 plus years and a lifelong Santa Ana resident, I believe I have a unique perspective to offer. Everything that has been said by park owners and management, I completely agree with, but I'm going to address the mayor and council today as a resident of the city of Santa Ana. My family lineage as Santa Ana residents goes back 4 generations. What inspired my grandparents and my great-grandparents to move to this beautiful city were the values and promises they saw in our community. They taught me that being a resident of Santa Ana meant you were proud of your city, that you worked hard to get what you have and where you are. And to my family, the city of Santa Ana represents those values. When we say we are from Santa Ana, we say it with pride because we are proud of our city and what it stands for. Now, if rent control is approved, you will be pushing away the families who have been here for generations and have made Santa Ana what it is. Myself, as a new mother, I would like to see my son, who would be a 5th generation Santa Ana resident, grow up in the city I know. If rent control is approved, I'll be forced to look for another city that has the promises, values, and community that Santa Ana was once known for. We need to keep Santa Ana growing in an upward trend for the sake of the community, not bring it down by driving away the people that made Santa Ana what it is and what it's been. So I ask you do not pass Ordinance 33 for Santa Ana's sake. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for listening and staying so late.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Benjamin Vasquez, if you can please select the microphone icon. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Hello, I'm Benjamin Vasquez from El Centro Cultural de Mexico. I'm a homeowner in Hedinger Park, a teacher at Valley High School. And in 2004, there was a study by Rockefeller Center Institute that named Santa Ana one of the harshest places to raise a family. Since 2004, things have gotten worse in Santa Ana. Folks are not being pushed out, they're being pushed into houses, families living together. Folks are working 2 to 3 jobs, working 6 days a week to make rent. They pick up an extra shift on the 7th day just to have a little extra for themselves. I visit these families, I visit my students in their homes. They open the doors and there's mattresses on the floors in the living room and dining room to make room for folks to live together. We are doing this to protect those families, the insecurities of losing a home. If we don't pass this, we're gonna have more people out on the street. The landlords associations have controlled this process that they said they've been called out, that they said that they've been left out for many years, for decades. And now they're upset that the people of Santa Ana want something for themselves and their families. We will support all council members who help us support this. We really respect the work that you all have been doing. Thank you. Shout out to Jesse and Ty for doing this work, and the mayor. We do appreciate your work so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Brian J. Peraza, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You may proceed with your comment.
Hi there. So my name is Brian Susperaza. I am a longtime, lifelong resident here of Santa Ana, and I just want to thank you all for helping put this situation on the table and whatnot. I have unfortunately seen my community change too long throughout my entire life living here in Santa Ana, and that's something that I am not too happy about. My best friends have had to move. A lot of my family members have had to move, and I envisioned myself one day owning a home here and settling down and, having a family here. But unfortunately, that future seems a little bleak. With that in mind and taking into consideration what a lot of folks have said, I ask that you support the rent stabilization ordinance. I really would like to keep our communities together, and I would ask that you help support myself, my family, my friends, and the residents of Santa Ana. I ask you that you support the residents of Santa Ana, not clients of Santa Ana. We aren't clients. We're not customers. We're not landlords. We're residents. We're people here. We're community members. So please don't refer to us as clients. Don't refer to us as customers. That's not who we are. And I'm very proud of my community for coming out here and being a part of this lucha. This is only the beginning, and it's definitely not the end. It's our destiny to win. It's our destiny to live beautiful, fulfilling, and humanizing lives. And if it doesn't come today, and if it doesn't come tomorrow, it will eventually get here. And I invite you all to be a part of this change, because it's going to take all of us. We can't just keep giving into this corrupt, unjust system that brings out the worst in us. We're not meant to be greedy. We're not meant to be individualistic people who just do things for the benefit of our own. We need to look out for each other. And if we don't do that, then what are we going to be doing with the rest of our lives? So I ask you to please support this ordinance. Please support my community, our community, and please let's do something good for our community, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Carla Juarez, if you can please select the microphone icon on your device. Zoom ID. Oh, my apologies. You're here in the office. Thank you.
I work in Santa Ana, I live in Santa Ana, and I just have to, for the good of myself, I have to acknowledge the anxiety that I feel, the anxiety for being here, the anxiety for people coughing and not having masks, the anxiety for being next to landlords that, I don't know if it's only me, but it's obvious that they're white. And they have the land and they have the money. And some believe that they even have, that they've already bought you. Damn, that was the hardest. I don't think you have to pay the money back. But in case that you do have to pay the money back, I'm down to sell tamales, tacos, aguas to help you pay the money back. People, most of y'all said that, you guys are not here as career politicians. And a lot of people mentioned that this would be a career suicide. F it, man, right? If you are not career politicians, you're here for the people. This is what the people want. Landlords are saying, let's work together. Great. This is what the tenants need in order to survive, in order to stay in Santa Ana. We've been working years on this, and I'm already super tired. It's midnight. I have to still finish my homework, take my sister to school, work tomorrow. I'm tired. But in 2018, we were 600 signatures shy away from rent control, and that is also because undocumented people can't sign the petition. Someone mentioned 2020 that we were 8,000 short. It was a pandemic. We were mandated to stay at the houses. We couldn't collect signatures. Like everyone mentioned like 1482, but they failed to mention that it's gonna expire in 2030. It doesn't stop property owners from increasing the rents for the clients and the tenants that they love so much. It doesn't stop them from increasing the rent. It doesn't stop displacement. It only slows it. We're only asking for room to breathe. $120 might not be a lot for landlords that are driving a car more expensive than the house. But $120 is the difference, like many have already mentioned. And all we're saying is put that at 3%, which would be like $30 of 1,000, which will give us enough time. I know they want to kick us out, but at least it will give us more years to figure out where to go next. Like I said, it slows displacement, but this is what we need because we can't ask to stay. We don't want anything free. We work hard, we work 2 jobs. We even work 3 just to have some extra money for ourselves. My time is up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. Madam Clerk, anybody left?
Thank you. Zoom ID, Luis Sarmiento, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Hello.
Hi, you may
Good
proceed
evening,
with...
everyone.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone, Mayor and Council. Thank you for hearing us tonight. My name is Luis Sarmiento from Thrive Santana, and we are proud to stand with our renter community tonight in support of item number 33, the Renter Protection Ordinance. For those of you council members that are still on the fence, I invite you to reflect on the stories that you have heard tonight and the difference between the experience of low-income renters, of individuals in our city who are elderly, who are on a fixed income, and who have been severely impacted by rent increases, by the COVID pandemic, by evictions, and to weigh those stories ahead of the economic interests of property owners, whom I might add seem oblivious to the realities of their renters. So thank you for hearing us tonight, and we hope that you make the right decision. Keep in mind that these changes, these shifts that we see that are in a very real way creating power and more investment into low-income communities are here to stay. And we invite you as council members, as well as even the property owners as well. We invite you to be part of this movement. And with that, please support item number 33. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Annabelle Barra, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device. Zoom ID, Annabelle Barra, thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Okay. ¿Aló, me escucha?
Oh, sí.
Sí. Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Anabel Parra, de la zona 1, código 92703. Soy consejera de vivienda y promotora en Latino Health Access. Buenas noches al señor alcalde y a todos los del concilio. Yo soy residente de la ciudad de Santa Ana y nuestra meta es que todos los miembros del concilio digan sí a la ley AB 1482, preservación de alquiler y derechos de inquilinos número 33 de la ciudad de Santa Ana. Creo que todos los niños necesitan una vivienda y una familia que los proteja. Necesitamos tener una cultura ecuánime, derechos de igualdad como ciudadanos y necesitamos tener viviendas asequibles. Gracias y buenas noches.
Gracias. Now the translator will provide the interpretation.
Good evening. My name is Anabel Parra. I live in Ward 1, 92703, and I'm a housing counselor with Latino Health Access. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. I'm a resident of Santa Ana, and our goal is for all council members to vote yes on AB 1482 to support tenant rights in Santa Ana. All kids need housing and a family to protect them. We all need equal rights and affordable housing. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you. Zoom ID Dylan Thompson, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Hi, my name is Dylan Thompson. I'm a resident of Santa Ana. I'm calling in support of rent stabilization and just cause eviction protections, right? Because look, Santa Ana is greatly impacted by COVID, greatly impacted by the lack of affordable housing. And considering that federal eviction protections are expiring shortly, it makes sense to pass this as an emergency to protect people. And look, if there needs to be fine tuning, let it be so, but let's address the emergency. Did you hear some of these calls from these elderly fixed income families and people that I heard some of the opposition complaining that their rent increases won't match inflation or anything. Okay, look, if that impacts your business as a caveat in this ordinance or this law, that could help you get through that. So there's exceptions for you, but what about these people on fixed incomes who can't pay those increases, or wages have stagnated for decades? So yeah, wages haven't kept up with inflation either. So it's all on the shoulders of tenants. So when are we going to get a break? And when are we going to strike out and say, housing is a human right and we should treat it as a human issue as well? So I'm in support of this, and that's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor and council members, that was the last caller, but I do have some comments that I would like to announce that we received written communication for. Kim To is an elderly Santa Ana resident who's Vietnamese, and she indicated, we are living here for a long time. Our landlord raised the rent. We are elders and live on Social Security income and Social Security pension. Therefore, we want rent control. She did leave me that note because she could not wait on the line anymore. And then I did receive a non-agenda item from a Santa Ana resident, comment on parking problem in neighborhood and traffic issues. Item 21, the South Main Street Corridor Improvement Project. One Santa Ana resident was in support of the project. Item 30, the resolution adding the extra help classification and appointing Kenneth Gaminsky as Homeless Services Division Manager. One Santa Ana residents in support. Item 33, the rent stabilization ordinance. We received 133 in support, Santa Ana residents and organizations. That includes Tenants United listed, and there were 41 various organizations, so that includes a total of 174. We had 14 non-Santa Ana residents and 13 residents not disclosed in support. In opposition, we received 50 Santa Ana residents, organization or property owners, 9 non-Santa Ana residents, and 10 residencies not disclosed. And with that, Mayor, that is all the comments we received.
Thank you. And with the council's indulgence, I'm going to, as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to advance item number 33, which the bulk of the calls and requests to speak we're on, and that is for the consideration of the adoption of the rent stabilization ordinance and just cause eviction ordinance. Let me just go ahead and just, because I'm not sure if staff has anything, but maybe what we can do is kind of encapsulate from the ad hoc a little bit of what this is, what this means, and I think I'll go ahead and hand it off to the ad hoc members and then bring it back to the entire council. The way it's presented on the agenda is that we have 4 items, two items, one having to do with rent stabilization, the other ordinance having to do with just cause evictions, a resolution to do some further research on other rent stabilization frameworks and implementation of additional regulatory work, and finally, an eviction defense fund allocation from the revived Santa Ana plan. One option is presented on an urgency basis, which would require 2/3 of the council majority to support that, which means it would be effective immediately. The other option is that it would be done on a simple majority, which would require a second reading. Tonight would be considered a first reading if adopted. And the third option, obviously, is to take no action, which is not listed on here, but that's always an option on any item that comes before the council. Let me begin by just saying, I want to thank the ad hoc committee for taking this task on and doing it with a lot of time exigency. I know that it was certainly something that we exhausted staff on, and so I want to thank our city attorney's office and our community development staff, specifically Judson Brown and Ryan from the city attorney's office, Ryan Hodge, who helped us a lot with working through some of the language on this. I think, just to best summarize, I think the reason why this was done so quickly was there was always a hope that the governor may extend this moratorium that's set to expire at the end of the month and extend it to the end of the year. And that was one of the hopes that we all had. Unfortunately, that doesn't appear to be the case, and so we knew that this was something that was very important and urgent to many residents. This isn't a new issue. This isn't something that's novel. This isn't something that was a result of, the pandemic. This predates that, and maybe I'm one of the few council members on this, on this dais that remembers, many people coming to us years before talking about, just housing anxiety and rental anxiety. And I know there's been efforts in the past to look at this, and, we haven't been able to do much with it. I think there's always been advocates on behalf of tenants trying to demonstrate the desperation that many families have in our city, and we can look at all the data points that have already been discussed, but a simple truth is that we have a very, very sensitive community here, renter community here in Santa Ana. More than 50% of our residents are tenants and renters, and what we see is that many of those families live in overcrowded conditions, and I don't think that's by choice. I think, unfortunately, that rent prices, and rental rates have a lot to do with that. I certainly don't want to make a blanket statement that all property owners or landlords are bad, are onerous, do unconscionable things. I don't think that's the case. I think we simply have a crisis here in Santa Ana, and it's not something that I think is countywide either. I think it's unique to Santa Ana. If you look at the average median income of the residents that live here, it is much different than South County cities. Compare us to our neighboring city in Irvine. Compare us to our neighboring cities of Tustin. They have very different AMIs. So we have a very rate-sensitive community that has difficulty whenever there's a minor price adjustment in rent. So I think that we, unfortunately, are dealing with impacts that may seem minor to many, but are major for our community. So, we understand all these things, and, what I guess struck me the most is that everybody seems surprised that, the ad hoc is making a recommendation. We're not doing anything but bringing this to the full council for its consideration. There's nothing that we could mandate. There's nothing that we could do as an ad hoc except advise the council that this is something that we should all consider, and we should all consider as a body. And that's simply all that's being done tonight. You know, I certainly hope that as we go on with this discussion tonight, we respect one another, because I think there were compelling arguments made by the industry advocates. I think there were compelling arguments made by the advocates on behalf of the tenants. And I respect everybody on this dais and my colleagues. We will not agree on everything. And this is one of those moments where we're not going to agree, I think, unanimously on this. Nonetheless, I hope we are civil with one another, and if we have issues, let them be about the policy positions that we're taking, not about anything personal. I think that we've unfortunately have seen that in the past, and I think we can beg to differ, and we can disagree and not be disagreeable, because I think we all see a problem. We see that some may have a different way to approach it and others don't. But I do want to say that I have a lot of hope that we'll get through this, and I don't think this is the end of the world. I think some people have described adopting something like a rent stabilization ordinance is going to devastate a community. Well, I've lived in Santa Monica, and I've lived in Berkeley, and I've lived in other communities, and I've studied other communities. Again, this is not a novel issue that's come before us here in Santa Ana. I've had an opportunity to see people who've gathered signatures and been 600 signatures short. We had a chance to make that right because we saw that there was another attempt made to gather signatures right at the outset of the pandemic, and they were stalled at close to 2,000 signatures. I don't know what it was, but we knew that there is, if you aggregate what was originally gathered and what was gathered right before COVID, that was right around 10 to 11,000. That meant that this is a real issue. That should have put everybody on notice that, hey, we need to address this. There's a large segment of our community that's very concerned. And when I convened this ad hoc committee earlier this spring, I told everybody publicly, these are the 3 enumerated items that we're going to be tackling: the housing opportunity ordinance, rent stabilization, and the general plan. Go look at the minutes. At that time is when both advocacy groups, and for full disclosure, I met with both of them. And I met with Tenants United. I met with the California Apartment Association. Again, I think there were compelling arguments on both sides, but there shouldn't be any lack of notice. These problems are years in the making. And these steps we're taking in full view of the council, in full view of the public, letting them know that there was an ad hoc created for housing issues. And nobody, I think, came storming at the door saying, let's sit down with everybody. Can you convene all of us? At least I didn't receive that call. In any event, that's a little bit of context. I think that, there are certainly issues specific to the way the ordinance is drafted that I think were very good comments made by the Apartment Association. And I want to thank Councilmember Fan, who did a very heavy lift on this and looking at, some of the provisions that we can work on. But what was really unsettling is that when we were talking about substantive issues that I think were strong and that were made by the, advocates on behalf of the apartment industry, I saw these messages having to deal with crime. And that, unfortunately, was very, very unsettling because those are issues we can address. We can walk through those and make sure that there isn't a safe haven in the language of this ordinance, and it's going to create some sort of a safe harbor for criminals. And that's when discussions degrade themselves. We can't talk about merits and substance. We talk about just scaring people. And that's not fair. And that's unfortunate because I see if that's where we're devolving to, then look, some of us just stop listening when you do that, because I know I can direct our city attorney and say, can you ensure that all our provisions are not going to create any unsafe conditions for any bad actors? We can take care of those. Those are legitimate concerns that you have. But if they're framed in saying you all are creating this ordinance so you can protect criminals, that's when you lose the audience. So in any event, let me bring this back. I just wanted to give some background. And again, I respect everybody's opinion on this. I hope we're respectful of one another because that's important. It's already 12:20, so I should say good morning to everybody. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council. But let me start with the ad hoc because I think that, we delved into this, and I think that's the purpose of an ad hoc. And for those of you who say that ad hocs are secret, Madam City Attorney, are ad hocs legal to convene on a deliberative body like this?
You may, so long as it's at less than a quorum of the city council.
Okay. Can you assure the public that this ad hoc has no more than 3 members, which is less than a quorum?
Yes, at the meetings that were attended and members of my office, there were only 3 members of the city council in attendance.
So are ad hocs secret?
Ad hocs are not secret. They may meet without posting of an agenda, but they aren't secret meetings. There are obviously others know about it. Staff is involved with it, and they're perfectly legal under the Brown Act.
And we met with staff, and we've had ad hocs on the solid waste. We've had ad hocs for other subject matter items. Nobody said that they were secret, but just conveniently, because this doesn't seem to be something that some agree with, we're now considered a secret meeting or a secret group. So, that again is an unfortunate description, and that I think needs to be clarified. So let me start with Councilmember Fan and then go to
Mr. Mayor, before we begin with the ad hoc, I'd just like to express, I don't think, in fact, I've heard people on this dais say trying to conduct business after midnight is not a good idea. And I feel like after hearing all the public comment tonight, this is an item that is obviously, given the amount of participation we've had tonight, a very important issue for the community. And to just try to do it at almost 12:30 the next day after the meeting began, I don't think is fair to the council. I don't think it's fair to the community, many of them have gone to bed. I mean, we had a lot of folks that were in the queue to speak via Zoom. They dropped off because we went later and later into the night. So I just want to express, I don't think this is a good course. I think it kind of lays right into some of the concerns expressed tonight that we're just ramming something through and doing it at 12:30 at night. I mean, that really speaks to what people have been complaining about.
Thank you. Any other comments? Thank you, Councilmember. Let me bring it back to the ad hoc. Councilmember Lopez and then Fan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for providing context. I thought that was important for people to understand. So someone emailed and asked, what problem are you trying to solve? And not too long ago, I got an email. It was a separate email. And it was a Ward 3 resident who sounded desperate, who was asking me for help. And she told me she had been asked to leave her unit because she was a couple of days late paying her rent. And before that email, I had been contacted by another tenant in the city who was facing rental increases. And before that email, I was asked again to help someone who was facing similar issues. And right now, besides routing them to our CDA department to apply for rental relief money, I cannot do anything more for them. And that is a very frustrating and disturbing place to be as a policymaker in this city. That is the problem that I am trying to help solve here. The struggles of Santa Ana renters are too big to continue to ignore. And low wages and high rents are the clamps that squeeze the working class of its earnings. And when asking hard questions, one I have to ask myself is, am I willing to sit up here and ignore my own constituents? Because that is the same reason I ran to represent Ward 3, because I did not feel represented. So how can I turn around and do the same thing to my residents? And when I look at the data that tells me Ward 3 families have been experiencing some of the highest eviction spots, that is a reality that I will either address or ignore tonight. And the calls to do nothing, as asked by many people via email and public comment, have already been answered by previous council members of this council. Your proposition has already been implemented. We have already tried that for many years. And I think that it is time for us to try something new. And, I agree that we need to focus on the resources at hand, like making sure that our tenants are applying to our rental relief program and receiving those funds. I am fully supportive of making sure that the programs we have in the city that will allow Santa Ana residents to become homeowners are prioritized and fully supported. I support all of those things. But I also understand that I need to do more for Ward 3 residents whenever and however I can. And that is why I have supported this recommendation to the full council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to Ad Hoc and the City Council. And I really want to thank all of the advocates, landlords, and residents who showed up today. So I'm going to start off, let's be a little bit indulgent, but I'm going to start off with where I was and why I'm here and, what it was like being on the Ad Hoc. I really appreciate some of the speakers who, shall I say, showed their receipts. I really appreciate them showing that I was not for rent control. I did not support that item during the campaign. I believe in AB 1482 and the work that it was doing. You can check OC Register and you can check all the recorded debates. I did not support rent control. However, through the pandemic and in speaking to more residents, I looked at what can I do to help families who are on the brink of calamity. And it really brings me back to, I guess, a few things. First, I've been there. I've been in a place where I had $3 in my bank account. $3. I couldn't buy food. Sometimes the only thing I ate was what was In-N-Out Burger because I worked there, and that's what I had for food. But you know what? I always paid my rent. In the Vietnamese community, you always pay your rent. And I imagine it's the same for most residents in our city because being hungry is better than being homeless. Not having health care is better than being homeless. And that's what our communities have done. And that is probably why we're not getting as many rental applications because people are still making their rent. That's why Latino Health Access, that's why the OC Food Bank still has lines. And we are still doing food deliveries to folks here in the city of Santa Ana. So that is a huge reason why I had to look at why rent control is important. And I've read the studies. It took a really long time for me to get here. When we talk about studies that discuss rent control and the effects in San Francisco, one of the studies that's referenced a lot is a Stanford study by Rebecca Diamond, Tim McQuaid, and Franklin Chian. And in that, though they support subsidies for landlords, their conclusion was that tenants were saved $2.1 billion over a period of about a decade because they received the benefits of rent control. And when we talk in the city, who do we want to support? Do we want to support the current residents or are we trying to support other people? I think everybody here in the audience, some of you like it, some of you don't, know that I support development. I've been talking about updating the general plan, high density building, and better zoning so that developers can come in and actually follow permit streamlining under SB 330, which just got extended. By updating our general plan, that makes building easier in this city. Rent control is not a panacea to all of the problems we have in this city, in this county, or in this state. However, it is one of the tools in our toolbox to address the calamity that faces a lot of our residents. We need to have increased supply, and we need to protect those who are currently in their homes. But Santa Ana cannot supply all the housing that is needed in the county or in the state. According to SCAG, we need 1.3 million homes in the SCAG region and over 183,000 homes just in Orange County alone. Santa Ana's RENA numbers is only about 3,600. At best, we will build 8,000 units. We cannot create 183,000 units in the county of Orange. You want to increase supply? Go to other cities. Go to Fullerton. Go to Villa Park. Go to some of these cities that refuse to build any units at all. And then come back to me and say, what can we do? Because Santa Ana is trying to build, and we're trying to support that supply side, but we can't do it by ourselves. So then you go back to, what can families do? You know, some folks talked about, well, let's train them. Let's make sure they have better jobs that pay better. My mom worked every day of her life since she was 9. We came to this country in 1987, and she had 2 toddlers. She's handicapped, and my dad had cancer. The guy who was supposed to be the sole income earner. Explain to me how she was going to work, raise 2 toddlers, take care of a sick husband, and learn trade skills on top of trying to learn English. The idea that all of our residents can do that is quite absurd. I wish we could, because you know what? Based on her hard work, I'm a lawyer, I'm a council member, my sister's a doctor. And I thank God every day that she spent that time and energy working to get us here. But that's not going to solve our problems. It's not going to solve the problems for folks today who are facing eviction or rent increases tomorrow. And what's really also frustrating is that when you look at these ordinances, right, it specifically states under Costa-Hawkins that it does not apply to apartments and buildings after 1995. So I am really curious, maybe I'm not fully understanding how it affects future development when, and please staff, correct me if I'm wrong, but entitled units like the Bowery, Red Hill, Legacy, Northgate, Main Place, these hundreds if not thousands of units will not be affected by this rent control ordinance. We support building in this city. I've gotten a lot of flack for supporting the Northgate project, but I'm gonna do it because I know we need supply. And when we talk about, well, landlords are gonna evict tenants and convert them into condos. And yeah, that's one side effect, that's true. But you know what, at the same time, we're missing a lot of, entry-level housing in this city and in this state. You want to create homeowners and folks who can invest in the city of Santa Ana, let's create some affordable or generally affordable purchase units for them. That's what it's going to do. And on top of that, we were looking at how to balance a lot of these issues and how do we, address a situation that is untenable. I have old residents, Vietnamese elders who came to this country looking for the American dream, and they believe buying a mobile home was the American dream for them. And for many of them, that was something that was sustainable and stable. But over the years, the land leases are turning into $1,300, $1,500, $1,800 on top of the purchase of their mobile home. They can't move. It costs like $10,000, $15,000 just to move the mobile home if you can find a new lot. So this is what we're trying to figure out. We're trying to help the people who are here. We're trying to help people stay in their homes. And we're just trying to make it a little bit easier to be a Santa Ana resident. As a homeowner, my mortgage will never go up. In fact, it can only go down. In fact, it did go down because I refinanced with the really low interest rates that we've been having. My property taxes, it's capped. Prop 13 made sure that I'm protected with that. So for me, when I'm looking at how do I help tenants have a little bit of the security that as a homeowner I have, this is the best way to do it. But I also spoke to, again, some folks in the industry, and I think there are fair criticisms, and we want to address that tonight. And so to staff and to the city attorney, there are a couple items I'd like to add into the draft urgency ordinance or otherwise the regular ordinance. So first is regarding the capital improvement pass-through. We have a petition process, and I think that, that is a great way for landlords to say, we made these improvements. Because we know people are paying $1,800 to live in a roach-infested, ant-infested unit. But if the landlord can prove that they are making these changes, I think that's great. But I also think that we can address that, staff can address that and look into that as part of the resolution to create a program that balances the needs of the landlords as well as the residents. So the second issue that was brought up was the definition of rent. I think that's really fair because on the one hand, you can say, well, what is rent? And maybe that includes, everything, including utilities. Or on the other side, tenants might say, wait, does rent, can it be passed on as a fee? Maybe they can hide that and increase, quote, fees instead of rent. And so we do ask to add a section to the draft ordinance and name it Section 8-1998.8, include the definition of rent. It is the same one that is used in Santa Monica, and it would say, all periodic payments and all non-monetary consideration, including but not limited to the fair market value of goods or services rendered to or for the benefit of the landlord under an agreement concerning the use or occupancy of a rental unit and premises, including all payment and consideration demanded or paid for parking, pets, furniture, subletting, and security deposits for damages and cleaning. So I can send that over to staff, but it is the same one that is used in the Santa Monica Charter. The third issue that folks raised was regarding vacancy decontrol. We really believe that the exemptions stated in the draft ordinance that states, Costa-Hawkins apply, which means that no units after 1995 would be subject to these rent controls, no single-family homes, and no condos would be affected. So I would just reiterate Section 8-1998.4 in the draft ordinance does cover those concerns. And regarding the just cause ordinance, the one issue that advocates brought up is regarding, well, what about if there's a temporary outage, or let's say SCE has another one of those rolling blackouts. So I think that's a fair point. The ad hoc thinks it's fair, and so we want to add a safe harbor, Section 8-1996B1 under that, to clarify that to interrupt, terminate, or fail to provide housing services in this provision does not include interruptions, terminations, or failure to provide housing services as a result of events or actions outside of the landlord's control, such as utility outages caused by natural disaster. Further, this provision does not include stoppages, outages, terminations, and interruptions properly noticed to tenants as required by a signed rental agreement. So if you need to fix the AC or you need to fix the electrical panel, notice it properly, make sure it's in the rental agreement, and that won't be considered a violation. Finally, another update that advocates asked for was, this misdemeanor violation and how it might be too onerous because a landlord might accidentally violate something. We are not here to make criminals out of anybody. We're just here to make sure that folks are being held accountable. You are providing a core service that is necessary for people to live in this city. So there are certain regulations. So we would like staff to make an internal policy that the first occurrence of a violation shall be administrative citation prior to criminal prosecution. Santa Ana Municipal Code Section 1-8 already gives the city attorney that ability to do an infraction or citation instead of a misdemeanor prosecution. And I think that's a fair way to help educate landlords that there is a violation involved. So, I heard a lot of, just to conclude, I've heard a lot of comments about being socialist or, taking away rights. And I took a long time to get around to it because, again, what if it affects supply? What if we won't build? What if it discourages folks? And I fully support building those items. But at the end of the day, I also have to support people who are just trying to make it work. And so with that and the added changes, I would support these ordinances on an urgency basis, and if not, to adopt a first reading. Thank you.
Thank you, council members. So those were the three ad hoc member comments as recommended to the full council, and I'll bring it back to the balance of the council now. Council member Hernandez, then Becerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Fan, for your comments. I fully concur. I want to start by acknowledging that sign in the crowd. Just cause loopholes equals more crime. That is disgusting. I share this with you because I became a parent at the age of 17, and my first apartment, I was barely 18. And this is in 2010, 333 South Flower Street, apartment 18. I was paying $975. By 2011, I was paying $1,075. By the time my daughter was 5 years old, I was paying $1,780 at the AMC Artist Village Apartments. So let me talk to you a little bit about what equals more crime. Housing inequality equals more crime. I don't condone people that break the law, that try to feed their family, but I understand every single one of them. In the city of Santa Ana, the average income that residents earn annually is $24,929 a year. Don't be afraid to look at me while I talk to you guys. That's $2,077 monthly. Average rent in Santa Ana is $2,132. We're talking about a $55 deficit. That's exactly why this conversation about rent control is happening today. So, Vanessa Gonzalez brought up Maslow, hierarchy of needs. Extremely important, because in the city of Santa Ana, we are constantly impacted by homicides. We have more opportunities for kids to join gangs than we do for them to go to college. Not that I'd expect owners of these properties to understand that, but people like myself lived that. And so when you look at why are so many kids falling through the cracks, and why over this past week there's been multiple homicides that myself and the mayor now have to address with the police chief to find out why there's so many shootings that are uprising again. I guarantee you the perpetrator and the victims in these cases did not have sustainable housing. I guarantee you there was housing inequalities that they were experiencing. Tupac Shakur did justice in talking about, I never did a crime I didn't have to do. But what do you all really know about that? So welcome to our community, because this is what we deal with on a daily basis. It's real out here. We're not, this isn't some political ploy about what's left and what's right, and we can care less about recall campaigns. You're just not going to outwork us in our own neighborhoods. But what's most important is the demographic of what I saw today. The demographic of people who opposed rent control were people that don't live in our community. Yeah, beautiful. I congratulate you for owning land in this city. This city's fantastic. But you're not in danger of being displaced. You're not having to contemplate, do I walk into Food for Less and steal a bag of chips to give to my daughter? But there are people that are thinking that. And I can assure you, you know what, I don't condone it, but I understand every single one of them. So let's talk about who's in danger of being displaced. Single parents, children, seniors, immigrants, people of color. That's the severity of what we're dealing with today. The problem is, someone mentioned, we manage communities as owners of these mobile homes or these apartment complexes, right? That's why we're having this discussion. We're not here to adhere to people that are going to manage our communities like it's a Kohl's or a Target, you know, at the guise of profit. We're going to do everything that we can to protect our residents in the city of Santa Ana. So let's talk about statewide rent control. The statewide rent control law does little to protect Santa Ana residents from being priced out of rent increases. AB 1482 allows for a 5% plus local CPI, 3.3% rent increases, which is way too high for residents here in Santa Ana, and it still sunsets after 10 years, in 2030. A cap on rent increases that is tied to the change in CPI will generally protect low-wage renters without limiting landlords' fair return on investment. The proposed law will still allow rent increases at a maximum of 3% once a year. And in California, because of the state law of Costa-Hawkins, rent control laws cannot apply to single-family homes or multifamily homes built after 1995. Therefore, rent control does not impact new development. and it does not impact small landlords who rent a house or a condo. So cities that have rent control, there are more than 18 jurisdictions in our state that have a form of rent stabilization and just cause protections. In Santa Ana, residents are disproportionately rent burdened. According to the 2019 U.S. Census, Santa Ana has the highest percentage of residents living in poverty compared to the rest of Orange County. So almost 59% of renters in our city are rent burdened, meaning they spend more than 30% of their income on rent. So when you have a single mom that's making 24 grand a year, 2,077 monthly, and her rent is 2,132, I mean, what quality of life is that? You wonder why so many kids are joining neighborhoods and doing drugs and dying before they ever have the chance to live. So what rent control is it's public safety. It's access to education. It's access to health care. It's prioritizing mental health. And lastly, something that's extremely important to me that I wanted to touch on is students. We're the youngest city in Orange County, per capita 13 to 24. Over 5,995 SAUSD students, nearly 13% are unhoused. Housing insecurity is impacting the next generation of Santa Ana residents. And as a father to an 11-year-old daughter, you know, I have to place a lot of emphasis on that because these are my daughter's friends. So the education of our youth is undermined by frequent disruption of living spaces, directly resulting in high rates of eviction amongst families in the lowest income brackets. Evictions and displacement impose an especially high burden on school-aged children and their families, including long-lasting effects on mental health and physical health, as well as school and social hardships for the children and their families. So grave that there was a doctor named Dr. Bruce Perry that wrote a book called The Boy Who Was Raised as a Dog. And in his 30-plus years of his studies, he found that children living in urban poverty experience PTSD at 5 times higher rates than soldiers leaving the battlefield. The reason why is because kids have to relive that battlefield every day. They don't get to leave it. So rent control is about protecting children and families. And with that being said, I noticed that there was something that wasn't included in this ordinance that I think is extremely important that we add. And what that is that there should be student protections during the school year. That if you have a student that is up to the age of 21, we should protect those students from being displaced and evicted. So I'd like to see that added, Madam City Attorney. In addition to that, because I've seen some conversations arise today about, well, you know, if rent control passes, I might sell my mobile home. Well, let's be proactive. Mobile home protections, meaning notices and reports upon impact to mobile home residents carried out before the property can be sold or redeveloped. Let's also add that. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't begin to express my disappointment that we're having this conversation at 10 minutes to 1 tonight. You know, the fact that this was rushed to the dais, and it's such an important issue that it was rushed through an ad hoc. And while we can sit here and try to sugarcoat that, oh, the ad hoc, you know, it's not a majority of the council, but I've sat on multiple ad hocs since my time becoming a council member, and it hasn't been this quick of a process. You know, Mayor Pro Tem and I sat on the charter reform ad hoc, and we had numerous meetings. I mean, we're not talking 2 or 3 in a week. we had numerous meetings, and in having those meetings, you know, especially with the WHO, which is another ad hoc that I sat on, there was input given from stakeholders from all across the spectrum. And so tonight, here we are, we're not receiving recommendations from the ad hoc. We're receiving a drafted ordinance, which I want to seek some clarification from our staff. So it says on the staff report, pages 3 and 4, that the ad hoc directed staff to draft these 2 ordinances. I'm a little confused because typically at least in my time being on the council, usually an item gets brought before the full body, and then staff looks for direction from a majority of the council. So not a math major, but that would be 4. And since only 3 sat on the ad hoc, that means staff took the time to draft this ordinance, or these ordinances, with only the direction from 3 members. And before you answer, I know that there was mention that the ad hoc was going to take up this item, and I understand that there was express support for some of the things that the ad hoc was going to look at. But I never came away from that discussion in front of the full council that there was going to be a full-blown ordinance presented to us. I figured they would come back with recommendations and we would further flush it out in front of the full body. So, Mr. Assistant City Manager, could you clarify as far as was the ad hoc the one that directed staff to draft these ordinances?
Yes. Yes. We were cooperative with the urgency of the ad hoc, yes.
So you took direction from 3 of 7 council members?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So just want to be clear. I think if the shoe was on the other foot for some of my colleagues, I think they would be having much more of a fit about that. But that's fine. And to clarify, since we're going into the weeds as far as what ad hocs are supposed to do, the Charter, Section 411, says that the council may organize special committees of its members for the principal functions of the government, and as ordered by the council to report to the city council information or recommendations which shall enable the council to properly legislate. To properly legislate, that means the full body would do it. Not 3 members, but the full body. And that's not what happened tonight. And I'm saying all this again, at almost 1 a.m. the next day after a meeting began. So we are discussing this with many folks that were very interested in this issue that had to go to bed to get up to work in the morning, or had to put their kids to bed because they got to go to school in the morning. But here we are at almost 1 a.m. discussing this item. So, and the thing about the stakeholders, and this is what we had with the WHO, there were multiple interests that were sought for their input. It was from the Kennedy Commission and Jamboree Housing to the BIA and the Apartment Association and a whole mix of groups in between and individual stakeholders. That to me shows that there was a commitment to making sure that what was brought forward had the input of various folks, because you know what? You can't ever say that all good ideas come from one source. And so I think that process showed that a lot of things were considered from a lot of different folks. This was not. Now, this was done with 3 folks that did not meet publicly. Nobody in this room knows what they said in that room, because my understanding from what I heard earlier, it was 3 folks meeting with our city attorney and maybe our assistant city manager. But I wasn't in there. As a member of this council, I wasn't in there. Of course, if I was and we didn't notice it, then we'd be in violation of the Brown Act. So that, it just frustrates me that we're doing it this way, and we're doing it as an urgency ordinance. We're rather than say, hey, let's further study this, as by the way, recommended action number 3 says, to direct for further study of the regulatory framework and infrastructure necessary for rent stabilization and the just cause eviction ordinance. That would be the right way to do it. You know, we're hearing folks talk about, well, come September 30th, certain protections are going to disappear. Well, we're not talking about, as we did during COVID, we're not talking about the city of Santa Ana invoking its own moratorium on eviction. No, we basically have said we're going to dovetail off of that and pivot towards rent control. And I think that also is very disingenuous. So one of the other issues that I think some folks brought up tonight was in regards to rental assistance that the city has at its disposal. So back in June, the city had distributed $6.9 million. And then tonight we were told during the COVID update yesterday, we were told that $16 million had been distributed. So that means over roughly $26 million is left to be distributed to tenants. I mean, literally, that buys us time to look at this ordinance more holistically, more thoroughly, to genuinely seek more input. It does. In regards to my colleague had concern about a sign out there in the audience, I agree. I think that is a very general statement. And I think it really doesn't really look at the issue. And that is, it's not that just cause would cause more crime, but it's certain language in this proposed ordinance. And it's so much of concern that you have a crime advocacy organization like Crime Survivors providing a letter expressing concerns about the language in the ordinance. That should give us pause. But again, there's no time to pause. We are rushing through this, so we're not going to have time to pause for this. Many folks tonight also brought up that there's enormous support in the community for this. Well, let me remind you that back in 2020, we had a statewide measure, Prop 21, that was brought before the voters, including the voters here in Santa Ana, and it failed. And it failed in 3 of the 6 wards in this city. So I would just caution you that no, while it is of importance, housing affordability is absolutely important, but to say that rent control is universally supported is not true. It absolutely is not true. And so, again, addressing housing affordability is important. And I would argue that while some are trying to make it just about Santa Ana, that's nonsense. We're not an island. I've said that so many times, and I'll keep saying it. We're not an island. We have a river that goes on one side of us. We are not surrounded on 4 sides by water. We are not an island. We are in the middle of Orange County. We are a 15-minute drive from some of the most beautiful beaches in the world. Of course, there's going to be value in the land that we have here, okay? Of course, that's going to be the case. So my concern tonight is, just to kind of wrap this up, I think this is being rushed. I think that it would have done everybody a better service if we had actually looked at this as a body. I think if this was another issue and we were rushing it through, I would appreciate if everybody came out and said, whoa, 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 hold on. We see that from our counterparts at the county where they rush things through. And here we are tonight, but because some of the folks in the audience tonight support the item, they're okay to ignore certain hurdles being leaped right over. And you know what? I'm going to stand up for these principles because you know why? It's fairness. The process, I don't want to defend the process just to defend the process. The process serves a purpose. And I think transparency, I think sunshine are absolutely cornerstones of democracy, and they are being ignored tonight. And as far as state level protections that are in place, AB 1482 is in place. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. And I have to imagine, and with all the energy that came through tonight, there's got to be movement with our state legislature to make some improvements to that bill. And because it has a sunset date, I can't believe in this state that we're going to absolutely ignore its expiration. But I think the energy to focus just on Santa Ana, frankly, could be better spent at the state level. And the protections that are in place, I mean, limiting rent to a maximum of 10%, requiring a landlord to have a just cause in order to terminate a tenancy. I mean, those are things that you're fighting for here tonight. So those protections are in place. My other concern is in regards to the rent controls that we are proposing and the fact that these artificial rent controls for just some of the housing units, because that's what will happen. It'll only be for some units. They'll only incentivize those who can afford more rent to stay in the units where rents are controlled. That will result in the rents for the remaining housing units to rise exponentially, which will further widen the gap in income inequality in the city. And that's what we're trying to prevent, right? We're not trying to further that gap. We're trying to minimize that gap. More people trying to get into fewer apartments, landlords will be given more of an opportunity to charge more for those fewer available apartments. I mean, that's just what's going to happen. And for this ordinance to focus on older units, while some will say, but we're pro-building. That's why we're not going to go after the units that are coming on the market or the more newer units on the market. The problem with that is, which units require more rehabilitation and repairs? It's not the newer units, it's the older units. But you want to reduce the amount of rent that can go towards
restoring and repairing these units. I mean, that just seems absolutely counterintuitive. You'd want to have those units taken care of. Another impact that we heard about tonight was the impact that these ordinances are going to have on mom and pop property owners who they own a duplex or a triplex, and they're trying to provide dignified and qualified units, especially for our residents. And they're relying on revenue generated from these units for their retirement as well. And they're not seeking a handout. They're just asking to be able to keep their modest nest egg intact. And I think that's fair. I know that many will say that this ordinance is meant to go after the evil landlords, and that's fair. But realize that you're punishing folks that we all know in this room. These are folks that they were able to put enough in savings and they were able to buy a property. They don't own multiple. They may own one property. And this is penalizing them. This is really a punitive measure. So look, I believe the housing affordability is something that I think everybody on this dais wants to address. And however, there obviously are going to be different opinions on the dais on how to address it. So regardless of the approach that this council should ultimately decide to take, I'm going to continue to advocate that it should be done with full transparency and genuine input gathering. And in order to draft an ordinance that is truly been considered by all stakeholders. So to me tonight, if we're going to proceed with anything, I would advocate that we would move forward with recommended action 3, which is a resolution directing further study. Those are my comments.
Thank you for those comments. Let me go to my left. Any council members on this end wishing to make any comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I also have a lot of issues with what's happening right now with the way this has been handed out, the process that we've seen play out or lack of process. You know, what can I say? It's business as usual at Santa Ana, in Santa Ana. You know, there was and I don't want to talk about the previous mayor too much, but there was a reason why he loved ad hocs. It was because you got to do things in secret behind closed doors. Yeah, they're legal. Yeah, they abide by the Brown Act. Yeah, they're allowed. But is it the best way to carry out policy and drive policy, where you have discussions in private? No, it's not. You know, is it allowed? Of course. But there's always a better way. And you know, there was a speaker that mentioned, you know, they found out 3 days ago. They were given a 3 days notice when the agenda was posted that this was coming. Well, to brag, I don't want to brag, but I had 4 days. You know, I found out the day before that this was coming before us. It was actually a phone call by the mayor to give me the heads up. I had no idea this was coming, but, you know, he gave me that courtesy. And now, I won't go into too much details about the conversation, but I didn't feel that there was, I see this forward as an urgency ordinance, but from the conversation, I didn't get that there was an urgency from the mayor. And I'll just leave it at that. So I think this is unfortunate, the way this has been driven out. You know, it's politics and business as usual in Santa Ana. I've always been on the forefront of transparency and process. And that, my record could completely back that up. You know, this is one of the things that I had a lot of trouble with in this ordinance that was driven by a minority of the council is that here we have a banana republic that is, you know, relying on one-time funds from the feds and Measure X that's going to expire in a couple of years to just keep adding layer upon layer upon layer of government and cost. So here we have a $300,000 defense fund using Revive Santa Ana dollars. That's only for this year. Next year, we're going to get another sum, and we might be able to fund it from there again. But what happens after that? When these dollars go away? When we don't get dollars from the federal government? Or Measure X expires in 10 years? None of my colleagues here over the last year have even thought about that. How can we generate revenue to make sure that this is funded a year from now? We have a structural deficit, and I don't see that happening. It's just, I want this, I want that, I want this. Madam City Attorney, add that, I want this, I want that. And it's none of the speakers that spoke here earlier today, the 5 hours of public commenters, none of them, half of them that are asleep by now, none of them heard all these 10 changes that we added to these ordinances. So how is that transparent? I mean, this is just the process. Again, business as usual in Santa Ana. 30 plus years, nothing's changed. It's the same shenanigans, lack of transparency, and it's just, it's unfortunate. Again, 1 a.m, they've added 10 changes to the ordinances, and it's unfortunate. So that's all I have to say, Mayor Sarmiento, and that's it.
Thank you for those comments. The only council member that hasn't commented, Councilmember Mendoza, do you want an opportunity?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I have a couple of questions. For the city attorney, does the rent control ordinance decrease rents right away?
No, the ordinance will not decrease rents.
Does the rent control prevent rent increases in the future?
It won't prevent all rent increases in the future. There simply is a cap of 3% and methods and exceptions for landlords to apply to the city.
And one more question. Does the rent control ordinance prevent evictions?
Does not prevent entirely evictions.
For the Assistant City Manager, Stephen Mendoza, does the city have over $35 million of rental assistance funds that have not been disbursed?
No, the city doesn't possess all of those funds. Many of those funds are in the state control still.
Have, also for Assistant City Manager, have the majority of the Santa Ana residents who are in need of rental assistance, have they applied to the program to get some of this funding?
It's staff's feeling that, yes, we feel that most people that have needed it have filed their applications. However, we would encourage anybody who knows of a tenant that needs help, whether it's landlords present tonight or other tenants present tonight, to please match us up with them.
As the proposed rent control ordinance does not protect residents from being evicted, the sense of urgency does not exist. And for us to be open and transparent to the constituents who elected us to this position, it is recommended that the matter be sent out with instruction for further analyzing and comparison with other cities where there is rent control. What were the benefits? What were the consequences? We need to see long-term studies. We cannot vote on something tonight when we don't have that information. And when I don't have, I am not privy to whatever went on at the ad hoc committee. It is unfair for the people of Santa Ana that we vote on something where only 3 council members made the recommendation. So I suggest we put this matter over until a time where we have the full information and we can make educated decisions up here. This is people's lives. It's not just for us to see the black and white of a proposed ordinance without fully understanding the impact. And we also need to look at the other side. We're protecting our residents, sure, but we also have landlords who bring business here to the city. They pay taxes. With that money, we are able to provide services to our residents. So it's a mutual benefit that we have landlords and tenants, and we need to work on this together. We need to come to the table and collaborate. So my recommendation is that we take no action today, but send it to staff to do the full analyzing, as I mentioned earlier. Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento.
Great, thank you. Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Is there a second?
Could you restate your motion, please?
I would ask that the issue be sent back to staff with instruction and direction to do a full analyzation and research of the rent control issue. What are the benefits? What are the consequences? What are the comparisons with other cities of similar size? How has it benefited those cities? What are the negative impacts that the cities have encountered?
Great.
So I would ask, and before I second it, so it kind of sounds like what you're proposing sounds very similar to recommended action number 3, but rather than a resolution, you're saying to have staff basically just go back, analyze the issues that you just raised, and come back to the full council.
Yes, exactly. Not an ordinance, though.
Okay. I'll go ahead and second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Mayor Sarmiento.
Go ahead.
I have just a quick question before we move on that motion for Mr. Mendoza. And just so I make sure that I have all my information clear. Given that 2 months ago, when we approved the Revive, 2 or 3 months ago, when we approved the Revive dollars during the budget process, we heard from a lot of residents that had applied. So it wasn't just the California Apartments Association with their report or data, whatever they want to call it, but we heard from actual Santa Ana residents that had been waiting for 3-4 months to receive, or not receive, but have their back rent paid. I just, given the fact that we're clearly as a city and staff is not paying out that back rent quick enough, how does your staff manage something like this that we have before us?
We would seek consultants to do this.
Consultants.
Staff, as you know, is stretched. Each staff member will shortly be coming to City Council to add staff for the Revive programs that you've previously approved. That's what you'll see in future agendas coming to you. So we will seek the assistance of a consultant to assist us with this.
And how much would that consultant be expected to cost?
Without doing a procurement process, it would just be a guess from me, sir.
A what, I'm sorry?
Without doing a procurement process and doing an RFP to get pricing for a full-blown study of Santa Ana and the impacts that may occur, it would just be a guess from me. I'd be shooting at the hip, and that would be sloppy.
Okay, because I know that the approvals of just consultants that we've approved many of those for many other things are usually no less than $100,000. I mean, they're especially for something this size.
Yeah, it's a detailed task, yes.
Okay, and if whatever, the consultant comes back and says, this is what you have to do, this is what it's going to take. I mean, I know that in other cities where this is in play, and this is a thing, it's not a cheap situation for them, right?
That is correct. There are many studies out there that deal with the question nationwide or regionally, but there's no one that will have the Santa Ana data in a report. We'd be asking especially for that.
So can your staff currently, at your staffing level, in the CDA department, because I'm assuming that's what would handle this, can they handle this tomorrow?
No.
So why would staff even recommend an emergency ordinance knowing that you can't do that?
Again, Mayor Pro Tem, the recommendation is from the ad hoc, not from staff.
So again, just kind of throwing word vomiting out there without really thinking of what exactly goes into this. Kind of like, it reminds me of just the many things that I've heard over the last couple of months, like making 100% of city operations, 100% electric in 4 years from now. I mean, these things obviously are important, and we should consider them, but is there any thought process to any of these ideas that are just coming before us? I mean, I don't understand this. I mean, this is 100,000 plus consultant that this is going to cost, and then excess of $1 million in staff, I could imagine, of just managing this. We can't even pay people's back rent in time with the staff that we have. And to quote staff, just a couple of months ago, we have enough money to cover everybody's back rent that needs it. I mean, that was a direct quote from, I believe it was you or a member of your staff. So I just, it's, again, so we would have to obviously hire a consultant, and then that consultant will probably tell us, yeah, you need X amount of staff. And did anyone on the ad hoc consider where we would pay, how would we pay for that?
Yeah, there's a recommendation in your staff report for $300,000 for consultants as well, if needed.
Okay, from where?
Yeah, if you look at recommendation, the order of the recommendation.
I think he's asking from what source would that funding come from?
Oh, that was from the Revive funds.
The one-time dollars that we're getting from the federal government. Okay. So this will only be rent control for a year or two, and then the federal Revive dollars run out, then what?
Each year we'd go to you for a budget request. It would be included in the draft budget, and we'd be seeking those funding.
Did the ad hoc recommend what department they'd cut, what position they'd eliminate to fund this? Because
No,
again, we're I believe we're in a structural deficit. Measure X is sunsetting, and I mean, I'm trying to understand the logic here. I mean, do they just think that money is just going to fall out of thin air, or are they going to tax the residents again, or decide to extend Measure X beyond the sunset?
Well, I can't say that I was
Mr. Assistant City Manager, since this is a recommendation from the ad hoc, I know you're struggling because what the ad hoc had asked staff is, do other cities use outside consulting firms to transition into a full landlord registry that would fund either a rent board or some organizational operational cost that would keep this cost neutral, right? Because a landlord registry is something that we looked at as well. And as referenced in the staff report, that takes about 9 to 12 months. And eventually, if the consultant were to be brought on with monies from the rental assistance line item in the Revive Santa Ana plan, that would allow us to go ahead and transition to having our own organizational staff to be able to go ahead and make this rental board or this rent stabilization department operational. And that funding to hire that staff to do that work, at least what the consultant spoke with us about from RSG, was that would eventually pay for those costs from the registry.
Yeah, that was a discussion that I was part of with you, yes.
Right. And so this wasn't something that was not thought out with respect to cost or funding or ongoing expenses that this would have. These are models that are already out there. I think that...
So, Mayor Sarmiento, point of order, because I was in the middle of questioning this. And then
but he was struggling for, and because this is a recommendation from the ad hoc, look, he can go ahead and supplement, but let me go ahead and just fill in the gaps from where he was.
But that's why we have, very well compensated staff, so that, if we bring something forward, they could carry out. This was presented as an emergency ordinance that would, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam City Attorney, be going to effect tomorrow if we were to pass it as an emergency ordinance. So you're telling me now that a consultant will take about 12 months to even, tell us what we need to change the organization. But September 30th is 8 days from now. How do we keep people from getting evicted 8 days from now? How do we manage that with this? I mean, how do you have the capacity within your staff and your department to do this?
I do not have the internal staffing to do this, no. And that's why the ad hoc talked about a consultant to come on board and to advise the city on how to bridge from consultant-operated program into a staffed program.
And the consultant from RSG, I believe is what the mayor mentioned, that was a consultant. Is that the same? Which consultant is that?
RSG is the firm, Rosenau Spevicek Group.
Okay, and they've already begun the work to do this?
No, they have not gone beyond just advising the ad hoc and offering supplemental staffing experience that staff did not have.
Okay. Again, process, there's clearly no idea of how staff is even going to carry this out or implement it or manage it or how we're even going to pay for it. Again, we're thinking Revive dollars are endless. They're pretty much already, at least the first lump sum is allocated and accounted for. We're getting a second tranche in next spring. But I mean, that's not every year. I wish, the President of the United States was that generous in Congress, but they're not, So those are my final comments, Mayor Sarmiento. The whole thing's goofy.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Mayor, just real quick, because I would like to ask the maker of the motion if she would accept a friendly amendment. In addition to what you're asking for, Councilmember Mendoza, would you accept adding that staff conduct stakeholder meetings similar to what they've done for other ad hocs, such as the WHO and other items of importance of this nature, where staff has traditionally gone out and had meetings where they've had some sort of roundtable with the different groups or different interests to then bring that as part of what you were asking for back to the full council? Would you accept that?
Absolutely, and this is a full analyzation and research that includes all of that, in addition to what's it going to cost to enforce such proposed rent control, because my understanding is that we have to enforce it. So that's going to cost hundreds and thousands of dollars. How much is it going to cost? And whether that money would be better used to actually assist the people who are having issues with paying their rent. So how much is it going to cost the city of Santa Ana to enforce the proposed rent control ordinance? And that should be included in the full report and the analyzation of what I mentioned earlier.
Councilmember Mendoza, if you accept that, then I'll continue to second your motion with just a brief comment, and that is for my colleagues. What is on the table right now is really kind of similar to where if there were only 4 votes tonight for the non-urgency ordinance, you would still have 2 readings and a 30-day effective date after the fact, so it would not coincide with this arbitrary line of September 30th as this drop-dead date that we needed to enact all these different game-changing ordinances. So I just wanted to put that out there, that most likely I don't think there's going to be 5 votes tonight. I don't want to, commit anybody, but just to throw that out there, that the timing-wise, if we were to commit to actually doing it what I would believe is the right way to actually flush it out with a thorough process, and to what Councilmember Mendoza's suggesting as far as the thorough analysis, I think you would see a similar time track. So that's it.
Great. So we have a motion and a second. Is there a comment from Councilmember?
Yes, I wasn't sure if there was a motion on the floor. I was going to motion to pass the alternative option, which was the 1, 2, 3, 4, and come back with an amended resolution with the amendments that were mentioned.
Okay, so you're looking at the second option, which is to pass it on a first and second reading,
That's
not
correct.
on an emergency basis, and to include the amendments that were mentioned by Councilmember Fan
and myself,
and your amendments as well.
Correct.
And that would give the time, and I would say if we can include some time to meet with stakeholders between now and the end of that 30-day
Absolutely.
period after the second reading. And I think that would address some of the concerns that some of the council members have to vet this during that period of time. Because if we look at the second alternative, it would take us to a second reading on October 5th, if I'm not mistaken, and then this would be effective if adopted by a simple majority of the council. It would take another 30 days for it to be effective.
Correct.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to comment that I'll just say for myself, it doesn't satisfy because it's like building a plane while you're trying to fly. You got to commit to building the plane before you fly, and I feel like we're putting the cart before the horse.
Totally understand your comments. Totally get it. And I think that, I think you've stated them eloquently, understood. These are exigent circumstances, and that's why urgency ordinances were created, Councilmember. So we'll put those to a vote. I think, was that a motion from you,
That was a
Councilmember
motion,
Hernandez? Is there a second?
I will second that.
Okay, so,
Vote on the first motion.
no, we vote on the substitute first.
Okay.
So hearing and seeing no other comment, or
I was
Councilmember
just going to
Bennett?
make a comment on that submotion.
Yes.
And as a member of the ad hoc, I do want to address some of the concerns that were brought up by my colleagues up here on the dais. And so, ad hocs do prepare ordinances and, amendments to ordinances. We did that with the WHO, and we bring it to the city council. And the city council, as a body, legislates by voting or not voting on an item, or continuing it, or whatever it is that we want to do up here on the dais. So that is the legislation, and we are all free to vote no or whatever else it is that we're trying to do. The second thing I'd like to address that maybe wasn't super clear regarding items 3 and 4, which is the resolution as well as the allocation of $300,000 from the Revive Fund. So it was a big discussion among this ad hoc and with advocates regarding, a rent board. And so the rent board is what's really going to cost a lot of money, right? Because they would review the petitions that the landlord provides in order to get a fair return on their investments on their property. And so the $300,000 from the Revive Fund is meant to bridge a one-year gap that would allow us not only to provide some assistance in between to help educate landlords and tenants, but also for the consultant to review these petitions while we set up the mechanism for a rent board and a rent registry. A rent registry is basically like a licensing mechanism. If you own a small business, whether you are, making mooncakes out of your kitchen, or if you have a 1,000, employee building, you need a business license to operate in the city of Santa Ana. Landlords could be paying to have a business license in order to function as a landlord. Those fees are collected in order to pay for staffing necessary for a rent board. That is how it happens in Santa Monica, San Francisco, and in many other cities in this state. So no, it would not be a situation in which we are dipping into additional funds or the general fund in order to pay for the rent board, but in fact, this type of regulatory mechanism would pay for itself. And what it does is it also protects landlords, because then landlords can say, I posted these notices, I made sure it was clear and it's up there and tenants should know about it. But that's why we wanted to have this resolution to direct further study to create a mechanism for a rent registry and a rent board, and to figure out what the fees necessary in order to be self-sustaining. The $300,000 for the Revive Fund is meant to be a one-time allocation up to $300,000 in order to bridge the gap. So I did want to address that item, Mayor. And finally, I do really want to address this concern that, the provisions on the Just Cause Ordinance would create crime or protect criminals. Having come from a country that persecuted innocent people, and coming to this country as a lawyer, we consider people innocent until proven guilty. So when folks go around saying like these criminals, again, innocent until proven guilty. And to be evicted from your home because somebody, is suspicious of you or not comfortable with you or think you're doing something wrong, even if you're not, is a cataclysmic event that stays with you at least 7 years on your credit report and potentially forever whenever you're applying for a new rental unit. It is something that follows tenants often for the rest of their lives. And so I do want to make that comment. And further, the point of being able to evict anyone who is charged and convicted as a criminal, but not the rest of the family, is because often we're talking about domestic violence survivors who should not be evicted because they're the person who victimized them, the offender, is the one who created the problem in the first place. That is what it's meant to do. And if we are that concerned about someone being a, quote, criminal, then we should be pursuing prosecution against them and showing that they are, in fact, a criminal under the law. And with that, I will move on to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a substitute motion on the floor, and we also have an original motion. We'll vote on the substitute first. I just simply, again, want to say that it's really interesting how some people serve on ad hoc committees and then they're wondering what the powers they have, that they, somehow are getting information. Well, that's what an ad hoc is supposed to do, is gather information, share it with the balance of the council. Nothing's decided until it comes here. Again, we're doing this on an urgency. Doesn't mean it's going to be automatically adopted. It's going to be up for discussion. It's here. That's why urgency and exigent circumstances are part of the deliberative process. We're not making this up. These are things that are embedded in the law and in the process. It's funny how when it doesn't work to one person's advantage, they say, oh, this isn't transparent, this doesn't work, but yet they're raising their hand to be on ad hoc committees. And so it's odd because when we talk about, well, why are we, going to bring on consultants and how much is it going to cost? Well, we fund outside consulting firms to our city attorney's office, to our planning department, to our building department, to our public works. We do this all the time. This isn't novel. Cities go outside to get support when they have to do things quickly. And if it's not worth helping people who we're trying to keep housed, not an exigent circumstance, and we should just sit on this, well, look, I don't know how much more urgent we need a basis to be for us to be able to act. So it's interesting, comments sometimes are odd, but look, we're all entitled to make them. It doesn't mean they have to be logical. But that being said, let's go ahead and, Madam Clerk, if you'll.
Yes, and if you can please cast your votes.
This is on the substitute.
Yes, this is on the substitute. Motion by Councilmember Hernandez and seconded by Councilmember Lopez. Councilmember Mendoza. The motion passes.
Great. Thank you. So that,
Madam City Clerk, what was the roll?
Yeah, please.
Again, lack of process.
My apologies, my computer did not display it right away. Let me get that for you. Okay, so it's with council members Becerra, Mendoza, and Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa voting no, and Councilmember Hernandez, Lopez, Fan, and Mayor Sarmiento voting yes. So it's 4-3.
motion carries.
Motion carries 4-3.
Did it not require 5 affirmative votes?
No, it only requires 5 affirmative votes for the other option, which is the urgency ordinance, and the one that the council members voted on is the alternative option, which is the first reading.
Got it. Okay, I thought. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Let's go ahead and get back to the calendar. We're on the consent calendar items. Council members, if there are any, I think Councilmember Fan, you had some abstentions you wanted to recite.
Yes, let me find it.
And if there are any other items that council would wish to pull off.
Okay. I would need to recuse myself from items 10, 24, 25, and 28. I believe they're all on the consent calendar. But in any case, KB Homes, the City of Yorba Linda, City of Anaheim, Gates Warner, and Santa Ana Hotel 1 LP are clients of my employer, Rattan and Tucker. Thus, I will not be participating in any discussion, and if they are not on the consent calendar, I will leave the room. Thank you.
Great, so those were all recusals on those items.
Yes.
Mayor Sarmiento, I'd like to pull items 12 and 28.
12 and 28?
Yes.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Mayor Sarmiento, I'd like to make a motion to move the balance with comment.
Great. I think
I'll second that.
let me pull one more item off. And if it's okay with the council, since it's late in the night, maybe what we did last time, which is those items that we're pulling off the calendar, we just move over to the following meeting unless you guys want to address it tonight. But I think, look, to the extent we can just roll those over if they're not time sensitive, that would be Councilmember Becerra's item number 12 and 28.
Mayor Sarmiento, would you propose then moving those to, I guess, the business calendar designation for the next meeting?
The following, yeah.
Okay.
For the following calendar.
I'm okay with that.
I'm trying to look for that. What's the item that we moved to reconsider from the last meeting?
It's 19, I believe.
No, that's not 19.
No?
It's actually 18, I'm sorry.
Oh.
So I want to pull 18 off, so why don't we go ahead and move 12, 18, and 28 to the business calendar of the following meeting. We'll go ahead and move the balance with the recusals that were cited by Councilmember Fan. Is there a motion on the balance?
I'll second it.
I just, with the motion, Mayor, I just had a quick comment. Assistant City Manager Steven Mendoza, I mentioned this to you during our agenda briefing, that we're constantly seeing these approval and awarding of contracts, whether it's for asphalt maintenance, construction of X, Y, and Z. I know we have a couple tonight, asphalt maintenance, construction of a park. What I'd like to see is in each staff report, and I hope every department is listening, anytime we award a contract to somebody, a contractor, a business, whatever it is, I personally would like to see a paragraph that states what projects, whatever contractor we're awarding a contract to, what projects have they completed or done in the past for us in the city, at least minimum in the last 5 years. The reason why I'm asking for this is because, I know not the specific company for asphalt maintenance that's listed here tonight, but I'm just not satisfied with the quality of work that I'm seeing, whether it's our streets, whether it's our concrete, whether it's our grading of unleveled sidewalks. It's always poor quality, and it's just never done in a timely manner. And I feel like it's just Santa Ana, again, keeps just getting the short end of the stick to everything. I don't know why these contractors think that they could just half-ass the work and excuse the language. But that's how I feel, and I know a lot of residents feel that way. So if we could get a list of projects that these contractors have completed in the past, whatever it is, I'd appreciate it. With that, Mayor, I'll move the item.
Great, thank you. We have a motion and a second for the balance of the consent calendar. Seeing no further comments, Madam Clerk, if you'll please call roll. Or should we just go?
Yes, if council members can please use the voting. Councilmember Lopez, if you would please provide your vote. Motion carries 7-0. With council members Becerra, Hernandez, Lopez, Mendoza, Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa, Mayor Sarmiento voting yes.
Great, so it passes unanimously with the exception of those items that are going to carry over to the following meeting. Correct?
Correct.
Got it. So the first item on the, Mr. Mendoza, do we have anything that are items we could go ahead and just continue? Is there anything urgent, in other words, that we need to take care of tonight, and maybe the balance could be moved over to the business calendar?
The city clerk has indicated that 29 was important for her.
And that is correct. We have a resolution of.
How about the balance of the other items on the business calendar? Anything real urgent?
No, we can continue those for the next agenda.
All right, why don't we do that? Let's go ahead and take care of 29 and just
Thank
move
you.
the balance over.
Thank you. Well, good morning, Mayor and members of the council. This item is requesting council to adopt the resolution declaring its intent to change the ward boundaries and consider the timeline for the redistricting process. At the September 7th council meeting, council requested that the community workshop dates be spread out and to have one in every ward. And today I bring to you the revised additional workshop dates, which includes one in every ward. And I'd also like to make mention that there is one particular workshop meeting that is scheduled on the calendar as November 6th that can be moved up to October 30th. And if council will approve that date, that then we'll go ahead and make the adjustments on the resolution. And we do have to publish this once per week before the council considers the ward boundary lines. And with that, I would like to present our redistricting partners, who's our consultant demographer, who will be assisting us through the process. And this is Sophia. So I'd like to go ahead and give her the floor. Thank you.
Everyone, can you hear me with my mask on? Okay. I can
Speak closer to the mic, and that way we'll.
Okay. Can you hear me better now?
Yes,
okay,
thank
great.
you.
I'll just take it off since I'm secluded in this. Good morning, everyone. Today I'll be quickly reviewing a Redistricting 101 presentation. Clerk. Oh, okay. Normally the presentation lasts about 45 minutes, but I've spoken with the clerk and we're going to do a condensed one because we will be doing this.
Do you need a full-blown presentation? Can you walk us through? I mean, I think
So
because it's
may I
late.
just remind the City Council that you had the redistricting 101 with the prior consultant who did not accept the work, the issues that came up with the planning of the public meetings, just so that you're aware of that.
Okay.
You may not be aware of that, but at the last meeting, he did run them through the legal requirements and what you needed to do. That's up to you, but you've seen this before.
Let me just ask the council, does anybody need a refresher on what we already saw from the previous meeting? I think all of us are up to date with some of the Fair Map Act requirements, and I think it was more on scheduling of community outreach is what I think the council was talking about.
Correct.
So maybe we can kind of focus in on that, if that's all right.
Yeah, you want me to just move towards the timeline? Okay, then we'll, I think the next time around too, in the Fair Maps Act redistricting will be a time certain agenda item. And so because we've had a lot of robust community engagement here this evening, and so next time that is something that we'll have, we spoke to the clerk about. So we'll just go to the timeline then. And if anyone is watching online, this presentation is available online and we will review it next meeting, and I will go through it in depth. I also want to mention too, we did have earlier in the evening a member of the public who asked for an extension on the deadline. You do have the opportunity to do so. Your deadline is different from other cities and counties across California because your deadline to finalize maps is in April. So that is something that can be considered if you wish to do so. Cities and counties across California who have primaries, their deadline is December 15th. Because you do not have a primary, yours is April. So I just wanted to mention that because a member of the public did talk about that earlier in the evening. But the timeline that you do have, that we did receive, is today is the first presentation to the public. And again, on October 5th, we will come and we will do the same presentation in depth. You have a meeting scheduled for October 19th, November 2nd, November 16th, and December 7th for that final adoption. And the clerk did mention that under the Fair Maps Act, in order to review a map, it must be posted 7 days prior to that. So we will work with staff to do that. I'll move over to the community meetings. You have your first one set for September 25th, so this Saturday, and another partner from Redistricting Partners will be attending in person, and she'll be reviewing the district or mapping tool. We have a community outreach presentation that we give that focuses mainly on the concept of communities of interest. I think tonight was a really wonderful example of competing communities of interest and what you will have to kind of talk about when you guys have your draft plans and your final plans. So those are the two items that the clerk would like you to discuss. Again, your timeline for your city council public hearings, and then also the timeline for your community outreach meetings.
Great, thank you for that abbreviated summary. And we know that your firm does great work. We apologize for the collapsing of the information, but we really did get the background last time, and I think it was thorough. This was really sort of the essence of what we wanted to have come back. So let me bring it back to the council and see if there's any questions or comments. Councilmember Becerra, then Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the brief presentation. I appreciate the length.
The quickest one I've ever given.
Well, you did fantastic, and I think that the dates more that we have and the spacing, I think, is definitely answers, or I think it was a good response to what this council brought up. I'm going to be so bold at 1:45 in the morning to actually go ahead and make a motion to move or to adopt the resolution declaring the intent to change the ward boundaries. And with the change that Madam City Clerk referenced, which was moving the one meeting date from November 6th to October 30th so that it coincides being prior to that next public hearing.
I'll second your motion. Councilmember Becerra with a comment. Thank you so much for that outline of the different events that you're having. That's what we want to see in Santa Ana. So thank you.
Yes, of course. Yeah, we work with staff to do that. And again, we have that mapping tool. Due to our last time around in redistricting in 2011, and we know that your first districting process was 2018, there is a lot more online mapping tools that are available, and Districtor is the one that the staff went with, and it's an online mapping tool that jurisdictions across the country are using, and a lot of them in California. So we think that's a wonderful avenue for your residents to give maps and comments.
Great. So we have a motion and a second. I think Mayor Pro Tem has a comment.
Yeah, really quick, Mayor. Thank you. And again, 1,000 apologies. I mean, if I knew you would have been here, I would have advocated for you to be moved up. But as you saw, this is what our meetings are probably going to be like. So just gives you a nice little preview.
Excuse me? Oh, yeah, very passionate testimony. And I mean, we at Redistricting Partners would love for a map that you adopt to come from the public. And so I think this is a great example, again, of communities of interest, and I think we're going to reference it in our other presentations on that.
Absolutely. And one thing that I just want to comment as we move forward with this process, I hope when we do get to that stage of adopting a potential map, I hope that we have, it's not just 1 or 2 or 3 versions. I want to see 10 different kinds of maps that represent our city and the different stakeholders and different communities and our neighborhoods, because that's the only way this is going to be a fair and equitable process, is if we really just show the entire city just the numerous options that we could go with. So
absolutely,
the more maps, the better.
So I urge folks then to kind of look at that community schedule, share it with your community, share it with your neighborhoods, and that is a really wonderful avenue to do just that, Councilman, is to, if we get maps on Districtor, then we can uplift them.
Great.
And if I can just tag on that, I do want to make sure that I announce that the website for redistricting process is up. So residents can already start providing their written description about their communities. And that they do that through a community interest form, and that's at santa-ana.org/redistricting.
Great, thank you for that. And before we call for the vote, I just wanted to say thank you, Madam Clerk, for incorporating the recommendations that were made at the last meeting with having a meeting in each ward. I saw that. And the only thing I would say with our friends at Redistricting Partners, look, if you need, I don't know if tonight qualifies as a meeting. I don't think it'd be a good idea to say, you know, September 21st was an actual meeting because there wasn't much discussion, wasn't much deliberation. Maybe we can, you know, push another meeting out. Again, I think some of the comments that were made is that there shouldn't, you know, we should try to be thorough with that. If we need to go into next year, I think you said the deadline is April 17th.
It's the end of April. So under the Fair Maps Act, you have to have a 5-hearing structure, 2 meetings post-map, 2 meetings with maps, and then a final map hearing. You're able to extend that. You're able to have add additional hearings, but again, your deadline isn't until next year. So if you don't want to count this as one of those 5, then that's up to you all to add another date and move your final date.
Excellent, thank you. So I think we're all ready to vote. We have the screen in front of us.
Yes,
So,
and if I can ask council members to go ahead and cast your vote.
yes, please vote.
Councilmember Lopez? Okay. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. And given what we already spoke about, I think the balance of the items on the business calendar will be moved to the following meeting on October 5th. Let me bring it back to the Assistant City Manager if there are any closing comments.
I dare to say that there is one. I apologize. But the PFAS meeting is on Thursday, September 30th at 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Cabrillo Tennis Center.
Great, thank you for that. Let me bring it back to the council. Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just 2 quick things. One, just wanted to remind everybody that I will be hosting my monthly community office hours on Saturday, October 2nd at 10 a.m. They'll be held at the George Upton All Access Park located on the north side of Thornton Park. I also wanted to thank the officers that have focused their efforts on improving the safety along the South Bristol corridor. I want to thank Deputy Chief Esparza, Commander Marty, Corporal Velasquez, and all of the officers working with them. They've worked with me to provide attention to what is a vital commercial area in the city, and it's great to hear folks, you know, my neighbors, residents, and businesses talk about the improvement that they're seeing with this directed effort down on there. And with that, I want to wish everybody a good morning.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you to the residents who came out today. This was a very long meeting. It's 1:54 in the morning. Want to remind residents in Ward 5, I'm having community office hours this Friday, 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock p.m. at La Placita 5. Come on out. Feel free to come by, and you know there's going to be some light music, some tamales, and some aguas frescas, and all that good stuff. And come on out. Feel free to meet me, bring some questions. Let's have some dialogue. And I also just wanted to bring attention to the Justice for Victoria Barrios campaign. The reward just increased to $60,000. And if you've not seen the mural at the Blue Lot, please go and check it out. Thank you.
That sounds like a happy hour rather than office hours. I'm just kidding. Thank you, Councilmember Lopez.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I am doing another event in Ward 3 this next week on the 30th, and so I will share that information out from my social media channels. And I will also be at Marbury Park for the PFAS meeting that Public Works Department will have, and we'll also share more information on that from our social media channels and hopefully our newsletter as well. And look forward to the upcoming 3rd newsletter that we'll be releasing soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you. I attended the a water conference the last few days, and I brought you back a little gift. There's a little water goblet at your desks, and along with a bracelet, just to let you know that we are working on the drought and also to ensure that the groundwater is cleaned up and that we continue to provide excellent tasting water to the residents of Santa Ana. And also there was just a lot of want to inform you that there was a lot of precaution, even though the conference was in person, that I think it's opening up again, and we get a lot more from in-person attendance at these conferences, because you're not just learning about the whatever issue that is that you attend to, but also you're reconnecting and you're networking and you're reestablishing the working relationships with other individuals and committees, so that we can bring that back here to the city and continue to provide excellent services to our residents.
Thank you, Councilmember. We thought you were going to bring us back a bottle of something to fill these goblets with, but next time. Thank you. Councilmember Fan.
They look like whiskey glasses.
They do.
That's what. Anyway, nothing really tonight other than to say, chúc mừng Tết Trung Thu, because it is a really important holiday. And for a lot of us in the Vietnamese community, we were not able to celebrate Tết the way that we normally do with our parades and events. And so this year, lots of folks and their families and children are going out to celebrate. So have a good night, everyone.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa.
Good night, everybody.
Yes. And with that well said, I'll go ahead and echo that. Good morning, everybody. We'll see you on October 5th.